everybody, what's going on? Welcome back to my channel. That's about the best intro I have for introducing what's going to be a new ongoing series on my channel where I just do all of the little legwork that I've been putting off doing externally and get to it right here, right now, in this present moment. So what would I be doing normally as a content consumer? Well, I would be consuming content, so I figure, hey, why not just take up some of the content that we would just be consuming in general and just stream it. So I woke up this morning. Here, let me pull up my synthetic watch history playlist. Tell me if you have any preferences for what you see on the screen. Okay, what I have to, let me move this to 0.5. Okay, so I started this morning consuming content from about, where? Oh yeah, Activision, doing Activision stuff, even though it's owned by Microsoft now. Excuse me. One crack news: USA struck Iran for the first time since ever versus since the 70s. Blackstone Intelligence: Trump goes to war with Iran. Breaking news, live coverage. Zeteo breaking: U.S. strikes Iran, Mehdi and Trita Parsi. Discuss in Mendham, WTF 956. Poetry of predicament. Okay, so this is where I woke up. I woke up starting to consume content from in Mendham, WTF 956, and then I transitioned to consuming Poetry of Predicament. They had a 1-hour special on apocalyptic religion and nationalism, twin dangers to democracy, Anthea Butler. Now this was a really important piece linking Christian, like white nationalism, oh goodness, yeah, settler colonial religion to the nationalism issue and, you know, apocalyptic religion. That's something I've been meaning to learn as a content creator. Like, how do I effectively communicate about the things that I consume? And I guess part of that is figuring out, hey, do I write a report on it or do I do it after the fact? So that's what I'm making strides to discuss, to describe, and to enact. Okay, now this is new for me, right? Like, I'm just sitting here like, whoa, I get to actively kind of engage with the medium. I've been a content creator, consumer, curator, all in one fell swoop. Whoosh, I am this. But really, my identity is just that of a content curator, really. But I started as a consumer, so that's what I do mostly. So, okay, so apocalyptic religion, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and the chief of the Joint Services, I'm spacing out. Who? Top of Military Command. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There we go. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so yeah, Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had a briefing, and that was interesting. I got the opportunity to consume that as content. And then Kevin Blanche, Middle East of Eden, Trump betrayal of the old USA, now BB America. So this is classic Kevin Blanche, just giving some culture commentary on the state of affairs, what's going on in geopolitics, a little bit of socioeconomic culture commentary, and then this new channel that I recently onboarded called Predictive History, talking about geostrategy update number 2, World War III begins, and saying, yeah, let's game theory this one out. This one was a little bit less than technical grade, though I was able to follow the main outlines. I think I might question some of the assumptions, but I think that the end place I can see take forth. I just don't know if I would exactly put some of those pieces together, but as a content curator and creator, we'll get the opportunity to sort of start tracking these things over time. So let's jump into my Consume Digest with I don't know how to describe this. This gentleman's name is Alexander Mercoris. Mercoris. And they've, in terms of my Consume Digest, they've been about number 1 in terms of geopolitical culture commentary for the year. If I had, as an aggregator and a content curator, I think about doing award shows almost for different types of content in different categories. This year specifically, Alexander Mercoris has become my number 1 go-to for geopolitical culture commentary. So let's dive in and consume in real time.
B-2 stealth bombers operating at very high altitudes, apparently out of reach, it seems, of Iranian air defenses. 2-4 took place in the following hour. All of you know was now. Having said that, let's go straight to the events of the last 24 hours. In my program yesterday, I spoke about how various statements and comments that appear to be coming from US officials, including the president himself, appeared to suggest that the administration was leaning towards some kind of negotiated outcome of the conflict with Iran. But I also said that the military moves seemed to argue otherwise. We were getting reports of aircraft carriers, 3 aircraft carriers, 3/4 apparently of the usable carrier fleet being deployed to the area of Iran. There were reports of more positioning of aircraft and refueling aircraft, especially in bases close to Iran. And shortly after,
so what is he even talking about right now? That's one thing that's really important when it comes to understanding how to consume content and just jumping in. So many people have so many different ways to consume versus how they consume, so it's hard for people to just jump in randomly into stuff without enough surface or backstory and detail to get into it. Now for me, I'm starting by saying, okay, well, this is geopolitical culture commentary, so that's important for me to note and to frame. But Alexander Mercoris, if you check out this channel, we're talking a deep bench here with thousands of videos. I'm talking every single day, almost Monday through Sunday, constantly, every day producing a program where they're talking about the things going on in the events as transpiring. They recently had subtitles attached, so that's a new addition. They're also associated with this outfit called the Duran. So again, let's pretend that we're a content consumer jumping in out of nowhere. How would we exactly make an attempt to start somewhere and to start consuming this content. Let's begin.
Good day. Today is Sunday, 22nd June.
So that's one of those things as a content consumer that's like, how do people start and end their videos? Sometimes there's music, sometimes there's not. It's so interesting in to that extent because like, good day. Yeah, like that's actually their starting opener. It makes me want to pick something like that up. Okay, so let's restart. Good day.
Good day. Today is Sunday, 22nd June 2025, and before I turn to the momentous events of the last 24 hours, I will just briefly say that internet communication down.
Okay, so this is meta contextual culture commentary in terms of how he does his production setup. Right now, he is in a third-party location because there's been an internet outage, and he's talking about what it means to not, take up the space of his friends and family or whoever is helping him out, so that the duration of these programs might get truncated as a result.
US officials. In my program, having said that, let's go straight to the events of the last 24 hours. In my program yesterday, I spoke about how various statements and comments that appear to be coming from US officials, including the president himself, appeared to suggest that the administration was leaning towards some kind of negotiated outcome of the conflict with Iran. But I also said that the military moves seemed to argue otherwise. We were getting reports of aircraft carriers, 3 aircraft carriers, 3/4 apparently of the usable carrier fleet being deployed to the area of Iran. There were reports of more positioning of aircraft and refueling aircraft especially in bases close to Iran. And shortly after I made my program, reports began to pour in that B-2 stealth bombers were being redeployed by the United States to Guam in ways that also seemed to suggest that a strike on Iran was imminent. And indeed, and as presumably all of you know, the strike on Iran duly took place in the following hours. And the strike took 2 forms.
Okay, I'm going to get some
B-2 stealth bombers operating at very high altitudes, apparently, out of reach, it seems, of Iranian air defenses, conducting strikes against the enrichment facility at Fordow, the one that is buried deep inside the mountain, and I believe also at the site in Natanz. Apparently 14 of the big bunker-busting bombs used in total, or at least that's what some reports say, others put it at less than that. If it really is as many as 14, then that uses up around 2/3 of the inventory of these big bunker-busting bombs, just saying. But anyway, huge bunker-busting bombs. The largest number dropped on the facility in Fordow, but some of them apparently also dropped on Natanz, and strikes with Tomahawk cruise missiles against all 3 facilities, 3 big Iranian nuclear facilities, the ones at Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Now, there are enormously conflicting claims as to the damage that these attacks have done. The United States, the president himself, says that the attacks have been completely successful. He speaks about all 3 sites having been completely obliterated. I have seen no information or evidence so far that confirms those claims. They may be true, they may be untrue, but that at least is what the president is saying, and that is what other US officials are saying also. Iranian officials are saying something completely different. They speak mostly, I notice, about the facility at Fordow. They are saying that the entrance and exit points of the facility did take severe damage, but most of the facility, located deep inside the mountain, is either undamaged or damaged in a way that can be repaired. That's what the Iranians are saying. And indeed, the Iranians are suggesting that all three facilities have taken damage, but that none of them has been completely destroyed. Now, the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has given a press conference in Istanbul in which he too has said that the facilities have been damaged, but he seemed to be saying that a full assessment of the damage has not yet been done and that we can't say definitely how extensive the damage is. So
they're saying that there's been damage. Well, the Iranians are reporting damage, but not irreconcilable, irreparable damage. So it's interesting. Makes me wonder what specific sources he's citing in this page. I think if we check out the timestamps, we can see we're at 5 minutes. Conflicting reports on damage from strikes. Okay, so that's what we're hearing so far.
So either the facilities have been destroyed, as the Americans claim, or they have been damaged, but perhaps can be brought back into a state of repair, as the Iranians claim. We're likely to get a full briefing from the United States later today. I am going to suggest that neither side at the moment has a full picture. The Iranians probably have not been able to enter and explore what has happened to the lower facilities, the deep inside Fordow, and the Americans can only have limited information about what has happened to a facility that is located far underground. Indeed, I remember reading reports, I think it was in the Financial Times, that in order for the United States to establish confidently what the effect of the strike on Fordow has actually been, the United States would need to deploy ground forces at Fordow itself to inspect the facilities there. And of course that is out of the question. So I'm going to suggest that nobody really knows, and it's impossible for anybody to say with confidence at this time, and anybody who's making confident assertions one way or the other is probably saying more than they actually know. Satellite photos of any one of these facilities as of the timing of making of this program have not appeared. I have said many times that I am the last person on earth to be able to assess satellite photos with any confidence. I can barely see them, and even if I could see them more clearly, I'm hardly the right person to assess bomb damage of any facility. But maybe by tomorrow or over the course of the next few days, we will have a clear understanding of what this attack has actually accomplished. Now, there are a few further things to say as I make this program. And the first is an absolutely astonishing piece of information provided by the International Atomic Energy Agency. They have said that there is no evidence of any radioactive leakage from any one of these facilities because the Iranians evacuated all relevant personnel from the facilities some days ago. That I would have anyway assumed, but that they also removed all of the enriched uranium from the facilities and apparently other essential equipment as well, and that this enriched uranium and these facilities have been hidden away in secret sites which even the International Atomic Energy Agency apparently doesn't know about. Now, some days ago, an Iranian official, a senior Iranian official, said exactly the same thing, and I didn't take it particularly seriously. I don't know how bulky this enriched uranium that Iran has actually is.
Wait, let's back that up a little bit.
It was the kind of thing the agency apparently doesn't know about. Now, some days ago, an Iranian official, a senior Iranian official, said exactly the same thing, and I didn't take it particularly seriously. I don't know how bulky this enriched uranium that Iran has actually is. It seemed to me that it was the kind of thing that the Iranians might be expected to say, but I didn't think it was a reliable claim. The International Atomic Energy Agency, which has presumably known this all along, but sat on this information before the American strike, has now confirmed that what the Iranian official said is actually true. So it seems that whatever the United States thought it was doing when it attacked Fordow, Natanz and Esfahan, it has not destroyed or damaged or dispersed the enriched uranium. Now, maybe that is an entirely good thing. If the enriched uranium were dispersed into the atmosphere, I assume that we would be looking at a catastrophic situation. Perhaps if it was located in caverns far underground beneath Fordow atmosphere, I assume that we would be looking at a catastrophic situation. Perhaps if it was located in caverns far underground beneath Fordow, the bomb damage might have sealed it in, but it doesn't seem as if this has happened. It seems that Iran still has its stockpile of enriched uranium. We don't know where it is. And of course, the Iranians, quite plausibly, if they have established alternative sites for their enriched uranium, they might even have
that's a pro tip for any of you that use captions. Change
that the site on Fort.
If you use subtitles, go to options, press the gear button, settings, go to subtitles/CC, choose your preference for language, and change the font size to 150%. Oh no, not 100. Font size is whatever you prefer. You want to scroll down to character edge style. Character edge style. If you prefer looking at captions while people are speaking, the raised edge style I've found to be uniquely useful in highlighting captions and making them pop against the background. So character edge style, raised.
Fordow and Natanz and Esfahan was successful, and that the centrifuges located in these locations have indeed been damaged or destroyed. We simply don't know. So all of this again begs the question of what exactly has been actually achieved by this attack. If the enriched uranium stockpile is still accessible to Iran and is still in its possession, if the technicians are still available, well, the Iranians have already shown their ability to build centrifuges. They rebuilt the centrifuges that they destroyed after the 2015 JCPOA.
Wow, that's actually a great deal.
Obviously, they're under attack at the present time by Iran, by Israel and the United States, but
Alexander Mercouris gets 40,000 hits per month, and we're talking 0% CPM or any type of click rate.
Perhaps in many locations it's possible that they could resume.
I'm always thinking about
again.
When we get funds.
It's possible that they
what type of streams we can.
It may be.
We can. What type of ads we can run against?
States, but
the type of content that we consume habitually.
An enormous country. They can establish scattered facilities, perhaps in many.
Okay, wait. Let's roll this back.
Iran has been actually achieved by this attack. If the enriched uranium stockpile
Let's speed it up.
is still accessible to Iran and is still in its possession, if the technicians are still available, well, the Iranians have already shown their ability to build centrifuges. They rebuilt the centrifuges that they destroyed after the 2015 JCP.
Okay, one of my preferences for custom playback speed is 1.15. 1.15. Normally, if we're talking stream of consciousness monologue between people or as an individual, then I would go 1.8, 1.85. The example that I have of the content creator that fits best in this cross section is the modern investor. TMI. A similar content creator does endless content. It's been going for the past 7 years. I wonder what's their most popular video. Yeah, it's crazy to think that their most popular has only cracked 3,000 based on the quality of content they push out every day. Let's see what their TMI crypto. Not a lot of search traffic. Oh wow, but it's hella more expensive. $13. Well, it is kind of blanket. The modern investor ... Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, we're gonna have to watch this next. 10 minutes ago from Colonial Outcasts. Stay tuned.
BOA. Obviously, they're under attack.
I wanted to watch a video from Gooby and Doobie, but we'll have to save that for maybe later on in this evening.
Present time by Iran, by Israel and the United States, but they have an enormous country. They can establish scattered facilities, perhaps in many locations. It's possible that they could resume enrichment again. It's possible that they have already done so. It may be that they can adapt the enriched uranium they already possess through whatever technologies or facilities is still available to them and build the 15 nuclear weapons out of that enriched uranium that people have already previously been saying Iran might be in a position to do. So, again, I do wonder about the logic or purpose of this attack, at least from an American point of view. If the real objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear program, it might have disrupted it. It doesn't seem as if it has stopped it. Now, there is another possibility, which I'm not going to say that I know anything about, but I've already discussed.
Okay, so what was actually even discussed in this? Let's back this up.
Site on Fordow and Natanz and Esfahan was successful, and that the centrifuges located in these locations have indeed been damaged or destroyed. We simply don't know. So, all of this again begs the question of what exactly has been actually achieved by this attack.
Yeah, that's what we want to know. That's the creme de la creme of this. So, how would I make a post, like a post saying, Okay, so now we're trying to figure out what has actually been achieved.
And is still in its possession.
This has been published less than... Oh, we don't have a time date. Normally they would say a few hours or so.
Technicians are still available. Well, the Iranians have already shown their ability to build centrifuges.
Here, let's add this to our Synthetic Watch History playlist.
That they destroyed after the 2015 JCPOA. Obviously, they're under attack at the present time by Iran, by Israel and the United States.
Okay, this has been published 3 hours ago.
They have an enormous country. They can establish scattered facilities, perhaps in many locations. It's possible that they could resume enrichment again. It's possible that they have already done so. It may be that they can adapt the enriched uranium they already possess through whatever technologies or facilities is still available to them and build the 15 nuclear weapons out of that enriched uranium that people have already previously been saying Iran might be in a position to do. So, again, I do wonder about the logic or purpose of this attack, at least from an American point of view. If the real objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear program, it might have disrupted it. It doesn't seem as if it has stopped it. Now, there is another possibility, which I'm not going to say that I know anything about, but I've already discussed in previous programs that the Russians have at various times suggested that they might be willing to act as custodians of Iran's enriched uranium. Maybe when the Iranians say that they've removed it to a secret facility, that facility might not be in Iran at all. Could it be in Russia? Might it in fact be in China? Might all those mysterious aircraft flights from China be all about that? Might it be the case that the Iranians have some kind of arrangement with China to move their enriched facilities to China? We're not going to get any confirmation of this, and for the record, given how deeply suspicious the Iranians are of pretty much everybody, I doubt that Iran, minus a clear and open agreement, would part with its enriched uranium. But to repeat again, as of today, we just don't know. Now,
you following?
What are the consequences going to be of all of this? And how did we get here? Let's deal with the second first. There's already been much discussion about the role that the United States has played in the original Israeli attack on Iran. The United States has admitted to foreknowledge of the Israeli attack. It had the ability to prevent the attack from being launched, but it didn't exercise it. There's been much discussion about the level of duplicity that the President of the United States, Donald Trump himself, showed in advance of the attack. Many people, myself being one of them, have felt more probably that Trump has been swept along by events rather than being in control of them. I still get the impression that that is true. The reports that I'm seeing coming out of the United States, or at least the media in the United States and from US officials, if they are to be taken seriously, and that is a huge if, speak of continued dissension and argument within the administration. There was a fascinating article in Reuters, I think it was Reuters, which spoke of bitter arguments between US officials, with the hardliners steadily winning the argument for the president's ear. The Israelis apparently very unhappy by Donald Trump's suggestion that he might postpone an attack on Iran for 2 weeks in order to see whether there was a possibility of negotiations. The Israelis said that they couldn't wait for those 2 weeks. It begs the question of why the Israelis couldn't wait for 2 weeks. Personally, I don't think it's difficult to explain that. We've already had reports from the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post that Israel is running out of air defense interceptors. We've had further confirmation over the course of the last 24 hours that there are gaps in the Israeli air defense system, that Iranian missiles are able to hit targets inside Israel. And my own sense is that the reason for the Israeli urgency is that they were worried that in 2 weeks' time, if there had not been an American attack, Israel's situation would have deteriorated because of the shortage of air defense interceptors and the balance of advantage in the missile war, the attrition war, would have gone decisively in favor and visibly in favor of Iran. So this is probably why the Israelis were lobbying so heavily for an immediate strike upon Iran. At least, if you believe the reports, that is what they were doing. There was another report on Reuters which spoke of a furious row between officials of John Radcliffe, the CIA director, and the commander of CENTCOM, that's the American military officer who's in command of US forces in the Middle East, that they supposedly have become spokespeople for Mossad, has been described. Some US officials have described it, that they've been constantly talking about how the regime in Iran is brittle. They've apparently been downplaying the significance of the enrichment facilities, but have been focusing again on trying to get strikes on Iran with a view to facilitating regime change in that country. Anyway, there's supposedly been rows involving Radcliffe and the US general, with the Israelis involved, and other US officials who have been more skeptical have been supposedly pushing back and have been saying that the briefings
and we have a broken sub box on desktop right now. Sometimes YouTube makes my job just that much more difficult as a content curator, trying to devote resources to curation. Did it load? Minnesota forfeit 10K tourney clowned by challengers. Oh no. Dialysis basics. I like that. I throw that into Natural Science 5A. Oh yeah, we're gonna add this to our Call of Duty playlist. Shout out to Murder Show.
At the top, and are not supported by independent corroboration and evidence.
We're gonna cap this when we lastly, get to right about here.
From Reuters, we spoke of a row between Israeli officials and the US Vice President J.D. Vance, in which Vance is supposed to have told the Israeli officials that Israel was trying to lead the United States into a war in the Middle East, a war which was not in America's interest. For the record, that is the one report
so we're at 20 minutes right now, and that's...
I don't know for a fact that it happened, that the...
Okay, so we're at 20 minutes right now, and that's in between analysis of U.S.-Israel relations and the urgency for military action, discussions of the implications of the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear program. So we're going to double back to 15.
How did we get here? Let's deal with the second first.
And I'm going to get something to drink while we cover this.
Discussion about the role that the United States has played in the original Israeli attack on Iran. The United States has admitted to foreknowledge of the Israeli attack. It had the ability to prevent the attack from being launched, but it didn't exercise it. There's been much discussion about the level of duplicity that the President of the United States, Donald Trump himself, showed in advance of the attack. Many people, myself being one of them, have felt more probably that Trump has been swept along by events rather than being in control of them. I still get the impression that that is true. The reports that I'm seeing coming out of the United States, or at least the media in the United States and from US officials, if they are to be taken seriously, and that is a huge if, speak of continued dissension and argument within the administration. There was a fascinating article in Reuters, I think it was Reuters, which spoke of bitter arguments between US officials, with the hardliners steadily winning the argument for the president's ear. The Israelis apparently very unhappy by Donald Trump's suggestion that he might postpone an attack on Iran for 2 weeks in order to see whether there was a possibility of negotiations. The Israelis said that they couldn't wait for those 2 weeks. That begs the question of why the Israelis couldn't wait for the 2 weeks. Personally, I don't think it's difficult to explain that. We've already had reports of the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post that Israel is running out of air defense interceptors. We've had further confirmation over the course of the last 24 hours that there are gaps in the Israeli air defense system, that Iranian missiles are able to hit targets inside Israel. And my own sense is that the reason for the Israeli urgency is that they were worried that in 2 weeks' time, if there'd not been an American attack, Israel's situation would have deteriorated because of the shortage of air defense interceptors and the balance of advantage.
Oh, so he's saying that
war.
Because they're doing an attrition war, they're saying that there's within a few weeks possibly running. So there's a game of ratios being played in terms of the missile launchers and the ballistic missile stores that they have in relation to the interceptors, and to figure out, okay, well, who has more missiles, who has more interceptors, and how can they, specifically the Israeli government, the Israeli defense forces, the military, how they can take different pieces off the field. And from the Iranian perspective, how many missiles do they have to contest the space as their own ability to project their force is being contested. So they're saying, what's the timetable? Does the timetable look like a week? Does it look like 2 weeks of constant missile barrages, playing cat and mouse with launchers? Or is that time decreasing?
The attrition war would have gone decisively in favour and visibly in favour of Iran. So this is probably why the Israelis were lobbying so heavily for an immediate strike upon Iran. At least, if you believe the reports, that is what they were doing. There was another report on Reuters which spoke of a furious row between officials of John Radcliffe, the CIA director, and the commander of CENTCOM, that's the American military officer who's in command of US forces in the Middle East, that they supposedly have become spokespeople for Mossad, has been described. Some US officials have described it, that they've been constantly talking about how the regime in Iran is brittle. They've apparently been downplaying the significance of the enrichment facilities, but have been focusing again on trying to get strikes on Iran with a view to facilitating regime change in that country. Anyway, there's supposedly been rows involving Radcliffe and the US general, with the Israelis involved, and other US officials who have been more skeptical have been supposedly pushing back and have been saying that the briefings that are coming out of Israel are aggressive and over the top and are not supported by independent corroboration and evidence. And lastly, there was another report, definitely from Reuters, which spoke of a row between Israeli officials and the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, in which Vance is supposed to have told the Israeli officials that Israel was trying to lead the United States into a war in the Middle East, a war which was not in America's interest. For the record, that is the one report I lend the greatest credence to. I don't know for a fact that it happened, that the exchange between Vance and the Israelis really from Reuters, which spoke of a row between Israeli officials and the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, in which Vance is supposed to have told the Israeli officials that Israel was trying to lead the United States into a war in the Middle East, a war which was not in America's interest. For the record, that is the one report I lend the greatest credence to. I don't know for a fact that it happened that the exchange between Vance and the Israelis really was of that kind, but it would be consistent with what is known of Vance's opinions and the kind of things he has been saying in the past. But anyway, there are all of these reports circulating, bitter arguments and bitter rows. You can believe them or not, as you choose.
So based on what's just transpired here, what are your thoughts? Do you have any thoughts, questions, or impressions related to how you cognize this type of information? We're about 1/3 in, about 20 minutes, and we're going through this piece by piece, trying to walk you through how I internalize my consume digest as I go about a day.
The point is, ultimately, it all makes very little difference as far as the Iranians are concerned, or perhaps I should correct that, it makes no difference as far as the Iranians are concerned. Either the United States the administration is divided and the president himself is a ditherer, but cannot control his Israeli ally and is being pulled along in Prime Minister Netanyahu's wake, or he is a duplicitous and treacherous individual who conspires to attack Iran. But one way or the other, as far as the Iranians are concerned, the president and his administration are no longer people that they can negotiate with. Going back to that press conference that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has given, he has said that the United States blew up the negotiating table. Here is Israel and the United States blew up the negotiating table. The negotiations, which appeared to be going well, were underway between the United States and Iran. Araghchi himself had had successful and friendly meetings with the US's chief negotiator, Chief Steve Witkoff, and from an Iranian point of view, whether the attack on Iran is the product of chaos and America being pulled along in Israel's wake, or whether it was a treacherous operation planned by the United States all along, from an Iranian point of view, it makes no difference. The outcome is the same. The United States has attacked Iran in the middle of negotiations, and the Iranians have no reason to trust the United States anymore. In fact, as Araghchi straightforwardly said, they cannot trust the United States anymore. So, that then brings us to what happens next. Now, if you go to the reports in the United States today, if you look at the president's own statements, and there does seem to be a clearly defensive tone to some of these statements, it's quite clear that the Americans, the president himself, hopes, and I think hopes is the right word, that this attack on the nuclear facilities in Iran will be the end of the affair. He's actually said that this is the point where the Iranians need to agree to a ceasefire and to start negotiations. It's very interesting, incidentally, that the United States and the Europeans, ever since the Israeli attack on Iran on the 12th of June, the 13th of June, have been saying that the Iranians needed to continue the negotiations.
Normally, I would just be consuming this content through my earbuds. So this is it's an interesting process being here, live streaming. It's a learning experience for me. I think, dang, what do I need to do to learn to produce a better stream, a more informed stream? Right now, we're still keeping Alexander Mercurius up, and we're walking through this content as I would be doing in my own personal capacity, but we're also bringing up a web page on the side talking about what exactly is content experience. I'm like, many other marketing terms we use in our work, content experience can be quite elusive to grasp initially. What does the term mean? The experience someone has when reading our content, or maybe it refers to the overall user experience on your website, from the colors and designs to the navigation and content structure. Or maybe it's got more to do with where people read your content. It's hard to tell from the term alone, isn't it? Well, in truth, content experience is actually all of these things and more. The term content experience relates to the entire scope of experiences customers have with content, how they find it, where they access it, and how they consume the content, how they engage with the information, and more. As a result, content experience defines where your content lives on your website and how it's organized to make topical connections between pages, how it's structured from the overall site structure. So this gets me thinking about graph theory and hypergraph theory, how it's structured from the overall site structure to how individual pieces of content look like. How it compels customers to take action. In this case, action is defined broadly. It could refer to converting visitors by leads or to enticing someone to consume more content from your brand. What's more, content experience spans all stages of the buyer journey. This means you need to plan it in relation to its different aspects, raising awareness about your brand or product, assisting customers when they consider available solutions, and providing information for the decision stage. For example, a B2B brand could create a content experience that begins with customers getting access to informative white papers, and in-depth case studies. A library of search-optimized content could help the company drive potential leads to those resources. Additional assets like webinars where clients could gain deeper insights, but also ask questions and learn more about the value of a company's products. Finally, the company might create a dedicated customer portal that offers access to exclusive resources, product documentation, or product visuals, as well as dedicated customer community. Here's something particularly interesting about this example. It does not focus on any singular particular interaction with a content asset. Instead, it clearly aims to engage a person from the moment they've indicated their interest in the topic, SEO content, through awareness, white papers, case studies, and webinars, to the point of purchase and beyond. Dedicated customer portal. So this brings me back to thinking about my own website and YouTube page for as an aggregator, which definitely is far, far less organized than what this page is talking about. What's more, such content experience puts a huge emphasis on several additional factors: relevance of message to the person's interest, buying intent, and more. Content personalization, so that each piece of content always feels relevant to the person's needs. Timeliness, meaning that the company's position relevant content along the entire buyer's journey. Consistency and convenience during every stage of the process. Isn't content experience just a different term for content marketing then? Well, let's pause here and pick this back up listening to
I've even heard a
geopolitical developments.
report that Trump was apparently astonished when, after the Israeli attack, the Iranians didn't call him and beg for negotiations. I've heard this said. I don't know whether it's true or not. But anyway, the Americans and the Europeans have been calling for Iran to negotiate, even as Israel attacks Iran. They've not been saying that Israel should cease its attacks on Iran to enable negotiations to take place. Anyway, they've been making that demand, which of course is completely contrary to what they've been saying about the situation in Ukraine. There they have been saying, they've been arguing for months, that first there should be a ceasefire and only then negotiations. Now after the attack by Israel on Iran, they're saying negotiations first and ceasefire afterwards. Simplicius, the thinker, has a really good point makes a really good discussion about this on his latest Substack post, in which he said that the contradictions and the hypocrisies on this are stark and obvious, and by the way, never discussed by anybody in the media in the West. But anyway, let's put all that aside. Now, the president, having carried out his attack on the nuclear sites, and his officials are apparently saying, well, we carried out this strike. This is the only strike we want to attack. We don't want to attack Iran anymore. We will attack Iran if Iran attacks US facilities and US bases, but we don't want to do it. We want to stop now. Now, after we've destroyed their sites, the Iranians can come and negotiate and presumably capitulate to our demands. What, however, if the Iranians do no such thing? After all, they still have their stockpile of enriched uranium. They may still have their centrifuges. They may be able to resume enrichment of nuclear material. We don't know. They might be able to work on the material they have towards developing a nuclear bomb. Or maybe they will start to take countermeasures. Maybe even if the president wants to stop this conflict with the Iranians are not interested in doing so. Maybe the Iranians, having been attacked in this way, having decided that the United States is not a party that they can negotiate with, maybe the Iranians, sensing perhaps that in the attrition war with Israel, they are in a position of advantage, will say, well, whatever the Americans think they've achieved by these attacks on our nuclear sites, our priority should be to force the Israelis into concessions by continuing our attacks on Israel. And perhaps the Iranians also will not show the discipline and composure and self-restraint that the Russians have shown. Maybe these Iranians will now conduct attacks on American bases across the Middle East, which they are clearly capable of doing.
U.S. expectations for negotiations post-strike.
Moreover, as I've been making this program, there are some rather concerning reports circulating that the IRGC, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, has begun mining the Straits of Hormuz in order supposedly to prevent ships, tankers exiting the Persian Gulf. If that report is true, then certainly we will see a surge in oil prices, it seems to me. And of course, what does the United States do in that case? Does it try to open the Straits of Hormuz? Does it deploy warships in the area?
Yeah, I have heard that they are trying to, that the parliament has approved the ability for them to block the Straits of Hormuz.
Straits. We've seen with the Houthis in the Red Sea that even when the United States tries to reopen sea lanes which are being blocked by the Houthis are able to continue to strike on shipping and to attack American warships. What if the United States finds that it's facing the same problem with the Iranians? Does it undertake a ground operation? What exactly does it do? One of the great problems with conducting strikes like the one that the United States has just conducted against Iran, and then saying that you want to call it a day, is that that depends entirely on whether the other side agrees with you. What Iran does not want to call it a day? What if Iran feels that it is obliged to hit back? Or what if Iran also feels that it has no incentive not to hit back because it cannot count on further strikes not being conducted against it in the future? What if Iran decides that it needs to hit back against Israel and potentially the United States and to close the Gulf of Hormuz because it needs to reassert deterrence and show strength, because only on that basis can it hope to achieve a negotiated outcome which would be beneficial to itself. In that case, the United States is going to face a potential protracted conflict with Iran. And I've already said that this is not something that is at all in Israel's interests or the United States' interests. I am going to say something which I think I can speak of with confidence. If Iranian missile strikes on Israel continue over the next couple of weeks, then as night follows day, Israel is going to start asking the United States to join Israel in further strikes against Iran. It is unavoidable.
Let's back that up.
And at that point, the United States follows day. Israel is going to start asking the United States to join Israel in further strikes against Iran. It is unavoidable. And at that point, we would probably start to see ourselves drawn into a protracted conflict. It is very, very easy to say, I'm going to conduct one strike and then I stop, but it might be impossible to do because the moment you start conducting strikes, you lose control, potentially, of the whole situation. So anyway, these are the issues and problems that the United States is facing. The Iranians obviously have to make their own calculations. I would have thought myself that it is not in Iran's interests to conduct missile strikes against American bases. That would oblige the United States to retaliate. I am not sure myself that it is in Iran's interests to block the Straits of Hormuz at this time, but be aware that there are reports that Iran is doing that very thing, and of course I am not making Iran's decisions, but I can very easily see why the Iranians might conclude that it is indeed in their interests to continue their missile strikes against Israel, because they know that they can probably withstand a long war. They withstood a long war against Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 1980s, and they probably calculate correctly that the United States and Israel cannot do the same thing. So time works in Iran's advantage, and given that Iran...
This is a very crucial point that he's making right now. The past 5 minutes have been pretty crucial.
Reassert its capabilities and its deterrence. I can absolutely see why they might at this time decide to opt for an attrition war, and that logically points to continued missile strikes by Iran against Israel. I don't get the sense that this has been thought through properly in the United States or in Israel either. A pattern of decision making which is either conducted cynically and in secret without widespread consultations within the entire American political system, or in the alternative, a pattern of decision making which is made in the context of rows and conflicts, anger and raised voices. Neither pattern of decision making that I've described is conducive to cool calculations of the sort that would be needed ahead of war, of starting a war. It may be that though the Americans think and hope and believe that they have finished with Iran, they have failed to realize that Iran has not finished with them.
They're saying they think that's just the one and done, and it's not.
Let's see what happens. Now, Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, says that he's now going to go to Moscow tomorrow and he's going to meet with Putin. And he has been speaking of Russia as Iran's friend. And of course, Putin has been very outspoken about what has happened, and he has quite clearly qualified the Israeli attack on Iran as an act of aggression. And the Russian Foreign Ministry today has published an extremely strong statement, also saying that they unequivocally condemn the American strike on Iran. And worryingly, but correctly, the Russians say that what has just been done has been a massive blow against the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the International Atomic Energy Agency and its credibility. Iran, after all that has happened, no longer has any further grounds to cooperate with the IAEA. It no longer has confidence. It's made it absolutely clear that it no longer has confidence in its director, Rafael Grossi. Neither do the Russians, by the way. Both the Russians and the Iranians have long since concluded that Grossi acts essentially as an agent of the State Department. The Russians have been furious over Grossi's endless prevarications as to who is attacking the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant.
Whoa.
And the Iranians clearly believe, undoubtedly correctly, that the IAEA has been passing secret information about their nuclear facilities to the United States and played an instrumental role in providing the fig leaf justification for the Israeli attack by dredging up actions that the Iranians took 20 years ago and getting the board of the IAEA to pass a resolution that was critical of Iran and which Israel and the US seized on.
Okay, so let's re-rack that.
Though the Americans think and hope and believe that they have finished with Iran, they have failed to realize that Iran has not finished with Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, says that he's now going to go to Moscow tomorrow and he's going to meet with Putin. And he has been speaking of Russia as Iran's friend. And of course, Putin has been very outspoken about what has happened, and he has quite clearly qualified the Israeli attack on Iran as an act of aggression. And the Russian Foreign Ministry today has published an
Russian Foreign Minister today
statement also saying that they unequivocally condemn the American strike on Iran and worry
unequivocal condemnation.
But correctly, the Russians say that what has just been done has been a massive blow against the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the International Atomic Energy Agency and its credibility. Iran, after all that has happened, no longer has any further grounds to cooperate with the IAEA. It no longer has confidence. It's made it absolutely clear that it no longer has confidence in its director, Rafael Grossi.
Oh, so they were talking about the IAEA.
Both the Russians and the Iranians
International Atomic Energy Agency.
The Grossi acts essentially as an agent of the State Department. The Russians have been furious over Grossi's endless prevarications as to who is attacking the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And the Iranians clearly believe, undoubtedly correctly, that the IAEA has been passing secret information about their nuclear facilities to the United States and played an instrumental role in providing the fig leaf justification for the Israeli attack by dredging up actions that the Iranians took 20 years ago and getting the board of the IAEA to pass a resolution that was critical of Iran and which Israel and the US seized on in order to justify the attacks that they have conducted. So the Russians are absolutely right. They're saying that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is now in crisis, and the IAEA, the agency that was once relied upon to enforce.
So we're gonna stop and we're gonna ask this question to our audience. Do you think that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is in question now as a result of these actions? How do you think about the current geopolitical situation that we find ourselves embroiled within? Is the IAEA a once venerated organization tasked with, as a part of the UN, to handle nuclear proliferation, non-proliferation? Is this an issue that's transpiring as a result? What do we have to think and to say and to do with regards to this?
The Non-Proliferation Treaty has had its credibility destroyed. The Russians appear to believe, that Iran potentially could move forward now with a nuclear weapons program. Whilst it had not done so previously, it might be willing to do that now. Now, the Russians do not want Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. I don't think any of the events of the last week or of the last 24 hours have changed that calculus at all. But what can the Russians do? Well, actually quite a lot. They can continue to provide Iran with economic and assistance, gas and food and other things in order to keep the Iranian economy functioning. For the record, the Iranians have been saying that after the initial strikes, the Israeli strikes on Tehran, the situation in the city has stabilized and economic activity has resumed, and that the Chamber of Guilds in Tehran has basically said that economic activity in Tehran can resume. That is contradicted by other claims, which say that half the population of Tehran, 5 million people, have fled the city. I don't believe those claims, by the way. I think the Iranian claims about economic stabilization are more likely true, because contrary to what many are saying, my overall impression is that Israeli airstrikes on Tehran and on other locations in Iran have been gradually slackening. So, anyway, whatever the truth of that, and I accept these are impressions, even if Iran now comes under a prolonged bombing offensive involving both Israel and the United States, the Russians probably do have the means to ensure that economic life continues in Iran in some form. Bear in mind what I've said already. So, anyway, whatever the truth of that, and I accept these are impressions, even if Iran now comes under a prolonged bombing offensive involving both Israel and the United States, the Russians probably do have the means to ensure that economic life continues in Iran in some form. Bear in mind what I've said already. It is an enormous country. It has mountains and locations which are probably difficult to bomb in themselves. Obviously, there are major cities which can be bombed. I think if Israel and the United States start bombing cities, that is going to create a revulsion of feeling against the United States and Israel around the world, just to say, conceivably within the United States itself. But anyway, the point is that the Russians have the means to mitigate at least the effects of that. Of course, the Russians can do other things. They can provide intelligence. They can start quietly providing Iran
Interesting.
with weapons,
So the Russians getting involved in what type of defense and assistance that they can provide.
The more of that the Russians can do. China is the same. The Chinese can also do the same things. I think myself, however, that the first thing that the Russians are going to try to do when Arakchi arrives in Moscow on Monday is that they will say to him, Russia will support Iran, but that it does not want Iran to escalate the situation by taking extreme steps, such as attacking American bases and facilities across the Middle East, or oil installations in Saudi Arabia or the Gulf. And I think that the Russians will also probably advise against a blockade of the Straits of Hormuz, though that, of course, may have already happened. And the Russians will probably, again, advise the Iranians on their negotiating strategy, though it will be one which, judging by what the Iranians themselves are saying, it could be that the Iranians, anyway, are prepared to give up on. So anyway, we will see. The meeting between Putin and Arakchi tomorrow is going to be extremely interesting. We will no doubt have a long Russian readout, setting out what the Russians are advising the Iranians. If we get a short readout, or no readout at all, by the way, then that could be a sign that the Russians are going to start taking further steps that they don't want to disclose, such as perhaps providing some form of military support, though I don't myself expect at this stage that that will happen. Give it weeks, give it months, and the calculus will change. And of course, Putin and Xi Jinping spoke to each other a couple of days ago, 2 days ago. We can be sure that in advance of Araghchi's trip to Moscow, Putin and Xi Jinping or their officials will also trying to get negotiations up and running.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that I cut off the audio while I was streaming that.
President Trump wanted Khamenei himself to come to Istanbul, and apparently he even offered to go to Istanbul.
So this is the core
himself. But supposedly,
filter we can see here.
The Iranians were themselves unable to get through to Khamenei himself in order to obtain his confirmation.
0.6 vertical.
I don't believe the last claim, by the way.
And this one does not have
the Iranians have a way of consulting
audio.
their very own supreme leader. I go back to what Eve Smith said to me a few days ago in an email that she sent. This is before the latest American strike on Iran. What senior Iranian official in their senses would want to travel and meet with American or American officials now in the negotiations? Go both into astonishing claims that one hears. There are reports also circulating that President Trump, in a last desperate bid to avoid the strike on Iran, apparently tried to get negotiations up and running with the Iranians in Istanbul. He was supposedly in contact with President Erdogan of Turkey to get those negotiations going. Apparently, President Trump wanted Khamenei himself to come to Istanbul, and apparently he even offered to go to Istanbul himself. But supposedly, the Iranians were themselves unable to get through to Khamenei himself in order to obtain his confirmation. I don't believe the last claim, by the way. I am sure that the Iranians have a way of consulting their very own supreme leader. I go back to what Eve Smith said to me a few days ago in an email that she sent. This is before the latest American strike on Iran. What senior Iranian official in their senses would want to travel and meet with American or American officials now, given the assassination spree that the Israelis have been under? It's a wonder that Araghchi himself is doing so, but then of course he is the foreign minister of Iran. If we're talking about the supreme leader of Iran, well, the Americans and the Israelis have already spoken of their desire to kill him. At least the Israelis have been absolutely forthright about this. So it would be absolute idiotic folly for Khamenei to leave whatever secret location he is in at the moment, to make himself visible and to travel to Istanbul. Even if Donald Trump himself were to give Khamenei an absolute categorical
that is an interesting thought. Hey, let's still do some negotiations, guys.
I don't
snipe,
know
snipe,
whether
snipe,
in the
snipe,
United
snipes.
States they understand yet, at least in the administration, the damage that this affair has done. I suspect that we are indeed now in the opening stages of a protracted war in the Middle East. It could be that, like many of these wars, there are periods of intensity and periods of abatement. It might be that there are not strikes and attacks taking place every day, But let's assume that I'm right and that there is a protracted war and that the Iranians continue to launch strikes, missile strikes against Israel. The United States will have to launch counterstrikes against Iran. Israel has only limited capacity to continue to hit targets against Iran. That means that the United States is going to have to keep much of its fleet, 3 aircraft carriers at the moment, permanently based in locations around Iran. It's going to have to send more of its air defense interceptors to try to protect its bases from potential Iranian attacks. Because even if Iran at the moment has no incentive, no logical incentive to attack American bases, if the Americans, at the urging of the Israelis, attack Iran, regardless, that Iranian calculus could also change. If this becomes protracted, the United States will be bogged down in another forever war in the Middle East against the most powerful military power in the Middle East. And of course, its navy, as I said, will be trapped in that conflict. Its forces will be trapped in that conflict. For the moment, there is no talk about a ground war against Iran, but of course, if the conflict becomes protracted, maybe voices suggesting that very thing will start to appear, which would of course be another disaster for the United States were that to happen, because a ground war against Iran on Iranian territory would be, I suspect, a complete nightmare, given the size and geography of the country. But anyway, one could see how the United States is maneuvering itself into an indefinite conflict, even as US officials, people like Elbridge Colby, repeatedly speak about the importance of focusing instead on the Indo-Pacific region. And other US officials, including the president himself, have promised the American people and their electoral base that the United States will not be involved in any more forever wars in the Middle East. I have to say, speaking today, I don't get any sense again that any of this has been thought through. I'm still incredulous that an agreement with Iran, which was there on the table, there were issues to be resolved, undoubtedly. There were problems of timing and synchronization, but they were there, that all of that was thrown away. And we've embarked now on this extraordinary, reckless adventure with no clear exit strategy and no visible end in sight. Anyway, there it is. We will see what happens. Maybe, contrary to my expectations, some kind of ceasefire and negotiation does take place over the next couple of weeks. If it doesn't, as I said, we're in serious trouble. I hope that the reports that the Straits of Hormuz have been blockaded are wrong, but the consistent story over the last week is that one's worst fears are consistently realised. And
okay, so for me as a content consumer, I'm getting this information.
Much more likely that we are
let's pause
looking at.
These are conclusions on the potential for a prolonged conflict. Let's double back this and start at 51 minutes. Actually, let's pause and take a break. Our first break. I'll be right back. Wait, we're going back on another break. We're going back on another break. Stay tuned. Wait. Okay, so I'm back from my break. I have no idea what that means.
Back from my break. I have no idea what that.
Okay, so let's continue.
East. I have to say, speaking today, I don't get any sense again that any of this has been thought through. I'm still incredulous that an agreement with Iran, which was there on the table, there were issues to be resolved, undoubtedly. There were problems of timing and synchronization, but they were there, that all of that was thrown away, and we've embarked now on this extraordinary, reckless adventure with no clear exit strategy and no visible end in sight. Anyway, there it is. We will see what happens. Maybe, contrary to my expectations, some kind of ceasefire and negotiation does take place over the next couple of weeks. If it doesn't, as I said, we're in serious trouble. I hope that the reports that the Straits of Hormuz have been blockaded are wrong, but the consistent story over the last week is that one's worst fears are consistently realised. And it could be, as I said, it seems to me much more likely that we are looking at a long, wearisome struggle, prolonged struggle, which will again sap the power of the United States, weaken its economy, ultimately, create more fissures within its own society, and which will ultimately play to the advantage of its Eurasian adversaries. There it is. Anyway, let me just add one further point here, which is that, of course, and this goes back to the fact that the B-2 bombers were able to strike at Fordow and, I believe, Natanz without any interference from the Iranian air defences, if they even exist. It's become absolutely clear to me over the last week that Larry Johnson's assessment is completely true. Neither Iran nor Israel have air defences that remotely live up to the claims that were made about them prior to the start of this conflict. Again, there is a massive unwillingness on the Israeli side to admit to this, but it's clear to me that the Iron Dome and the Arrow and David's Sling and all of those are full of holes. I suspect the problem is not so much technological as conceptual, that Israel simply does not have the long experience that Russia has in creating integrated air defense systems. And the result was that an air defense system has been created in Israel, which is not anywhere near as effective as the Israelis perhaps assumed it was. And as for Iran, it seems to me that their air defense system has been shown to be as fragmented and as disorganized as those of every other important country in the Middle East. Iraq, Saddam Hussein's Iraq, Bashar al-Assad's Syria, all of them. None of them have functioned with the efficiency that Russia does, that Ukraine did, or that the former Yugoslavia showed during the NATO bombing war of 1999. Of course, Russia, Ukraine, and to a very great extent Yugoslavia, were all beneficiaries of Soviet developments in developing air defense systems, which extend back to the early 1950s and in some cases to the early 1940s. No other country has devoted time and effort and attention to developing an integrated air defense system on the scale that first the Soviet Union and then Russia has done.
That's interesting.
Clearly, Iran has proved incapable of replicating that. I suspect it is beyond their technological reach and certainly beyond their conceptual reach. And in the case of Israel, undoubtedly, I suspect their technology is definitely better, but it's clearly beyond their conceptual reach also. A failure of air defense systems on both sides. Of course, in the case of Iran, as far as I can see, all that they're able to do is shoot down a few Iranian drones. Most of the, perhaps all of the Israeli missiles get through. in the case of Israel, yes, they do shoot down maybe the majority of Iranian missiles, and I suspect nearly all the Israeli drones, but enough missiles get through to cause damage, and every Iranian missile that the Israelis shoot down, every drone that they shoot down, of course, further depletes their defenses. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I'm not going to return to the subject of air defenses again. It's clear to me that both sides place their main emphasis on their offensive capabilities, their missiles in the case of Iran, their air force in the case of Israel. Both have proved effective. Their air defenses have proved, to put it mildly, they've been found wanting. Anyway, that's what I want to say about this situation in the Middle East. Now, there is the other war that's going on, and it's attracting less attention, but it is the war in Ukraine. And here, by the way, over the last 24 hours, things appear to have taken a major turn. This has actually been true over the course of the whole of the last week. I'm getting the sense that the sands for Ukraine are now definitely running out, and that the Ukrainians are sensing it. Apparently there's a major effort to keep Zelensky away from the EU.
It's been a while since we dipped back into what's going on in the Ukraine. Oh my goodness, what to even speak about this conflict? Well, as a content consumer, I don't really have much to talk about this conflict. I just quite literally consume content related to all these different fields. Next up is Colonial Outcasts. We have, in less than 10 minutes, Colonial Outcast, Operation Midnight Hammer, the U.S. PR stunt to spark regional conflict and isolate China. And then, quite possibly after that, Professor James Kerr Lindsay, Trump bombs Iran. What now?
To try and rein in what he's going to say. He's, by the way, demanding another $40 billion as I'm making this program, or so I understand. But anyway, Zelensky himself is clearly now himself in growing alarm. You can see this in his statements, from messianic conviction that he was projecting just a few weeks ago, and had done consistently throughout the conflict, at least after the collapse of the Istanbul talks in April 2022. He's now talking, using increasing language of panic, just to say. Anyway, putting all of that aside, putting aside the general picture, we're now starting to get particular specific developments which do look increasingly catastrophic from a Ukrainian point of view. Now, the Russians, over the last couple of days, have been conducting operations in Sumy region. The Ukrainians claim to have recaptured a village of Andreevka. Group of Forces North says that is not true. I believe Group of Forces North, they have been consistently reliable about these sort of things, just to say. That's in Sumy region. There are reports that the Russians have made significant advances around Siversk. There are reports that the Russians are advancing further westwards in the Dnipropetrovsk area. Radovka, the Russian newspaper, says that the Russians are about to begin their attack on the important fortified town of Novopavlivka in Dnipropetrovsk region, which is the last big remaining logistical hub that the Ukrainians supposedly now have in this area of southwest Donbass. All of that is no doubt extremely important, but the main battle continues to be around Konstantinovka and Pokrovsk. And my suspicions that the Ukrainian troops south of Konstantinovka are already in a cauldron, that they have been trapped in the area south of the reservoir, which is located to the south of Konstantinovka. That is now becoming the major consensus amongst most commentators of the war. It seems that the Russians have reached perhaps the western bank of the reservoir, and they're sufficiently close to the eastern bank of the reservoir to make it incredibly difficult and very, very dangerous for Ukrainian troops to retreat through that route. And reports say that there are several thousand Ukrainian troops trapped south of the reservoir, and if so, that would be the biggest cauldron that the Ukrainians have experienced up to now. Several thousand troops puts this on the scale of the entrapment of Ukrainian troops in Mariupol in the first months of the war. Anyway, we shall see, but the reports there are very, very grim and very, 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 very concerning from the Ukrainian point of view. But if possible, there is even greater alarm, and this alarm is now being expressed by the Ukrainians themselves, about the situation northeast of Pakrovsk. The Russians have apparently it is confirmed that southwest of Pakrovsk they've managed to capture the village of Udachnie, and that may very well be true, but it is east and northeast of Pakrovsk that the real disaster is happening, because I get the sense that the Ukrainian defences in this area were never particularly strong, that the Ukrainians expected the attack on Pakrovsk to come from the south, and that was where they built most of their defences. That was, after all, the area where Group of Forces Centre appeared to be advancing. The Russians focused, as we all know, they didn't strike at Pakrovsk in the late summer and autumn of 2024. They went for Kurakhovo and Selidovo and Ugledar instead. But I think that the Ukrainians assumed that once they finished with those places, they would turn north and attack Pakrovsk and try to attack Pakrovsk from the south. Now, I remember myself saying sometime in the autumn that I thought that before the Russians did that, the Russians would probably want to clean up the villages, capture the villages to the east of Pakrovsk, of Vozhizhenka and Novoekonomichny first. And well, so it has turned out. Except that the Russians are doing something much more ambitious even than that. They captured Vozhizhenka some weeks ago. They've now apparently captured another village in this area, an important village called Malinivka. They've also captured Mirnya. I discussed this recently. But instead of advancing straight eastwards towards Novoekonomichny, they've also advanced northwards, outflanking Pakrovsk from the north, attacking villages like Ortyevo and those. But the reports this morning, and these are Ukrainian reports, appear to suggest that the Russians suddenly conducted an advance eastwards and have now broken into Novoekonomichny itself, and that fighting is now taking place in the northern areas of this village. And the reports also say that the Ukrainian defense in Novoekonomichny and in all of these areas, north and northeast of Pakrovsk, is disorganized and weak, and that the Ukrainians might not be able to defend Novoekonomichny itself for very long. If this is correct, then we could be looking not perhaps exactly at a cauldron in Pakrovsk, but an effective, what the Russians and the Ukrainians refer to as an operational encirclement of Pakrovsk, one where the main roads are in effect cut, and where the Ukrainian garrison is therefore unable to obtain supplies, and where eventually, as happened in Kurakhovo and Selidovo and Ugledar, it is left with no alternative but to withdraw across the fields and the woods under attack from the Russian drones and the Russian
so this video is going into ASAP 15.3
mobile units that will be looking out for them with the intent to kill or capture as many of them as they can.
As well as our post-pause watch history.
To this situation than anyone had previously expected. It could be that we might be seeing the battle for Pakrovsk itself begin at some point in the next few days, perhaps a week, perhaps two, and it could be that the battle for Pokrovsk, when it begins, will take much less time than many people imagine. Now, to repeat again, if Pokrovsk falls, most assume that that will seal the fate of Konstantinovka, that the Ukrainians have been depending on control of Pokrovsk to send supplies to Konstantinovka, even from the north. If Pokrovsk falls, it seems to me that the most important town, fortified position if you prefer, holding back the Russians from advancing westwards towards the Dnieper, will have fallen also. I personally think that, contrary to what some, like, say, Big Serge believe, it is Pokrovsk that will be the major Russian objective within the next couple of weeks, though it is likely that the Russians will begin attacks on Konstantinovka as well. But anyway, one can see two crises for the Ukrainians playing out roughly at the same time, one south of Konstantinovka, one around Pokrovsk, and with everybody focused on the Middle East, with the United States potentially involved in a forever war there, I can't imagine that there'll be much interest or time left in any Western capital to worry much about Ukraine anymore. Well, this is where I finish my program today. We will see what move, if any, the Iranians make.
Okay, about 2 hours in,
Gulf of Hormuz
and we finally finished this program.
Of the damage that's
wow, it's been a long road.
Enrichment facilities at Fordow and all of these other places.
Whew.
But bear in mind,
if you've stuck with me over the course of this duration, I want to say thank you.
Iran's enriched stockpile of uranium is still safe in some secret location.
It's been interesting.
I've speculated in this program.
This is what I would normally do in my own personal capacity China, as a content consumer. I would just be here with the screen and the video, consuming content in my ear,
perhaps the main
while working on other things.
Tomorrow, assuming, of course, that we don't already have a blockade of Hormuz, of the Straits of Hormuz underway by then. Perhaps the main event tomorrow will be the meeting between Arakci and Putin, and obviously we'll have to see what comes from that. Anyway, this finishes my program for today. There'll be more from me soon. Let me remind you again that you can find all our programs on our various platforms, Locals, Rumble and X. You can support our work via Patreon and Subscribestar, and by going to our shop, links under this video. Don't forget that in our shop we're doing a sale of items,
as a side note,
which are specific to various
it looks cities. Like YouTube's subscription sub box has been broken on mobile. That, or they're trying out this weird new feature where you get
hats or hoodies or whatever it is, reflecting your own city,
like this cubed view where you can't see any metadata about the title or the date published.
And to check your subscription to this channel. That's me.
This has happened since they introduced this new thing called Most Relevant.
Well, it happened, folks. You know, it actually happened. Oh crap! Hang on, we're gonna have to restart that. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to Colonial Outcasts. Yes, it happened. It happened last night. We bombed Iran. We're just gonna start talking about it, but first, as future historians look through the wreckage of our society in order to piece together the madness, even if the historical record is destroyed in nuclear conflagration, at least they'll be able to kind of determine what's going on by, like, the spiciest meme game I've seen in a while. This is MAGA Karens in church this morning after World War III begins. Church this morning, the spiciest meme game.
Yo, they're starting out swinging this the spiciest MAGA memes. Whoa, that's a huge delay. Oh, I'm not even current. Okay, yeah.
game I've seen in a while. This is MAGA Karens in church this morning after
MAGA Karens in church this morning after World War III begins.
Okay, yeah, so Christian evangelicals have a really big war hard on right now. Lindsey Graham. Oh, God. Anyways, we're joined today by Travis. This is kind of an ad hoc episode. I have no show notes yet, and I think we're just going to talk through it. How you doing?
I mean, great, man. Great.
Yeah. I took an edible last night, and I absolutely crashed. So I slept through the beginning of World War III, and everyone was calling me, dude, you're sleeping through the beginning of World War III. But there was actually not a lot of information that was available when the strikes first happened. But now it seems like what we do know is the U.S. strikes Iran. The U.S.
This is Kyle Kulinski saying that the real. Actually, yeah. Let's consume that first. Again, bear with us for these growing pains, these growing challenges that we have in terms of bringing forth our content, or at least showcasing other people's content as a content consumer. Okay, AMD overclocked. Yeah, we could watch that. Hutch. War with Iran, I guess. Did I show you that there's some new broken feature on YouTube? This is my home screen. Here, let me close out everything. This is my home screen with my subscription box. Say I click my subscription box. Okay, home screen. Oh, excuse me, that's not even my home screen. Home screen. Home screen. Subscription box. Refresh. Refresh. And I'm getting this new thing called Most Relevant, which is kind of weird. Can just scroll through those for the most relevant. And then it gives me this weird thing in my subscription box where it's just... in theory, this should work if there was an alternative. Like, if they had this in relation to the regular sub box where I got to saw the full thumbnail as well as the title and the metadata in terms of how many views it has, how long it's been published, then in theory, that would be legit. But this is in many respects unacceptable. I don't know how to consume through this. So it's been a while since YouTube broke the subscription box. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since YouTube broke the subscription box. But this day has come now. And we're going to have to figure out how long to wait until we send a message saying that we're looking for a change, a fix, a solve. So I'm going to start playing Kyle Kulinski right now. And then when I get back with my coffee, we can begin Colonial Outcast Operation Midnight. Okay, how long ago was this published? This was published 11 minutes ago. Kyle Kulinski. Oh, can I add this? Wait, how do we... Yeah, let's do this later. Okay. So we're going in and we're trying to figure out how to save this. Oh, that's so like not here. Okay, bet. That actually did work. Okay, so I'm going to go get my my tea, and I'll be right back. But in the meantime, let's start off with listening to Kyle Kalinske.
Shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. The ball is already rolling on that front, so I'll have a lot more to say about this tomorrow on the show. Definitely tune in, subscribe below on Secular Talk. You're not going to want to miss it. We have a giant show with so many super important stories. I'm not going to get into all of it here, but the bottom line is Iran's going to retaliate, then the U.S., of course, is going to retaliate to the retaliation. But remember, the main question is, who fucking started it? Who started all this? It was the U.S. Trump ripped up the original agreement with Iran in 2018. Yeah, they were abiding by that agreement perfectly. And then now he turns around after the fact and says, why aren't you abiding by the agreement? Abiding by what agreement? You ripped it up. That gives them a green light to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And even given that, they weren't building nuclear weapons. They only had uranium enrichment to the level of power for their power grid and for scientific research. But here is Trump, yet again, validating, verifying exactly what I told you. I told you the ultimate goal is regime change. It's not just me saying it. Cy Hirsch also reported that the other day, that the green light had already been given, not just to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, but ultimately to take out the entire Iranian Revolutionary Guard, to take out the supreme leader, to take out the mullahs. He even reports that one of the long-term goals is destroy all the civil infrastructure in Tehran. Go after police stations, for example, is one of the things that he listed. So the truth is finally out there. He's being open, he's being honest about it, and by the way, all of the MAGA losers who were trying to cover their asses when they used to pretend they were anti-war and now they immediately flip and they're pro-war, what they were saying was, or at least what many of them were saying was, this isn't regime change, this is just like, you know, a quick strike in and out, it's actually defensive, it's not offensive, and Trump was getting bad advice, but also this was like a major success, and clearly this is not like a long-term engagement, clearly like he just acted decisively, this is peace through strength, and like, now we're good, bro. So they had all this cope that was built up around it, but Trump comes out, literally day one, after the illegal and offensive bombing, and Trump admits this is actually about regime change. So I'm going to say it again, and you're going to hear me say this a lot in the coming days and coming weeks and coming months, but you have to impeach. This is not a question, this is not a debate, this is not up in the air, this is not open to interpretation. He flagrantly is violating the Constitution. Remember, only Congress can declare war. Only Congress can. This is a unilateral decision to bring the U.S. into war. That is impeachment worthy. It is impeachment worthy. They'll come up with some bullshit story about, no, we're allowed to do this because it was defensive. Literally fucking no evidence for that whatsoever. Absolutely preposterous. And then they'll move the goalpost to, oh no, this was covered under the authorization for use of military force from the early 2000s for the war on terror. Even though Iran had nothing to do with 9/11, Iran had nothing to do with the war on terror, right? So it's going to be utterly made up. Impeach, impeach, impeach. Democrats, get out there. I want to hear everybody screaming about this on the talk shows. We need coordinated messaging from the top down. No more of this shit. He's a psychopath. He's a danger to the entire fucking world. And he's about to destroy this country further and destroy the world and light it on fire, as he already started the process with the other day.
Well, it happened, folks. You know, it actually happened. Oh, crap. Hang on. We're going to have to restart that. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to Colonial Outcasts. Yes, it happened. It happened last night. We bombed Iran. We're just going to start talking about it. But facility, the Tomahawk missile.
Okay, so we just finished consuming Secular Talks. Emergency breaking news. And we're jumping into Colonial Outcasts right now.
Missiles struck Isfahan. Iran's response, the Iranian foreign minister. Okay, yeah, so Christian evangelicals have a really big war hard on right now. Lindsey Graham. Oh, God. Anyways, we're joined today by Travis. This is kind of an ad hoc episode. I have no show notes yet, and I think we're just going to talk through it. How you doing?
I mean, great, man. Great.
Yeah. I took an edible last night. I absolutely crashed. So I slept through the beginning of World War III, and everyone was calling me like, "Dude, you're sleeping through the beginning of World War III." But there was actually not a lot of information that was available when the strikes first happened. But now it seems like what we do know is the U.S. strikes Iran. The U.S. attacked 3 key nuclear facilities early Sunday in an Operation Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth claimed obliterated Iran's nuclear ambitions, though full assessment is ongoing. We're going to deal with that and how stupid that is. They called it Operation Midnight Hammer. The strikes involved more than 125 aircraft, including some B-2 bombers that served as a decoy, according to U.S. officials. Other B-2s dropped more than a dozen massive bunker buster bombs. Stop calling me. Sorry, guys. On Fordo and Natanz facilities, while Tomahawk missiles struck Isfahan. Iran's response, the Iranian foreign
Okay, so
minister
now we're going to
Washington
compare and contrast. What's the similarity and the difference between consuming content in this context
red line
versus consuming Alexander Mercurius? You see, we just finished this. Actually, we're going to add what we just finished consuming. This is our post-pause watch history. So we're going to include Kyle Kalinski's video right next, and then so simultaneously while we're consuming this, we're going to double back to see if there's any other videos that could be of interest that we're consuming. It's interesting. Okay, wait, let me switch accounts. Okay. So this is giving us a play-by-play on what's transpired and what's taking place.
About potential diplomacy as the world awaits an official response from Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. President Donald Trump was warned the U.S. could launch more attacks if Iran does not make peace. What's escalating the conflict? Strikes thrust the U.S. into the Israel-Iran conflict, which has seen two sides trade attacks for over a week. Vice President J.D. Vance said that the U.S. is not at war with Iran, insisting Trump only focused on Tehran's nuclear facilities.
I'm not at war with you. I just bombed your nuke plants. It's not a war.
No, and now the U.S. is saying now that they need to push for peace. All right, we bombed you. Now you need to push for peace.
Greg, we don't have any conflict, dude. I just blew up your car in your front driveway. No big deal, though, right? We're not fighting. We're not fighting. Was Operation Needle Dick not available? Was that why they called it? What do they call it?
Operation Midnight Hammer. We hammered a bunch of empty facilities. Even the Russian foreign minister came out and said, none of our nuclear scientists in those facilities were harmed. Everyone's good.
Okay, so this is a secondary report. Again, we just finished consuming content from Alexander Mercurius, and we dipped into Secular Talk just reported. Breaking news, Trump admits regime change is his goal in Iran. So things are in motion for World War III, potentially. People don't have to get their hopes up for these things. They're worrying about their children, about whether or not their children will have to show up in the draft. So we're keeping our eye out, and we're trying to keep ourselves informed as a content consumer.
And of course, when Pete Hegseth says they were absolutely obliterated. What?
It sounds like a Finger Death Punch album name or something. It's that corny. I don't think Pete Hegseth knows what any of those weapons do. But yeah.
So I guess now that we bombed them, cool. We won. I think we can make it.
We're not at war. The war's already over and we won.
Yeah, I mean we can make another assessment how is Donald Trump going to spin this at a speech at midnight, at 10 p.m. tonight? Is it going to be like a George Bush mission accomplished, landing on an aircraft carrier, basically announcing total victory?
I don't. Yeah, and I think he's going to try to outrun. Like he always thinks he's going to try to outrun consequences of what he just did. But I don't know how you do that. So yeah, I don't know how you tell Iran we're not at war now. I don't think that's how war works. Last time I checked.
Yeah, last time I checked on the war works. Well, let's hear a statement from.
And also, there's going to be there's going to be efforts to around the illegality of the action in the first place. So.
Well, I mean, this is what a lot of Russia and China and Iran, in terms of their messaging, are focusing on. This is Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi from earlier today.
Now calculating the damages, and as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities. The damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds good.
If you're any other country right now and you don't have a nuclear program, you should start one. And if you don't have nukes, you should be racing to get them, because it's literally the only thing that protects you. Obviously. From Iran was not trying to build a bomb, but they sure as shit should be.
They were not trying to build a bomb. So for you as a content consumer, what do you think about this? Because some of the claims are that at 60% enrichment, it meant that, hey, what are you doing enriching up to 60%? Versus, hey, that's just a part of normal nuclear energy development. Now, Kevin Blanche might say, hey, which comes first, the nuclear chicken or the nuclear egg? The nuclear energy chicken or the nuclear energy egg in terms of the bomb? The bomb or nuclear energy? Nuclear energy or the bomb? Which comes first, the nuclear energy chicken or the nuclear egg? Bomb energy? From Kevin Blanche's perspective, he would say that the egg is actually the bomb. And that's why he's not in favor of nuclear energy. Because you cannot separate the nuclear bomb from nuclear energy as a result of how the enrichment process is handled.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
After Libya and now Operation Midnight Hammer, why the fuck wouldn't you have a nuclear program?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like this is why North Korea doesn't get hit. Right, it's the only reason. So the only protection is to be nuclear power.
Right, and in their deproliferation negotiations with the U.S., all they do every time I've heard is say, "Oh, you want us to reduce our stockpiles? What happened to Gaddafi? I don't think we're going to do that." Yeah.
Ukraine gave up its nukes too and got invaded. So yeah.
Well. All right. Well, here we're looking at these strikes
for the comment section on that one, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a completely separate issue. But I guess now that we're looking at Iran, what exactly is your impression of what this accomplished militarily?
I doubt it accomplished very much. I mean, the potential strikes on those sites have been being telegraphed for weeks now, and so if I'm them, I'm moving material and the most sensitive, hard to replace stuff. I'm moving it out of there wherever possible. And I've seen some unverified intelligence saying that they did in fact remove a lot of material from those sites, assuming that they were going to get hit. So
yeah,
the jury's out on how much damage was done and how unrecoverable some of those programs will be. But again, we're talking about an enrichment program. You're not talking about this isn't a nuclear weapon factory. Right, this is an enrichment site for civilian purposes, which there are many. So yeah,
it just looked like a really all of this.
DOA's been in there for how many years? Like every nuclear regulatory body is saying no, they're fine. They passed all the tests. There's nothing there that violates non-proliferation. But you get bombed anyway, so you better start proliferating. Yeah,
absolutely. Everybody and their mother needs to start proliferating. It was weird, but anyways, when you look at the strike itself, right? I actually can pull up Twitter because I posted this. Like someone from the control room I guess, posted this, like
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Operation Midnight Hammer. So you've got basically the entire operational timeline here. Time on target was 1900 hours Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
After I took the edibles, I was crashed out. I was done for the rest of the night.
I made the mistake of checking my phone at like 6:05 Central and regretted it because then I had to stay up all night looking at no news because there was no information coming out. But yeah.
Well, now we have this. Okay, we got like 2 carrier strike groups around the Persian Gulf. We have the 2 strato tankers that refueled them. Looks like they refueled like 3 times in air. And then, yeah, they set a decoy task force west. And they gave away like a radar signature on that, but not on the one that actually struck the Iranian targets. You know, both these B-2 bombers, they have a crew that can rotate, so they can stay in the air for like 20, like for however long you need to. Because one of the reasons why they launched out of Whiteman Air Force radar signature, they set an air. We have Well, now we have this. Okay, we got like 2 carrier strike groups around the Persian Gulf. We have the 2 strato tankers that refueled them. Looks like they refueled like 3 times in air. And then, yeah, they set a decoy task force west, and they gave away like a radar signature on that, but not on the one that actually struck the Iranian targets. And they gave away like they set a decoy task force west, and they gave away like a radar signature on that, but not on the one that actually struck the Iranian targets. You know, both these B-2 bombers, they have a crew that can rotate, so they can stay in the air for like 20, like for however long you need to, because. One of the reasons why they launched out of Whiteman Air Force Base is because the B-2s at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean were being that entire bomber fleet is being heavily surveilled. So that's why they launched from the United States. Also, that's where our B-2 fleet lives. They're out of Whitman Air Force Base in Middle America, and they're a strategic bomber that's supposed to be able to deploy from the United States, drop strategic targets, and then return.
Okay, so this is one of the added benefits that you get from coming to Colonial Outcast for information. You get a sense of the strategic depth that they bring to talking about military conflict and engagements. This is my first time consuming this. If we take a look at our post-pause watch history, I started consuming this content right about here. No. Well, actually, yeah, interesting. Oh, we should have included, we forgot to include, what's it called? Agenda Free TV. They had coverage yesterday that we consumed. Oh, that was a misstep in terms of my post-pause watch history. I think it was right here. Oh, that was a shame. Makes me think about redoing my post-pause watch history in order to reflect the inclusion of Agenda Free TV, but that would be so much work to relayer it. But it's all right. This actually should be about right here. Oh, here we go. So yeah, this should be right before here. Brink of War. And Mossad's stenographer. Actually, this is when we first started streaming yesterday. My second stream ever. Where we were talking about, or at least reflecting upon, some of the content that we were going over. I think we started with this stream called This Space. And we also included, we jumped into Blackstone Intelligence on the brink of war, B-2 stealth bombers poised to strike Iran. And we made it about halfway through the Gray Zone's Mossad's stenographer, talking about Daniel Radcliffe. And then we jumped into Secular Talks, Trump launches illegal war on Iran. and then we're continuing. Yeah, so yeah, this is why I consume Colonial Outcast, to try to get a sense of what's going on to the best of my ability. But also as a content consumer and a curator, I'm thinking about how is this layered into what we know of and what we think of when we're speaking about these sort of circumstances where we're like, okay, so what am I talking about when I'm speaking about Operation Midnight Hammer? As a content consumer, we gain those informations and insights based on primary, secondary, and tertiary sources. In this case, I'm acting as a tertiary source. This is a secondary source, and the actual image itself is a primary source. So we're going up and down this chain constantly and habitually to get a better sense of what it means to be an informed content consumer, and how we're using the techniques that we can display and showcase on this channel to make you a more informed content consumer in your everyday life. And also, hey, take away some of these channels that we go through in terms of navigating through my post-pause watch history. Endless content, to some more interesting content, such as when we get into fun stuff, to the extent that that's possible. So we'll take a look.
So that happened.
Yeah, you just described it, right? The fact that they can carry rotate crews that can rotate, tells you that they're designed to hit targets 22 hours, flight time away, etc. So yeah.
Right. And then there was also a Tomahawk missile that hit Isfahan facility, launched from one of our carrier strike groups. So I think that was coming out of a submarine. But anyways, all of this, it was hugely expensive, negligible results. Is this like some sort of PR stunt? Like really expensive PR? Like what the fuck?
Well, it looks like, it definitely looks like it, right? Because again, all of
like, what the fuck?
Well, it looks like, it definitely looks like it, right? Because again, all of the regulatory bodies have said there was no nuclear weapons program ongoing. So what you're attacking is essentially civilian, nuclear enrichment programs, which aren't going to have a massive effect on any war effort. That does not affect Iran's ability to continue to fire ballistic missiles at Israel, right? What part of their military threat did you reduce? To me, the answer is none.
Well, you made it worse, actually.
You made it worse, but yeah, you did no threat reduction there at all.
I'm trying to understand the decision-making process, like outside of just absolutely insane ideology. But what was accomplished? Like, on the basic level, what was accomplished?
Yeah, nothing that I can tell. For Israel accomplished a bunch of things, right? Israel nominally got the U.S. in the war in the war against Iran. It got that, even though apparently we're not at war. So cute, but yeah, like Israel got a bunch of stuff out of it. Some other countries got some things out of it. The UN took a ton of damage. The rule of law took a ton of damage, as the speaker was pointing out. But yeah, I don't see what the U.S. gained at all, other than a live weapons test of some super expensive ordnance that we haven't used in combat before.
Right. Okay, but like, what? Okay, I'm just trying to figure it out.
For you and I trying to look for logic where there is none, and yeah, it makes no sense to me, because again, you're not degrading a program that is any threat to the U.S. You're not degrading a program, and you just massively increase, because people forget how close Iran is. I think they need a map, but people forget how close Iran is to an absolute ton of U.S. bases, and Iran's hitting Israel with regularity. You're watching that on TV, everybody, right? That's 1,000 kilometers away. That's 1,000 kilometers away. There's U.S. bases with U.S. personnel, 100 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away, like very, very close in places like Iraq, and those places don't have extensive air defense setups, right? I'm sure things are being shifted to cover those locations, but those strikes absolutely put U.S. personnel at risk, at very high risk. All the vets who rotated through Kuwait, you hit any of those Kuwaiti bases. There's no bunkers on those bases. There's nothing that's gonna keep a ballistic missile from killing 50 guys. Totally a easy target.
No, I've been through the airbase in Qatar, rotating out of Afghanistan, and yeah, there's nothing. It's just completely flat, completely exposed, completely vertical, just right across the
Yeah, Camp Bering is a tent village. Like, what you know, it's so yeah. They what it did accomplish was put a huge number of U.S. personnel at risk immediately. You know, and I would argue those bases are not those locations are not ready to defend themselves against what Iran is capable of delivering. So yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so let's work through it. All right. So Trump says that we'll respond if Iran escalates. What exactly that's going to look like? But Iran has a number of options. They could engage the U.S. directly. This is what I don't think is going to happen. At least I hope it doesn't. Firing on a U.S. fleet if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which it seems very likely. That will probably necessitate U.S. naval intervention, at least from their thinking, and that is a potential huge flashpoint. Okay, because as you guys know, through the Strait of Hormuz, let me pull up a map so we can actually talk this out. Wait, okay, what the hell? I had it pulled up. Son of a bitch. Okay, here we go. All right. So Strait of Hormuz, right? If you look at this area, that's only like 20 to 30 miles of open ocean between Oman, right here at the tip, and the southern coast of Iran, which is absolutely under the strategic control of the Iranian military. How many short-range missile sites are there? They have a massive arsenal. Well, the concern, though, is if they shut it down, which they've at least planned for, either through blockade or mining it or whatever, that would put them into direct confrontation with the U.S. Navy. I'm not sure what the decision making from the U.S. military perspective would be, but one thing is, like, are our ships susceptible to Iranian ballistic missile rocket fire? And
the bigger threat is the specialized anti-ship missiles, which are even harder to defend against. Right? They have flatter flying profiles. They're designed to defend coastlines and to attack.
Interesting. So let's back that up. What he said.
To flying missiles, which are
specialized anti-ship missiles.
The bigger threat is the specialized anti-ship missiles, which are even harder to defend against. Right? They have flatter flying profiles. They're designed to defend coastlines and to attack warships. And Iran has, I think they're on their fourth generation of their anti-ship missile, the Noor, fourth or fifth. Somebody fact check me there. But that's a very significant threat. So I think we just watched them be globally underestimated as to their ballistic missile capability. People were saying, oh, they have 2,000, and I saw numbers the other day saying, no, they actually think they might have like 20,000. And so I wonder how underestimated their anti-ship missile capabilities. And if you look at that map that you were just showing, the Strait of Hormuz, there's no range there, right? Anything operating in and around there would be easily targetable, by a missile that's got like a 300 kilometer, 170, 200, 300 kilometer range, depending on which generation of their anti-ship missile you're talking about. But they absolutely have them. Everybody does. All the large military powers have these anti-ship capabilities now, and the biggest defense against them is standoff. But yeah, you're not going to have it there.
Yeah, and again, you said they don't really have a high trajectory, so it's harder to intercept as well.
No, typically, yeah. I'd have to look at that one specifically, but generally they fly flatter and they're harder to shoot down. Them be globally underestimated as to their potential to attack profiles. They're which are even harder to defend against. The bigger threat is the specialized anti-ship missiles, which are even harder to defend against. Right? They have flatter flying profiles. They're designed to defend coastlines and to attack warships. And Iran has, I think they're on the fourth generation of their anti-ship missile, the Noor, fourth or fifth. Somebody fact check me there. But that's a very significant threat. So I think we just watched them be globally underestimated as to their ballistic missile capability. People were saying, oh, they have 2,000, and I saw numbers the other day saying, no, they actually think they might have like 20,000. And so I wonder how underestimated their anti-ship missile capability is. And if you look at that map that you were just showing, the Strait of Hormuz, there's no range there, right? Anything operating in and around there would be easily targetable, by a missile that's got like a 300 kilometer, 170, 200, 300 kilometer range, depending on which generation of their anti-ship missile you're talking about. But they absolutely have them. Everybody does. All the large military powers have these anti-ship capabilities now, and the biggest defense against them is standoff. But yeah, you're not going to have it there.
Yeah, and again, you said they don't really have a high trajectory, so it's harder to intercept as well.
No, typically, yeah. I'd have to look at that one specifically, but generally they fly flatter and they're harder to shoot down because again, they're designed specifically for targeting naval warships. And so, unlike ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, etc., they have a different engagement behavior.
Yeah. So hopefully, and even if they're protected by the Aegis defense system, which is an impressive air defense system that basically is integrated into all U.S. fleets and naval ships. Guess what doesn't have an Aegis defense system? The bases in Qatar and Kuwait and Iraq and all the other places within.
It's also the Aegis system is very good. It's very old. It's very advanced. It's been it's on God knows what generation now. It's a defense in depth air defense system. However, again, you're talking about being right next to the Iranian coastline, and so therefore you are in the range of everything. We're not talking just long-range anti-ship missiles, ballistic missiles, all of the drones, all of the rockets, essentially anything in their arsenal you're going to be within range of. And what that means is that Iran can do what they've been doing to Iron Dome, which is flooding the zone with cheaper stuff and forcing those systems to target and shoot those things down. Missiles, ballistic missiles, all of the drones. Therefore, you are in the range of everything. We're not talking just long-range anti-ship missiles, ballistic missiles, all of the drones, all of the rockets, essentially anything in their arsenal you're going to be within range of. And what that means is that Iran can do what they've been doing to Iron Dome, which is flooding the zone with cheaper stuff and forcing those systems to target and shoot those things down, while something bigger comes right after and strikes. This is essentially the Ukrainians did a version of this when they sank that Russian capital ship a couple of years ago, right? They attacked it with drones first.
That was the example that I was going to use for what could possibly
happen. That's a perfect example. They flooded its sensors and distracted it with a bunch of drones and smaller stuff while they hit it with a sea-based drone, a suicide drone. So yeah.
Was that a destroyer?
No, that was a capital ship. That was the Moscow.
Okay, well, yeah. So there you go. Yeah, and here's that's happening.
Oh, you're not. It was a cruiser, which I don't know how the Russians call their stuff, but yeah, something like that. It was the first capital ship sunk, I think, since like the Korean War.
Right, and this is kind of circling back to my fundamental question, which I don't understand. Like, what the fuck did they expect to happen? And now the U.S. State Department is scrambling. Look, freaking U.S. Secretary of State calls on Chinese government to pressure Iran to keep Strait of Hormuz open. They're having to ask the Chinese to pressure Iran. Why would the Chinese do that? Most of the oil that China buys comes from Iran, and it used to be on Iran's shadow fleet. That they have a shadow fleet to basically avoid sanctions. But now they've finished a frigging Iran-China rail corridor, which is now they're going to ship all their oil shipments to China via land. And I'm just like, what did you guys think was going to happen? Like, why would you think China would pressure them? I guess like the short-sightedness of like Western imperialists right now is just really crazy.
Yeah, that's totally baffling. And then to think that they would agree to it, right? Why should they? Right? Because anytime they've cooperated with the international bodies, i.e., run by us, how's that worked out for them? You know what I mean? How did participating in the NPT programs and the IAEA, how did that work out for them? Yeah, great. They don't have nukes, so the U.S. just bombed them. Like my argument worked out for them. Yeah, great. They don't have nukes, so the U.S. just bombed them. Like my argument being, why would they cooperate and why should they?
I think this is going to go down as one of the biggest foreign policy disasters like ever.
I've seen U.S. administrations do some dumb shit before, but this is definitely top of the list. As far as like, I cannot understand what you hoped to gain here, right?
We're going to take a pause, but leave this running.
From an extractive, from a cynical, from a mercenary standpoint,
and
I
I'll
can understand
continue
what resources you
consuming
intend to get
from
out of this, or influence a region or something like this. This one makes zero sense. This looks like our government being led around by the nose by Israel, because this makes sense for Israel maybe, and fucking nobody else.
But like, what is Israel going to get out of this though?
They get us in the war. That's what they get, because the sites that were struck were enrichment sites. Netanyahu knows there's no real threat. They know that. They know there's no nuclear weapon threat there. But what they get is now that the U.S. is engaged, and so Iran now has to pay attention to more things than just Israel. So yeah, I mean, I think that's what they think they gain. I think this is as disastrous as anything else.
They also get the political cover of the empire entering war. This is no longer a proxy fight. This is direct engagement. And
this is Western democracy against whatever evil title they want to give Iran. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, they bomb the sites. Now the Strait of Hormuz, 25% of the world's oil energy passes through. 20% passes through there. It's going to shock the oil markets. It's already done that. Maybe we could see some stagflation. This is going to have massive geopolitical ramifications.
Well,
And also,
the Houthis said American ships are back on the menu. So,
oh, they just put that out?
yeah, I believe they put it out yesterday.
Okay. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. So I guess now what we can look forward to is, an increasing security relationship now between Russia, Iran, and China. Like already, like our foreign policy around Iran was dog shit. Like we sanctioned them so much that they were forced to sell at a discount rate cheaper oil to China, our major geopolitical rivals. So like, it just doesn't make sense, man. No, I mean it does. The U.S. government is driven, especially like a lot of these hawkish decision makers, are driven entirely by ideology. It's because
See with didn't the Russian statement that they're going to give nuclear ordnance to Iran.
that and there's also been some talk about Pakistan could also do that because of course Benjamin Netanyahu has said before, like after Iran, Pakistan's nuclear program needs to not exist because they're a Muslim country with nukes. And, that's also in order, and this is why it can get really dangerous, in order to de-escalate Israel potentially using a nuke, where like a lot of these other regional players are like, maybe Iran actually needs a nuke now so that Israel doesn't use a nuke.
Yeah. 100%.
That's in their military doctrine. We've all heard of the Samson option. Like, if Israel goes down, from their perspective, we're taking everybody with us. And then, so I don't know. This is crazy. Before we move on into some stuff JD Vance said, and I definitely want to talk about like what's happening in the liberal media space because that's fucking hilarious. But I was on TRT World Thursday, and I was like, the Israelis are probably trying to seek the assassination of the supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini. And the anchor was like, what do you think? He's like, wait, are you saying that? Think of the worst thing that you could do for like the rules-based order in international law, and they'll do it. Like, why is this still a thing? They killed Ismail Haniyeh, a fucking diplomat, head of Hamas's political bureau, who was one of the biggest voices for a ceasefire. They killed him so that they could deal with Yahya Sinwar, who definitely didn't want that.
They hit embassies. They had Iranian embassies in other people's countries. Like, what do you? Yeah, like they have no rules, right? They have no consequences for their actions. The Iranian ballistic strikes are the first consequence Israel's received for its behavior.
Yeah, and they're freaking out, and I think part of this is information operations too. Like the bombing strike, getting the U.S. involved. It's really taking away from the genocide in Gaza. It's taking away from the fact that Tel Aviv is getting hammered, and there's really nothing that Israel or the United States can do to stop that from happening.
Oh, I'm sure Netanyahu would much rather the news story shift to the Iranian nuclear program, right, instead of we're starting, because they also keep doing this, right? It's like, Tel Aviv's getting hit by Iran, the Iranian nuclear program, the U.S. needs to strike, and then like in the sub headline is like Israel kills another 50 people in a bread line, right? Like that's still happening every day, right? Their slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza still happens every day, but it's getting replaced by these other headlines. I'm sure they're happy about that.
Yeah. Fuck. Well, I guess here we go. Downhill with no brakes. I definitely see, this is an inflection point. Like regional dynamics are totally going to shift around this issue. Even the Gulf states, our traditional Western comprador allies within the region, don't want this. Like literally nobody wants this. Trump wants to do an Abraham Accords 2.0, basically have all these Arab governments now normalize with Israel. It's going to be hard. Now
any Arab government that participates in that right now is going to, it's going to cost them massively at home. I mean, I know, some of these are autocracies and it may not matter, but still, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
That was the U.S. foreign policy version of that kid that has like a Nerf gun and he shoots himself in the junk and then dances around screaming. That's what just happened. The U.S. just shot itself in the dick. That was dumb as hell.
Maybe we should make that the YouTube channel, the episode title. U.S. shoots itself in the dick.
Yeah, exactly.
But what is the political off ramp for this situation?
I don't know. That's why I think they're already trying, right? The "we're not at war" quote. Who was that? Who said that? Because that's fucking. Was it Hegseth?
JD Vance has been posting some crazy shit today.
Oh,
and this is why I bring up the
couchless room or something.
Yeah, and nobody wants this. Oh my God, Carolyn Levitt She just posted. I've just been on Twitter. It's so fucking insane. All she did was she's the KKK Barbie press secretary, Caroline. She just
Barbie.
posted. She just posted Operation Midnight Hammer. That's it. Like, what? Anyways, Modi just issued a statement, spoke with President Pezeshkian. We discussed in detail about the current situation, expressed deep concern about recent escalations, reiterated our call to do immediate de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy as a way forward for early restoration of regional peace, security, and stability. Modi is a Hindu fascist and generally loves Israel. They have an increasing, he sends Bollywood actors over there to like brownwash apartheid and occupation, and even he's saying that. And then Pakistan obviously is getting more involved.
I wonder if you go over there, the Israelis won't let them in the clubs, because that's what I've heard happens.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard when people from India visit, they've had a couple of Israel supporting influencers go over there and try to like film lives, and they get blocked from like Israel clubs and bars, like they won't let them in.
Yeah. But anyways, JD Vance, he said it's up to Israel to take out the Ayatollah.
I'm curious.
He said loves Israel. They have an increasing, he sends Bollywood actors over there to like brownwash apartheid and occupation, and even he's saying that. And then Pakistan obviously is getting more involved.
I wonder if you go over there, the Israelis won't let them in the clubs, because that's what I've heard happens.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard when people from India visit, they've had a couple of Israel supporting influencers go over there and try to like film lives, and they get blocked from like Israel clubs and bars, like they won't let them in.
Yeah. But anyways, JD Vance, he said
Israel. I wonder if you go over there, the Israelis won't let them in the clubs, because that's what I've heard happens.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard when people from India visit, they've had a couple of Israel supporting influencers go over there and try to like film lives, and they get blocked from like Israel clubs and bars, like they won't let them in.
Yeah. But anyways, JD Vance, he said it's up to Israel to take out the Ayatollah.
I'm curious what the hell they think that's going to change.
Regime change. Every time the U.S. says they don't want,
I think that's going to work. It's like you realize there'll be another guy. It makes no sense.
Well, they think like once you cut the head off the snake, they're obsessed with us cutting the head off the snake. These decapitation strike things. That they think that the people are going to rise up and the government will collapse and they can install some like Western puppet in there. But yeah, that's what they're thinking. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're listening. We're just looking at some Donald Trump tweet.
It's just so fucking dumb.
We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of all caps bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace.
Now is the time for peace.
This is literally insane. I feel like I'm in an abusive relationship right now.
Dude, 100%. This is like Idiocracy was more plausible than this.
Yeah, and then okay, hang on. Let me find. Okay, so go to the Hill. The Hill reported this. JD Vance. JD Vance says, "Oh yeah, Ayatollah assassination."
I guess he does stop letting Scott Ritter activists wash his past as a pedo.
Wait, what's up?
Scott Ritter's like the first comment underneath that shit that you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, cool. Assassination plot. JD Vance talks about Iran, and yeah. So I think they're definitely going for that because they can't achieve anything militarily. So if they want to collapse the regime, they've got to do stuff like that. I mean, it's not going to work.
Not gonna work.
I think Iranians are like even ones that hate the government are now rallying around the country's spiritual relationship. It's like when they bomb you, you're not going to be like, oh yeah, you guys are right.
Dude, it's rally around the flag psychology works almost everywhere. Like if you, there's nothing in even a mildly unpopular regime. There's nothing they like better than a massive external threat. This is fucking 101 level shit. That's hilarious. You're gonna make that government stronger, and every time you shoot at that government, you're just gonna keep making it stronger. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess like we can't really judge too much. We don't have like a battle damage assessment from the sites. We
A
don't
battle
really know
damage
Or
assessment.
really too, we don't have a good frame of
So
reference for
let's
what it looks like after.
pause.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
Like I'm
been
looking at
interesting
before and
trying to assimilate myself as a content consumer. And again, I keep on going back to that because that's my anchor that I use to orient myself in this way. Okay, so what is content consumption? Content consumption is defined as how your audience reads, views, or listens to information and data created by and related to your business and marketing. With ever increasing devices, platforms, and content, understanding how your content consumers get the most value out of the content you lovingly create. Understand how your content consumers get the most value out of the content you lovingly create. To ensure your target audience finds and consumes your content, define it in terms of format of content, selected based on combination of users, platform, and device preferences. Some platforms and device and/or devices may be limited in the content formats they can handle. Platform where content appears, since content presentations can vary due to each other's entity's rules regarding sizes and format. Devices used to consume content depends on connectivity and the context of use. Context of user also sets limitations on formats. Content. Factor 3. 3 factors define user needs. Content factor, format, platform, and device. Define user needs. So for the format, we have text, we have images, we have video, we have audio, we have presentations, we have webinars. For platform, we have owned, okay, based on user choice, flexibility, and other data. Owned. We have social media. We have native device options, including apps and voice options, and third-party media, both online and offline. And for the third content factor, device, we have factor explanations. We're talking smartphones, computers, tablets, kiosks, and/or voice-enabled devices, including smart assistants and hearables. That's interesting, right? When was the last time you heard the term hearable as opposed to a wearable? Actionable marketing tips. Ensure your content marketing meets each of your... Okay, so what is U.S. content consumption by the numbers? Depending on age, location, income, and lifestyle, and/or the number of devices you use to consume content, information, and other and/or data on any given day can vary. In cities, people tend to be exposed to more information via options, out-of-home technology. It's placed on the streets, it's multi-story buildings, and public transportation. Beyond eyes-only content, some information devices offer either audio or visual content. Depending on the device, users can interact. Okay, so we're talking about what is U.S. content consumption by the numbers. Changing U.S. content consumption by device. Smartphones. 2011 to 2021, overall media consumption among adults was estimated to be about 666 minutes per day, or roughly 11 hours in 2021. Wow. Okay, so in 2021, that was 4 years ago, we have... So it seems like it was increasing at about a rate of... So by now it should be about 700 minutes. And we're looking for a COVID jump. Interesting. So we might not be at 700 minutes, but we might be either close to or just barely exceeding 700 minutes per day. Interesting. Let's see. 11 hours per day. 11 hours per day. Do you believe this? Minutes spent on content broken out by device. So we're talking all devices, content, all devices. We're talking mobile, desktop, radio, television, and magazine. All devices. Wow, let's leave a... In the meantime, let's break open a category specific quick pick. And we can play this in the background. This is Culture Commentary 1. I wonder if to what extent we can perceive the titles and the thumbnails in this video. Let me know if you think that this is a reasonable enough way to consume content. It's supposed to be... Wait, let me see. Maybe if we expand this and move this a little bit. And then change the... Oh, so it is at 1080p. Okay. Okay, so we're talking 11 hours, roughly 11 hours in 2021. That's fascinating to me. What's missing from the media consumption chart? Content consumption using newer devices includes smart assistants, hearables, and gaming devices. Let's full screen this one. Okay, let's see if we can shift this. Okay, yeah, take a look. Changing media consumption. In a single decade, the way in which we consume media has shifted dramatically. Everyday mobile has skyrocketed, and underscoring the move away from offline media. Okay? So desktop has remained about consistent. TV has declined. Down 24%. Mobile quickly is on the place to replace TV as people's main source for media. Radio has declined 19% as well. Magazines are down 50% from 24 minutes in 2011 to 12 minutes in 2021. Radio is down 19% from 2 hours and 11 minutes to 1 hour and 39 minutes. Okay. Can Rotten Tomatoes really destroy a movie at the box office? This is the hottest the world has ever been. Published 5 years ago, One Crack News. Yeah, sometimes it's interesting to just take time to go through some of the old content that we've curated. Okay, so we spoke about minutes spent on content consumption broken down out by device, and then what's changing from the content consumption chart based on changing media consumption habits. U.S. average attention clock. On average, adults 18 plus spend 13 hours with media per day. This number exceeds a 24-hour day due to multitasking with the help of technology. 5 hours spent on video across devices. So this shows people moving away from television to other forms of video. Again, you can fast forward in this program if you want to get back to Operation Midnight Hammer, the U.S. PR stunt to spark regional conflict and isolate China. After this, we're getting ready to dip into some other... We might check out markets. Add to queue. We definitely want to dip into what's going on with Agenda Free TV. This is my home screen right now. Whew. Apparently Canada is on fire again. That's where some of the proponents of the channel Climate Emergency Forum are located, so it's good to know what's going on there. This is what we actually wanted to start off with, something more lighthearted. Gooby and Doobie. Sometimes we make choices that are not good for us despite knowing better. Why is that? Question mark. So a little bit of lighthearted culture commentary from Gooby and Doobie as they stroll through the trails in the Northwest Pacific. Or the Pacific Northwest. Trying to switch up our content publication strategy. We've included some videos from when we were streaming when I was streaming, what was I streaming? X Defiant. Scrolling. Bad Faith. Political Scholar destroys Jake Tapper's pro-Israel garbage with Dr. CBS. Gonna add that to ASAP 15.3. Defense, Politics, Asia. We might add this to the queue. This was always a good one. Revenge of the Broligarchs, Part 1. People of Earth are irrelevant. The AI race to the end. From Poetry of Predicament. This is for those people that are collapse aware and for those that are collapse acceptant. Scrolling, we're going to scroll for a few minutes more. I'm choosing health over my collection. Time to let it go. I've been doing this, take 15. I've been doing this for an hour. And I keep restarting over and over again because I try to catch myself while taking this way too negative. Yeah, this is, I've never heard of this channel. Oh, goodness. I've never heard of this channel. I've never heard of this channel before. So I'm getting an insight into it. Saying, Dwayne, what's going on? He's saying he's falling apart physically. And for the past, okay, wait.
6 years at this point, I've been struggling to fix it, and at some point you just gotta admit it ain't happening.
I wish we had the multiplier
whatever progress
for this.
I've made, weight I've lost, I put back on, trying to mend injuries that I've acquired, only adding more to the list, and it's not healing properly. The shoulder, I'm fine with all of that. That's, of course, the tricky part. I've seen so many doctors, and unfortunately, most of them, all they do is just get a blood test done, and then it comes back normal, and they're like, well, you're fine. And when I ask, yeah, but are there any other tests we can do to figure out why I feel like garbage? Why I have this debilitating fatigue and why it takes days to recover from everything?
Could be long COVID.
No, nothing else we can do. We'll leave it at that. So, yeah, if there's anything you see in my collection, I will put, set a link to a Google Doc in the description where I list things up for sale. I'll have to put them up one by one. That takes quite a lot of time.
I'll be right back.
And time, of course, is also a limiting factor. But anything you can see, you can reach out and ask about, and we can figure something out. So, yeah, that's basically how it is. I am hopeful about the future in that sense. Like, just as long as I find someone who can figure out what's wrong, and you can, find a way to fix it without some bullshit fad that just costs money and doesn't do a thing, of which there are many. But yeah, hopefully I can get sorted out and get back on track and be more functional. Of course, functioning, that's what we get drilled into our minds. You need to be functional and productive. You need to be a good worker drone, right? No, being able to enjoy your life is important, and feeling like garbage, being in pain all the time and tired all the time, it's not cool. It's quality of life suffers. So I want to change that. Thank you for making it this far. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry that it was still more negative than I would have liked, but yeah, how am I supposed to put a positive spin on it without lying to you? I could have kept it to myself, but then this stuff is not going to sell itself. I'm not going to get in the money by itself. If you are in a good place economically, if you can't easily afford to do a Patreon pledge, I very much appreciate that. But I absolutely understand. Pretty much everybody is struggling financially. It's hard times for at least the 99%. Either way, the ones who do support the channel, I'm very grateful for. And I'll do what I can to not disappoint you.
We should
I do
talk
feel
about
like a bit of a
inequality
failure,
more on this
quite
channel.
honestly, just to go that long,
We'll have to add that to the list.
so many years, and having nothing to show for it. In fact, having negative to show for it, because I just kept falling apart more.
Okay, so let's
More of a
jump
wreck.
in and do a channel analysis
Yeah,
of this
But-
channel.
I'm doing something about it now. We'll see how it goes. It can only get better. Right? Thanks for watching. How well would a rapier do against mail? This is something that one of my
Okay,
supporters brought up on the
1.62
Patreon
million
Discord. Thank you for-
subscribers. Wow. Channel's been around for 15 years. So this guy was around back when FPS Russia was doing gun videos. Eight years ago, wow. A lot of views, a lot of views. This is their full-time job. Okay, so I'm jumping into a channel analysis section. It's been, I mean, we've never done one of these lives. So we started with this, where they're doing outtakes.
Nobody likes to listen to someone complain about their problem. Nobody likes to listen to someone complain about their problems. Oh, negativity in here and there. People either want inspirational stories of overcoming hardship and rising to the challenge and eat more money. Than
So this is the first fib
to
retracement,
figure like, well,
second fib retracement, and
Right.
third fib retracement.
for obvious reasons, I do want to keep that. I could imagine maybe doing a charity auction for this falchion, but other than that, no. Yeah. Here as well, my trademark helmet, I might even let that go as well. The crossbow is already claimed, but other than that, yeah, the Red Baron I would very much like to keep as well, but we'll see. Whatever it takes. I'll do whatever I have to get fixed in some kind of way, because I can't live like this anymore. And by the way, I know there are a lot of really supportive and kind people who will probably reach out and ask me if they can help. But I've talked about these things before when it wasn't.
Can I consume and do the
We'll probably
channel
reach-
analysis at the same
Will
time? No.
probably reach out and ask me if they can help. But I've talked about these things before when it wasn't.
No, I can't.
Will
I
probably
can't.
reach
I
out
can't
and
simul
ask me if they can
consume.
help. But I've talked about these things before when it wasn't quite as bad yet, and a lot of people have reached out, including professionals like physiotherapists and personal trainers. The only thing is, I can't really do that online. I need someone in person to figure out what's wrong with my body, and to kick my ass, like very directly. I need that direct pressure, pressure, but combined with professional restraint. Because my problem is, when I really get into it, when I go balls to the wall, like I need to change, I overdo it. I go too hard and then I get injured. So I need someone to moderate that as well. And that's really best in person. So yeah, I appreciate anyone who wants to reach out and give me advice and everything. It just doesn't work that way. If you happen to be in Nova Scotia, like if we can meet up in person, that's a different story, that works. Or if you can recommend a good trainer or
Approximately 15 months ago, in the
specialist in dealing with rehabilitation and all that by all means, that's definitely appreciated. No diet advice. I don't need you to tell me to eat raw bull testicles or whatever before you start typing. All right.
Okay, so right now we're going through a channel analysis of this YouTube content creator called Scalagrim. Anybody know of him? Leave a comment in the comments channel or the section labeled comments, or if you're in this live stream, jump into the live and leave a comment. Okay, Scalagrim has saying he's choosing health over his collection. So he's saying that there's some issues going on with his health. I don't know if it's long COVID related, but they're saying it has a lot to do with fatigue. And they're on their 14th or 15th take before they decided to finally let it go. Right now we're scrolling through on about 90% with a cutout just to get a sense of his content publication history, what it looks like, and what type of content he's consuming or curating, or like the type of content that he creates. Okay, so how would we do a channel analysis? First, we would take a look at maybe the description. 443 million views. Joined December the 13th, 2006. Wow. So it's a long run channel. They have 1.62 million subscribers. First video was shooting the Sig, Mosquito, and Colt 1911. And I guess this could be a part of his collection, but so far it looked like his collection was mostly medieval weapons. I don't know if you can see this clearly, or if I have to slow it down a little bit. Yeah. Wow, I wish I could let this play while I was while I'm scrolling, just to give you a sense of what the early years of this channel looked like. Cave knife traveling. So they're already spiking well over 200,000 1 mil views in this time. I wonder when they reached those first milestones. 200K, 300K, 800K, 1.5 million. So this is 9 years ago still. We're going to zoom in quick. Right now we're at 6 years. We're going to keep on scrolling. 4 years. Okay, definitely a change in the thumbnails produced. Here, let's go about halfway. 7 years. Oh wow, interesting thumbnails. I wonder if we can perceive the change in the thumbnails as we're watching. So what can we learn about this? Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, thumbnails got far more complex. Less titling, more background imaging. Oh wow, interesting. Swords. Swords. The evolution towards handheld combat items. Oh wow, so we made it. Interesting. So what does it feel like going back just about a year? 10 months from now, a year from now? Toss to win. Playing the YouTube algorithm game. Fascinating. Okay, so let's close this out and finish this video.
Anyway, so, yeah, that's what's going on. It doesn't actually even feel bad. Like, yeah, I have a sentimental connection to some of these, and, you know, I love Arms and Armor and all that, but I'm not materialistic anymore. I used to be to some extent, but these days, they're just more important things. And health is way more important than anything you could own, it's fine. If this is what I need to do, as long as I can actually find the help I need, as long as it actually makes a difference, I'm fine with all of that. That's of course the tricky part. I've seen so many doctors, and unfortunately, most of them, all they do is just get a blood test done, more to the list, and it ain't happening. You know what here, physically, which are done, you'd be like, what the hell's going on? But yeah, in short, I'm kind of falling apart here physically, which of course also takes a mental toll. And for the past 5 or even 6 years at this point, I've been struggling to fix it, and at some point you just gotta admit it ain't happening. You know, whatever progress I've made, weight I've lost.
Customize and save.
Weight I've lost, I put back on, and trying to mend injuries that I've acquired, only adding more to the list, and it's not healing properly. The shoulder I injured in 2018, it's still not right. It'll probably need surgery. The elbow, like the right elbow problems that I've had, despite physio and everything, trying to rehabilitate it, it's been 8 months, still not right. So I need professional help. And for that, I need money. Some things, of course, are covered by health insurance, like the first 5 physiotherapy sessions. After that, I have to cover it myself. And I already burned through that in an attempt to rehabilitate the elbow. And surgery is also covered, but it just takes a while. But then other things, like more physiotherapy sessions, massage therapy, personal trainer, whatever else, whatever it takes, some specialist to hopefully finally figure out why I'm exhausted all the time, chronic fatigue or whatever on earth it is. There's got to be something that can be done about it. So basically, everything you see is potentially up for grabs. Some things, obviously, I would like to keep, like the Albion Knecht.
This is fascinating for me.
Zombie tools, Reaver Cleaver with the special no bullet sign. But it depends. For the right price, I'll let go of just about anything. I will prioritize. I will first sell the things that I'm less attached to, but depending on how it goes, if I need more money, then other things will have to go as well. That's definitely going to be an exception for obvious reasons. I do want to keep that. I could imagine maybe doing a charity auction for this falchion, but other than that, no. Yeah, here as well, my trademark helmet, I might even let that go as well. The crossbow's already claimed, but other than that, yeah, the Red Baron I would very much like to keep as well, but we'll see. Whatever it takes. I'll do whatever I have to get fixed in some kind of way, because I can't live like this anymore. And by the way, I know there are a lot of really supportive and kind people who will probably reach out and ask me if they can help. I've talked about these things before, when it wasn't quite as bad yet, and a lot of people have reached out, including professionals like physiotherapists and personal trainers. The only thing is, I can't really do that online. I need someone in person to figure out what's wrong.
Okay, so let's get back into the preferred content for the moment.
You're gonna make that government stronger, and every time you shoot at that government, you're just gonna keep making it stronger. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, and I guess like we can't really judge too much. We don't have like a battle damage assessment from the sites. We don't really know.
But that ordinance is new, really too. We don't have a good frame of reference for what it looks like after. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at the before and after, and it's like I haven't watched this used before either, so I don't really know what to expect.
Well, apparently it can penetrate up to like 50 meters or something.
Yeah, so this thing floating to the ground. Like I don't know what the aftermath of that is supposed to look like, really.
Right, and like you generally, I don't think you would see a big explosion because it's mostly underground.
I mean, it depends. If it's contained, it can actually make it bigger. It can make the effect like worse. But if it's blowing up an underground compound, of its significant size, I have no idea what it's going to look like. Minimal precedent for this.
So now this brings us.
By the way, like just dropping giant bombs on nuclear facilities, it's a fucking great idea. I'm sure that won't have any kind of, there's no radiation threat or the threat of, spraying, material into the atmosphere or anything like that. I'm sure it's completely safe to drop the biggest fucking ordinance the U.S. has on nuclear facilities. I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, that's the real thing. So here we go. Now let's talk about the media space, because there's not really much to discuss aside from that. It's nothing that we don't already know. But
it's hard to talk about because it's so fucking stupid and nonsensical by any measure. But yeah, it makes it very difficult to analyze.
Yeah, but the memes are hilarious. This was President. Someone pulled this up from 2013. Remember that I predicted a long time ago. This is Trump tweeting. President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly. Not skilled.
Not skilled.
But I just want to talk about the libs, okay? Because it's been so stupid. First of all, here we go. All of these freaking liberals are like salivating at the fact that Trump struck Iran, because now they get to say stupid shit like this. 1 second. Where is it? Did he delete the tweet? Fuck.
Who are you looking for?
Oh, here we go. Sorry, guys. You didn't vote for Kamala because you thought she was a warmonger, and you spread that message to others. How are you holding up tonight? And I just said, totally fine. There's no daylight between Republican and Democratic foreign policy. Obama's presidency should have taught you that. If you can't apprehend this by doing the most basic material analysis, you are the problem. Liberal brain rot to the max.
Dude, absolutely. Like, I'm sorry. Trump striking Iran isn't going to make me forget the fact that the Democratic administration, actively aided and abetted an Israeli genocide for 18 months, and we're shipping them.
Okay, let's read part of this thread. Kamala explicitly said she would go to war with Iran. I voted for Jill Stein in a blue state, so I'm holding up fabulously. A wasted vote as long as we're stuck with the electoral college system. There is not a viable path for a third-party candidate. You are the reason we have a President Trump. Clearly, you're proud.
Actively aided and abetted a Democratic administration. Actively aided and abetted an Israeli genocide for 18 months, and we're shipping them new bomb packages every two weeks. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking
about? Then I keep posting this ABC article.
Congratulations on not bombing Iran, but you're still a bunch of genocide apologists. So
But just at ABC News just reported that the U.S. and Israel practiced today's attack in a military exercise a year ago. Who was president?
Yeah. You're 100% right when you said that there's no daylight between the two parties on this foreign policy. Iran attack practice and plans were in military training above the brigade level, like at division level, in warfighter exercises, etc. The entire time I was in the fucking army, basically. So
Tell us about the
you would do these exercises, these strategic level kind of division staff and higher. They're supposed to be they are simulations, but they have active outputs, and the staffs run their battle drills and whatever. And you go through the planning process, and you're looking at this stuff, and it's like, what country this is. They're not calling it that, but regionally, it's fairly fucking obvious where you are.
It's Iran. They call it a trophy or something.
It wasn't always Iran, but it was frequently close enough. That it would either be Iran or somebody next to Iran that would be a gateway into them or something like that. And that's. But yeah, that was common. We did that. The first time I remember seeing that, I think I was a lieutenant, and then that went all the way till a couple years before I got out. So that's not a uniquely Republican thing. The U.S. administrations have had that plan in the playbook forever. And someone will make the argument, well, we have plans to invade everybody. It's like, yeah, that's probably true, but when you're routinely picked as the target of the warfighter exercise simulations, then that's a little more serious than the other ones.
Yeah, and again, I want to drill down on the point. This strike package was developed under the Biden administration.
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, and so when I've been seeing this Harris quote going around.
Oh yeah, they asked her who our biggest enemy was, the biggest U.S. threat.
Yeah, it was Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I've seen people repost her tweet that said
she puts on her steely-eyed prosecutor face when she says it too. Just Iran's the single biggest threat to the.
We will have the most lethal military on the planet. Blue MAGA's like, hell yeah, USA. So
Blue MAGA lines up to vote for the Iraq War again. Sick.
I mean, if she was doing it, they'd be aboard. They'd be like, Iran can't have a nuclear program. But now they're just like, how y'all doing? You didn't vote for Harris. It's like, yeah, you guys are the most unserious people. Also, fake progressives like AOC have been coming out of the woodwork too.
Dude, I've really come to believe, and I spent a good chunk of my life on that side of the house, like thinking like, oh, that's the party I'm under, right? But I've really come to believe that they don't give, and this shit all proves it out. Kind of a duh from everybody else from all the real leftists. Is like they don't give a shit about foreign anything. The Democrats are only concerned with decorum at home, right, and like reasonable stability in the U.S. It doesn't matter what's going on outside U.S. borders. They don't give a shit. Drone striking people, genocide, aiding and abetting genocide, supplying a genocide, not a big deal. None of that matters. As long as gas isn't too expensive at home and whatever, then good to go.
Yep, ain't that the truth?
And as long as we can weaponize women's rights for $5 more and refuse to codify anything.
Yeah, this is something
women.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of political culture commentary, that's one thing that I've been trying to figure out how I'm gonna approach this from the perspective of this channel. But it's like, how do you map where people are at in terms of their political space, in terms of their political directives? Right, you say, okay, you start with the political compass. Is somebody on the left? Are they on the right? Are they a centrist? And how does that impact your worldview based on where you sit? So that's interesting to me because I've transited all throughout the political spectrum. I started off as a neoliberal. That might have been a little bit of war hockey, and then I transitioned to liberal, and then I realized that was not where it was at, specifically in terms of internalizing the impacts of empire, settler colonialism, kind of moved me to the left a little bit more, when understanding or internalizing just the impacts of how these policies impact regular everyday people. One example of this was when I consumed the book Diary of an Economic Hitman. That was a huge political turning point in my life. Yeah, we might have to consume that book on stream one of these days, but we still have to make it through consuming the technological society. My book recommendation for 2023.
No actual fighting and no actual defense.
So yeah, let's continue. But yeah, so this is that was just me trying to talk about how my own political journey has taken me on a wild ride, from somebody that would say, hey, our armed forces, we have to use force protection to send people. And maybe it's what also draws me to an outlet such as Colonial Outcast. I've never been formally associated with the military, though I did look into it early in my education career when I thought about becoming an officer during college. But since then, I've realized, since then my political compass has taken me a far astray from devoting time, effort, and energy to reinforcing what could be thought of as settler colonialism, and just it's hard for me to synthesize the information necessary to say, like, how do you and where do you start with saying, okay, well, I'm here and my political compass has shifted and it's brought me to this place. For me as a content consumer, I take you on this journey based on the content that I've consumed as a part of my experience. So that's the only way that I know how to do it, is to say, hey, well, check out Diary of an Economic Hitman and get an assessment of how and where these type of revelations, where you begin to understand the economic and the political and the socio-cultural implications of how the systems of our current geopolitical order, how it works, how it functions. And that has been an incredibly difficult journey for me to articulate and to describe. But as we begin this journey, we will continue to walk through these different steps and to further articulate our claims in terms of saying, okay, well, what are they talking about here?
Things were too expensive at home, and whatever. Then in the U.S., it doesn't matter what's going on outside U.S. borders. They don't.
Yeah, so they're characterizing specific subsections of people, specific voters, the NIMBYs, or not NIMBYs, not in my backyard, but hey, if this isn't directly affecting me, if it's not affecting gas prices, out of sight, out of mind. It's what it means to live in the imperial core. For me, that means something as a mode of explanation. Because I myself have lived my entire life at the heart of the imperial core. But even to use to characterize our information like that, you have to take a few steps back to figure out, well, why is it a valid statement to say that you're inside the imperial core, and how does this operate both geographically and financially? So this was just a side tangent for me to say that I agree with their stipulation that for so many people out there, their lives are quote-unquote comfortable enough that they don't have to engage in activism, they don't have to engage in political advocacy to the extent that it might be merited in general, but specifically based on the times that we have currently undergoing. So let's continue to jump back in.
Don't give a shit. Drone striking people, genocide, aiding and abetting genocide, supplying a genocide, not a big deal. None of that matters. As long as gas isn't too expensive at home and whatever, then good to go.
Right. And as long as we can weaponize women's rights for $5 more and refuse to codify anything that would actually protect women. But no actual fighting and no actual defense of women's body rights in law. We'll just use it to fundraise on every time.
Trying to get third-party intermediaries of the state and outside the state, a legal representative.
Amply illustrates your point. The president's disastrous decision. This is AOC. The president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He's impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It's absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. So that's the problem. It's they didn't fucking go through the proper channels.
Yeah. They just want decorum around it. They're fine with imperialist behavior. They don't have a single fucking problem with imperialist behavior. They just want you to follow the rules and be polite about it, so it looks clean enough that they can feel good about themselves.
Yeah, and my response to that is these liberal genocidaires need to shut the F up forever. Obama literally did the same thing in Libya, did the same thing in Syria, and Biden, by the way, was striking targets in Yemen in 2024 in violation of the war powers. Okay,
I'm pretty sure Clinton did this too, didn't he?
By the way, was striking targets in Yemen in 2024 in violation of the war powers. Okay,
I'm pretty sure Clinton did this too, didn't he? Hitting training sites.
Yeah, I mean, they totally support unilateral violence when they are in power, but when they're not, Republicans must use the proper channels. Like, no, Emperor Palpatine, we're totally down with you building a genocidal death machine, but we just want you to go through the Senate first. Yeah.
We just need it rubber stamped. We need the Iraq War. We need it rubber stamped through the fucking the Senate first.
Well, this was absolutely a new phase because this was less justified than the Iraq War, and which wasn't justified at all. But at least we had the false decency to send Colin Powell in front of the National Security Council with yellow cake and lie to the UN, and then we at least had enough time to gin up bloodlust in Congress, so they rubber stamped the war in Iraq. But this time it's nothing. Our ability, as the empire declines, all the masks are coming off because we no longer have soft power. The ability to
we let a South African billionaire come in and delete fucking USAID program. So yeah. That's great for soft power. People are it's corrupt. That's not what it's for, dickhead. It's soft power. USAID is us giving money to other countries' governments and their officials. If it's a little corrupt, guess what it was fucking supposed to be? Soft power mechanism. It's not altruism. Big governments, nations do not do altruism. Anytime you think you see altruistic behavior by a government, it's not fucking real. There's no such thing.
Right. So anyways, and also diplomacy's gone because everybody with a half a brain knows that we were just dragging out the nuclear talks with Iran in order to give Israel political cover to do their own strikes, and for us to do our own strikes against Iran.
Our credibility is so fucking blown. I mean, between that, right, and the making it clear to the world that the ICC and the ICJ is only for Western white countries. It doesn't apply to Putin. It doesn't apply to the rest of you. You know what I mean? Like it's not here to protect the rest of you. If you're getting genocided by white Western backed powers, sorry, you're fucked. The ICC, the ICJ, we're going to ignore the rulings. Yeah, no, we've been, and this again to your point, this started under the Biden administration, or was to great effect under the Biden administration. The removal of these, the nerfing and destruction of these institutions, these post World War II institutions, right? You know, the UN doesn't matter, the ICC doesn't matter, the ICJ doesn't matter, and that started under Biden and continued under Trump. It didn't start under not just a Republican thing.
But from an imperial perspective, right? If I wanted to be like a smart imperial regime, why would you destroy the credibility of the institutions that you constructed to dominate the globe?
It makes no sense. It's like you create them and you run them. Why would you nerf them? That's just dumb. Yeah. I think part of the short-term gains thing, right? You know, you have people operating. You see this in corporate behavior too. You know, when companies make decisions based on, hey, when a CEO makes a decision based on, I need the share price to get to X amount, you know, 2 quarters from now, so I get my bonus. I don't care what effect it has long term, right?
Well, there you go. You hit the nail on the head. This is just like what capitalism does, especially late stage capitalism.
I love that. My algorithm has started to feed me pissed off right wing people who are like, "What about America first? Why are we starting another war?" Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Oh my god, you know, shit's getting real weird." Some of the statements, right? The mouths of some of the statements I agree with are coming from some pretty fucking weird people, man. Like holy crap!
We are so heavily propagandized to be on a war footing. Yeah. That anyone who's just like, hey, let's not bomb the poorest people on earth is fucking radical. Like you're crazy idea to not bomb people.
I just on my list of things that would happen this year, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying things that made sense to me was not fucking on it. So,
yeah. I mean, we got World War III before GTA 6, so there you go.
What did she say? I don't even know where Yemen is on a map. I'm like, yeah, I fucking bet you don't. Got World War III before GTA 6.
Yeah, but one of the frustrating things about the disaffected people on the right who are America First and stuff, they're blaming it all on Israel. And like, is Trump in the Epstein files? Israel. Bro, please, everybody understand this. This is a quote. You can write it down. I don't care if you agree with it or not. Just keep internalizing it, and this stuff will start making a lot more sense. Israel is not controlling the United States. Israel is just an extension of the U.S. empire to conduct adventurous wars and destabilization operations to reshape the region into vassal states that will allow Western capitalists to exploit their people and resources. Which is why Biden was being honest in the late 80s when he said, if there wasn't an Israel, we'd need to construct one, because Biden is an arch imperialist. If it wasn't Israel, we would find another way. In the Middle East,
I do think that is true. I do think that is true. That we were able to make up reasons for wars before Israel existed, right? You know, the
American Empire in the Philippines,
yellow journalism. Like we did a whole bunch of shit to gin up wars that shouldn't have happened. That's not new. Yeah, I do.
We went to wars over bananas.
Why do I think Israel has massively undue influence and does things that anybody else would have to be registered as a foreign agent to do? Yeah. Do they own Ted Cruz? Yeah. You know, and several politicians, lots of politicians. I do think so. But yeah, to your point, if we didn't have an Israel, like Biden said, we'd either create one or the U.S. has no problem creating pretext. The empire has no problem creating pretext to do shit that it wants to do. It never has.
And Iran is making Iran fall is not even about protecting Israel. It's about isolating Russia and China and Iran so they can all be surrounded and collapse, strangled. Like this has a lot to do with China and the geostrategic shift from CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, to U.S. Indo-Pac Command. Because, you know, everyone's looking at Taiwan right now, like what's going to happen. So these things are all connected. And, you know, Iran has to fall not for just ideological reasons, but just for imperial reasons.
I did see an interesting piece. I'm blanking on where I saw it, but it was interesting. It was talking about, and I won't go too far down this rat hole because it takes quite a lot of explanation, but you have these positions in regionally, like you were just talking about various commands. You have the combatant commanders, right? So the combatant commanders being the like senior officer that's in charge of that zone. It was basically talking about how
Okay, so I scrolled about 8 hours into my Consume Digest, specifically my subscription box on YouTube. I wonder if the subscription box is still broken on mobile. Okay. We do have to consume this, but we don't know to what extent we'll get to it today. Let's see if we can finish closing out this.
Power of the combatant commanders has really been increased a lot, like in the last 10 years, and one of those ones is apparently has the highest influence in the administration right now. They're making the argument that he has more influence than Hegseth, was the CENTCOM combatant commander, blanking on his name.
Gorilla?
Gorilla, General Gorilla. Yeah. But he was very, in my understanding, he wanted Iranian strikes. So
my understanding is that he retires in July. So they wanted, and he's a hawk. So they wanted these strikes to happen before he got out of here because his replacement as head of CENTCOM could have a completely different view of the situation.
I mean, I think they also know that Pete Hegseth is wildly incompetent, so taking Hegseth out and replacing him with Carrillo sounds like a move.
Even if you just have to,
before they can go work in the administration, or can they go work right away? I can't remember if there's any rules about this.
That's interesting. Well, because what you'd make, you replace Hegseth with Carrillo.
I mean, Trump. Apparently, Trump likes him. So him being the combatant commander of massively for that strike, I'm sure had nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, because usually it's the Joint Chiefs and the combatant commanders who recommend make direct recommendations to the president. So
yeah, he's the CENTCOM commander since 22. Yeah, that's
But what is Carrillo trying to achieve by this? Get us into an actual war? Is he one of those pro-war evangelical Christian ideologues like we had during the early days of the Iraq War?
He's got a bat scroll on him. You should check him out. I think to me he sounds like, and he's calm. Got Purple Hearts and stuff, and a BSMV. So I don't know. You should take a look at him. He looks like a couple things I've seen before. I don't think I'm ready to call it yet, but he's not an animal that you're unfamiliar with. I don't think. The jobs that he's had, he's clearly competent, but that doesn't mean that he is good, right?
Oh no, not at all.
Not at all.
But based on the fact that he's competent, why
stuff and a BSMV, and he's calm. Got Purple Hearts and stuff, and a BSMV. So I don't know. You should take a look at him. He looks like a couple things I've seen before. I don't think I'm ready to call it yet, but he's not an animal that you're unfamiliar with. I don't think. The jobs that he's had, he's clearly competent, but that doesn't mean that he is good, right?
Oh no, not at all.
Not at all.
But based on the fact that he's competent, why?
Yeah,
do you think?
I agree. That makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, going back to the region, any predictions? I think.
They said they want a job in the next administration, and they want to do it.
Oh, because he can go get a job in the administration, and then once he has that sweet administration job, he can get out and go work for a think tank and make a lot of
Well, a guy like Gorilla doesn't want to go. I think a person like that, when you read his background, I think a person like that doesn't want to go from 4-star to nothing. I think he wants to go from 4-star to another position of power. You know what I mean? I don't think he wants to give up shit.
Yeah, you don't think he wants to just go to the private sector?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's interested in making think tank money. I think he wants. Yeah, I think he wants increasing roles of power.
It'll be interesting to watch what happens to Carrillo after he gets out of CENTCOM. I think that will basically be very revealing about what was going on in the background. Because we can't have access. This is so stupid. I don't understand the rationality behind it.
I don't know. Fucking meathead-ass behaviors.
I know. Jesus Christ. Well, what do you think is going to happen? We're still waiting for Trump to make his speech at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I guess the Ayatollah is also going to make a speech, but I think it's going to be in response to Trump.
I think you the thing that you pulled up already, JD Vance. I think we may try to pretend that we didn't just
so
start
this
a
was
war.
from last night.
That seems likely.
I don't know how much of this I have left in me.
Another country isn't considered an act of war is pretty crazy now.
We're gonna have to switch this up.
And laws no longer mean anything. And we're just in this weird, Twilight upside down universe where all it is constant information operations and gaslighting. No, it's not a genocide. No, rain isn't wet. What?
It's not a war. We're not at war with Iran. We just bombed 3 of their fucking nuclear plants. No big deal. Yeah. No, that's nuts. But I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pretend that that's it. We're good now. We can all de-escalate. It's time for peace. then that like that thing just said, it's time for peace. Less than what 8 hours after the strikes. No, it's time for peace now. Cool.
Yeah, guys, it's time for peace. Do you think there's going to be peace?
No.
Well, I think
no. I think the Iranians mining the Strait of Hormuz. Like, I think there's a bunch of responses they can take there. Them continuing to focus on Israel.
I think them ramping up pressure on Israel.
That's what I would do.
That's the best option.
Yeah.
Striking U.S. bases, engaging with the fleet, even shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Just destroy our proxy in the region, and then U.S. power within that West Asia.
Okay, we're switching up the volume to 1.75.
I'm not to run the geopolitics of an entire nation. No, but that's what I think would be the smartest decision. Because I don't think escalating with the U.S. I don't think that makes any sense. As much as it would chap everyone's ass, I assume, to not do anything back. I think the things that they do back have to be.
So we just transferred from mild technical grade culture commentary. Well, it was technical grade when they were going over the flight plans and the specific mission itself. Around about here, around about the halfway mark, fib retracement number 1 is when we transitioned into culture commentary, and it's been dragging me a little bit. I've been spacing in and out, trying to figure out, okay, well, what are we speaking about here? I liked it when they were talking about Carrillo. I still haven't figured out who this person is, whether they're just on the Joint Chiefs of Staff or they're a chairman. General Dan Kane. Oh, okay. Term length 4 years. Number of members 8. The Joint Chiefs of Staff is the body of the senior most uniformed leaders within the United States Department of Defense, which advises the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Homeland Security Council, and the National Security Council on military matters. The composition of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is defined by statute and consists of a chairman, a vice chairman, the chiefs of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force, and the chief of the National Guard Bureau. Each of the individual service chiefs, outside of their JCS obligations, works directly under the secretaries of their respective military departments, the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of the Air Force, etc. Following the Goldwater-Nichols Act in 1986, the Joint Chiefs of Staff do not have any operational command authority either individually or collectively, as the chain of command goes from the President to the Secretary of Defense and from the Secretary to regional combatant commanders. Oh, that's interesting. Goldwater-Nichols also created the office of Vice Chairman, and the chairman is now designated as the principal military advisor to the Secretary of Defense, Homeland Security Council, and the National Security Council to the President. The Joint Staff is a headquarters staff in the Pentagon composed of personnel from each of the 6 service branches that assists the chairman and the vice chairman in discharging their responsibilities and is managed by the Director of the Joint Staff, DJS. Okay, interesting.
We've got like Pete Hegseth fucking blathering, freaking gas bag about like U.S. military supremacy. But yeah, I mean, Iran is not a peer. However, regionally,
everybody's uncle likes to talk about U.S. military supremacy when they're drunk. So I mean, it's Pete.
You can see the Northrop Grumman bombers hitting targets in the second box.
So that's a bomber in an air show one time, man. It was super tight.
I was with interviewing people at Trump's military parade with Max Blumenthal, and Max was asking this one guy, like, "Why are you here? Are you here for political reasons?" He's just like, "No, man, I just love tanks."
That one time, man, it was super tight.
I was with interviewing people at Trump's military parade with Max Blumenthal, and Max was asking this one guy, like, "Why are you here? Are you here for political reasons?" He's just like, "No, man, I just love tanks."
Hey, there is that spectrum version, right? If your focus is trains, your focus might be tanks. There's some. I know some people super into military aircraft, and it doesn't matter what country, it doesn't matter what era. They're super into fighter planes, man. I don't know. Yeah, some people just like turtles, man.
I just like turtles. But here's the thing.
how Iran is structured its military and strategic position is like they're kind of peer with the United States. Like our bases in the region, of course, establish military supremacy, but they're also a huge vulnerability from a policy.
Absolutely, there's not significant. The air defense for those sites is not what it needs to be if the Iranians decide to start shooting at it, right? Like the theater coverage for like Camp Beer in Kuwait is not high enough if they decide to start shooting at it. Again, they're having effects on Tel Aviv at 1,000 kilometers with multiple U.S. cruisers and aircraft protecting it, and still getting through. So if they want to hit something right next door, which Kuwait is right next door for them, Iraq is right next door for them, U.S. bases there, they're going to hit those bases. That's not. I don't even think that's a question.
Yeah. Well,
all the ordnance can't get all the way to fucking Israel, 1,000 kilometers away. That ordnance can all get right next door. That ordnance can reach U.S. bases in the region. And I agree with you on parity. It's like the biggest gaps in military between them and the U.S. would be power projection, but they don't have to because all the shit's happening, in their backyard. So they don't need to project to other continents. That's the empire's job. We're the ones. The U.S. is the ones that has to project to their region. They don't have to do that. So I think that's a very dangerous proposition for U.S. forces. Like I said, I think the anti-ship missile threat is very real. I know the U.S. Navy treats that threat as very real. I remember them talking about it a lot. And so I would say curious, but like more like morbidly unable to look away from how stupid this could potentially get. And I hope it doesn't. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like it's hard to focus on the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon when you're trying to focus on the Israeli invasion of Syria, when you're trying to focus on the leveling of Gaza, when you're trying to focus on the annexation of West Bank, when you're trying to focus on the new war with Iran. Like it's so much insanity happening.
When you've got ICE Gestapo pulling people out of elementary schools at the same time. Yeah, they really between Israel and the U.S. this U.S. administration, they really did a fucking full court 2025 press to just like, hey, let's do all of the bad dumb shit in 1 year as fast as we can.
All right, well, we're going to keep monitoring and reporting on the situation. Just thought we'd come on here. I know a lot of people were asking for just like a rundown. It's impossible to predict. Also, keep in mind, again, it's not just about Israel. It's about isolating and breaking any sort of multipolar alliance between other powers that we see as our geopolitical adversaries. So whether or not it's Israel, this would still be happening. We just thought it would be this dumb. And I was asking myself, like, we studied, we're both history nerds. I don't like the comparison between the United States and the fall of the Roman Empire, but was it this dumb? I think
there's periods of time. They're also talking about something that like time-wise is so much longer. While you're talking about like it would be a good comparison if the U.S. had presidents that were coming from other countries and stuff like that. That's not happening, right? Because the latter part of the Roman Empire, like you get multiple rows of Roman emperors in a row that aren't from Rome; they're from the Baltics. You know what I mean? It's just a totally different animal, and it splintered and collapsed. This is I don't know what this is. I don't know.
It's a whole new.
Yeah. Other than like the comparison that like, hey, sometimes big strong things become not big and not strong anymore. Okay, cool. That's a useful comparison. But other than that, to me, it's a little too broad.
Yeah, and I think that's the central question. As we hurtle towards another self-destructive wars, we got friggin' Gestapo.
I mean, you should look at the British, maybe. There's more recent examples of former imperial empires than Rome.
Right. The British is interesting because they collapsed as an empire, but they survived as a polity. I'm not sure we're going to survive as a polity.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I find like to me because we had this conversation the other day. We're kind of saying like, it is generally considered decline because you're talking about levels of imperial power, right? So it's decline. Yeah. But to me, it's like if we stop being an imperial power and turn into Sweden, I'm fine with that. That's fine. Like I don't need power projection to think that the country I live in is good. I don't need fucking control of all this bullshit to think that. So right. There's a world where the U.S. just stops being imperial, being an empire and just is a normal ass country in North America. Like Canada. I don't know. Maybe it's not possible, but that'd be great.
All right. Well,
Travis wants to be Canada.
I mean, I'd like to live anywhere.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
So here we go, guys. Well, again, we'll continue. I got to hop off. I'm going on George Galloway's show. That was on Danny Hyde. I think after this, it's gonna be my last time recording. Then I'm gonna go get some. I don't know. There's this Lebanese food truck near my place, and I'm really inspired by those videos of the rockets hitting Tel Aviv with like a sweatshirt. Yeah.
Delicious. Hell yeah, dude.
Let me see if I have it downloaded just a second.
Never a bad day for shawarma anyway, man. If it was up to get.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that in solidarity. There's no good Persian. Hey, if you're in Austin, if there's a good Persian restaurant, let me know. But
there's
I have some.
Yeah.
There's a freaking great Afghan restaurant.
Yeah.
There's a picture of Hamid Karzai in it, which is kind of weird, but it's good Afghan. I don't know why he inspires so much loyalty. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, I've done
there's most people have a picture of underwall.
Culture commentary at its finest. That's what it is, folks.
Right, guys. Well, I gotta split.
We just finished our next rundown. This is how we would be consuming content in the wild, except it would probably be a little bit. The resolution level would be different, as I would be sitting here actually consuming content in my ear and multitasking. So this is a unique experience for me. I haven't actually dipped into this before. This streaming. I am streaming right now. I'm streaming. Yes. So next, okay, we're going to pick this up with Dabu77. War starts right now. In quotes, Iran vows revenge. Huge GPS jamming campaign hits the Strait of Hormuz.
Saying that some updated information here to the war front here between Israel or the United States and Iran. Iran responding to Trump saying that the war starts right now. their main army branch saying that after U.S. forces struck the 3 nuclear sites, that this is all-out war. So we should expect anything in response, especially here in the homeland in the United States. To me, it's all part of a staged atmosphere and event. Right now, Trump is trying to come out and say that it was a spectacular military success, that they hit the bully Iran, and that their facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. That's what Trump said. Satellite imagery shows something else. They show that Iran evacuated these sites days before. You can see here the loads of vehicles taking stuff out of these sites, and then they packed the tunnels full of dirt, obliterated. That's what Trump said. Satellite imagery shows something else. They show that Iran evacuated atmosphere and event.
Okay, so let's restart
Some
this.
updated
Dabu77 saying some
forefront
updated information
here
to the
between
war front.
Israel or the United States and Iran. Iran responding to Trump saying that the war starts right now. Their main army branch saying that after U.S. forces struck the 3 nuclear sites, that this is all-out war. So we should expect anything in response, especially here in the homeland in the United States. To me, it's all part of a staged atmosphere and event. Right now, Trump is trying to come out and say that it was a spectacular military success, that they hit the bully Iran, and that their facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. That's what Trump said. Satellite imagery shows something else. They show that Iran evacuated these sites days before. You can see here the loads of
Okay, so they're saying that
Iran
they're receiving
evacuated
reports that Iran evacuated the sites days before.
completely and totally obliterated. That's what Trump said. Satellite imagery shows something else. They show that Iran evacuated these sites days before. You can see here the loads of vehicles taking stuff out of these sites, and then they packed the tunnels full of dirt. And what this did is it took most of the brunt of the explosion, and they say the bases above ground could be rebuilt and that they will be back in operation, that this did not dismantle them. They say that 6 MOPs were dropped in 30 tomahawks, striking these different areas. So Trump trying to claim that they've been wiped out and is trying to demand that they come to the table for peace. They are saying, no, it's all-out war from here. You chose this, and there's going to be blowback, big time. And I warned you of that. The president of Iran also coming out and saying that the United States should expect a response from this. Okay, so it's all there on the table. Anything
This is from
happens,
Dabu77.
staged or not, they're going to be pointing the finger at this side, which is obviously Iran, Russia, China. Okay, satellite imagery showing, again, damage done above ground, but all the claims on the ground are that...
Okay, so we have 2 conflicting reports right now. Reports saying that the site was completely diminished, and now we have Dabu7 throwing out some information from just a few hours ago where they're saying they're making an attempt to cite satellite imagery showing vehicles moving towards or away from the site in a convoy-style formation.
They're going to be pointing the finger at this side, which is obviously Iran, Russia, China. Okay, satellite imagery showing, again, damage done above ground, but all the claims on the ground are that things are fine underground. Even Russia stepping out and saying that, from what they can tell, everything seems to be fine, minor damage, But they are prepared, and other countries are prepared to supply Iran with nuclear warheads. Even if they can't make them, they'll just give them the nuclear warheads to defend themselves. That's what they're saying. That's what Russia is saying now. I told you, man, we're hot into World War III. You just haven't seen the nukes fly yet, and most of the sheep out there are not going to accept or think about it until they see or hear that. We also have a massive GPS campaign going down in the Straits of Hormuz. They are attacking all the different vessels that are coming through there, jamming everything up. They said that they were going to shut this down anyway, like this clamp down. This looks like it's the beginning of it, and Iran has a massive drone swarm. They're saying U.S. military bases are scrambling right now to try to protect their bases from the incoming drones that they're expecting here at any time. What's the blowback going to be? They'll just give them the nuclear war.
Okay, so they're saying that people are just saying, after the events that have transpired, people are just saying that they're willing to throw in and give them. Wait, just in. Let's check out the Hasanabi broadcast.
The leader of Iran. Oh no. God forbid that motherfucker actually wants real political power. He could win the mayoral position of this great city in a heartbeat, okay?
Justin, the Israeli military says it launched a wave of airstrikes deep into Iran early Sunday using over 20 warplanes and more than 30 munitions in an intelligence-based operation. The strikes, they claim, hit military missile launch infrastructure, radar systems, and military satellite assets in Kermanshah and Hamadan in western Iran. A surface-to-air missile launcher near Tehran was also targeted, according to Israel. The Israeli military said the goal is to achieve aerial superiority over Iranian airspace and degrade Iran's military capabilities. That's from Dropsite News. So we'll continue back, picking up with what Dabu 7 is speaking.
Side, which is obviously Iran, Russia, China. Okay, satellite imagery showing, again, damage done above ground, but all the claims.
Okay, damage done above ground.
Things are fine underground. Even Russia stepping out and saying that, from what they can tell, everything seems to be fine, minor damage, but they are prepared, and other countries are prepared to supply Iran with nuclear warheads. Even if they can't make them, they'll just give them the nuclear warheads to defend themselves. That's what they're saying. That's what Russia is saying now. I told you, man, we're hot into World War III. You just haven't seen the nukes fly yet, and most of the sheep out there are not going to accept or think about it until they see or hear that. We also have a massive GPS campaign going down in the Straits of Hormuz. They are attacking all the different vessels that are coming through there, jamming everything up. They said that they were going to shut this down anyway, like this clamp down. This looks like it's the beginning of it, and Iran has a massive drone swarm. They're saying U.S. military bases are scrambling right now to try to protect their bases.
So they're jammers in play?
And we're hot into World War III. You just haven't seen the nukes fly yet, and most of the sheep out there are not going to accept or think about it until they see or hear that. We also have a massive GPS campaign going down in the Straits of Hormuz.
A
they
GPS
campaign. All the
campaign.
different vessels that are coming through there, jamming everything up. They said that they were going to shut this down anyway, like this clamp down. This looks like it's the beginning of it, and Iran has a massive drone swarm. They're saying U.S. military bases are scrambling right now to try to protect their bases from the incoming drones that they're expecting here in any time. What's the blowback going to be? At the top of the list is cyber attacks and putting us in the dark, attacking us, our banking system. The Chinese have already infiltrated everything. They've already told us all this. To me, it's a massive setup. This just sets the stage for something big to happen in the United States. It's just not going to be good either way it goes. Join me for the live streams going live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, where I'm talking about this and a whole lot more.
That's Underground World News. We'll probably end up doing a write-up on what we think about Underground World News later on.
Alright guys, that's Comic again today. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your day. So far the drama continues with this Toronto tournament, with the official accounts making a very interesting statement with regard to the other teams that potentially could have run a tournament this season but decided not to on this occasion. Toronto running a tournament this weekend to get things ready for the World Championship. It has not been on sunshine and rainbows, and the community is not so convinced. This tournament was executed in
Okay, so for the past 4 hours we've been running strictly geopolitical culture commentary. If I pull up my post-pause watch history, we can start where we began. We began with... No, I consumed this personally. We began with Alexander Mercouris and with U.S. strikes on Iran, and then we doubled into secular talk. This was from yesterday. And then we dipped into this new individual and we did a channel analysis of the history of his channel a little bit. We didn't get too deep into this. We're probably going to have a video coming out within the next few months about how I perform channel analysis specifically in terms of as a content curator and as a consumer. And then we just spent the last maybe hour plus dipping into Colonial Outcast Operation Midnight Hammer, and now we're dipping into... Well, first we have to save Dabu 7 into the post-pause watch history. And now we're taking a break from geopolitical culture commentary. And we're diving into Call of Duty culture commentary, specifically from Tactical Rab. So again, how does one consume content? How do you think about your personal ability to say, okay, well, I'm watching something right now, and then bam, I'm jumping into something new, a new medium. In this case, the medium that we're talking about is a video from Tactical Rab. What is it? Toronto Expose Optic and Phase CDL tourney drama. We can go to the timestamps a little bit. All right, guys. CDL commish, scump number 1, Toronto drama.
in the best possible way as a response. The Toronto official account comes out with rather interesting statements, certainly towards two of the biggest teams in the Call of Duty League and certainly the biggest fan base at that. It's very much interested in your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button if you enjoy. Subscribe if you're new as always. I greatly appreciate it. Black Ops 7, of course, set in 2035, so kind of between BO2, BO3, BO2, BO4, whatever you want to say. There's talk about what the movement is going to be as a result. But yeah, these are the only games set in the future. We know that Dashi was talking about it the other day, that he would very much like all the games to be based in the future as well. I thought this is a nice little excerpt here from Attach's vlog that he put together at MLG Anaheim. He went to the Anaheim Convention Center, he was talking to a few people about what was going on and kind of trying to get them to understand a little bit what was happening. They were somewhat confused what he was talking about, but yeah, maybe we need Attach for the commissioner of the CDL. I don't know what you guys think about that as a general concept, right? We talk about it when players retire and they step away. What are they going to do next? This is great content that Attach put together here. You know, is he going to go do content full time? I think he's definitely got the opportunities to do that. We know that players like Rambo, like when he retired from competing, he went and worked for Sledgehammer Games, consulted on their, I mean, he consulted for like, you know, Advanced Warfare and stuff like that. Suddenly, he was there for a little while anyway. Rambo working with those guys like Modern Warfare 3. I think that type of period he was working with Sledgehammer and then, you know, stepped away. Of course, he's come back into the competitive scene anyway. Now Rambo's coaching the Vancouver Surge. We know that Aches kind of did a similar thing with the X Defiant situation. So that's one angle. I know that Clayster, when he retired, I think he had a few things to think about, because there was maybe some similar options for him. There's the coaching piece, there's the analyst desk piece, there's the casting piece potentially for someone like Studdy. But, then again, it's not, those options were maybe there a few years ago, right? Like, in many respects, I think Nameless does a phenomenal job of what he does, but, like, sometimes timing works out, right? Like, when Nameless stepped away, just turned out that the scene was in a position where the analyst desk was needing a bit of a revamp. We've seen the same thing recently, let's say in 2020, like 2019, 2020, when there were plenty of players retiring, and there was just like, if you wanted a coaching spot, here's a coaching spot. You had so many coaching spots because the team started to take it more seriously. And therefore it was like, yeah, you want a coach? Like, yeah, sure, we need a coach. Like, that's now the rules. So, we'll bring you in. So sometimes it just works out like that. Whereas nowadays, you want to be a coach in the league, it's more challenging, right? Where are you going to go? Like, there's some more established.
Okay, so we just begin. I was zoning in because I was consuming it like a normal. I was like, yeah, talking about Call of Duty culture commentary, but really, so we're talking about the Call of Duty as a game, but also Call of Duty as a league, and that's an interesting distinction to make in terms of internet culture commentary. What is culture commentary, or what is Call of Duty? Call of Duty is a first-person shooter title from Activision, now owned by the parent company of Microsoft. And people play the game, people play the multiplayer primarily. There's also Warzone, and then there's the single player. In terms of a well-rounded game, there's also zombies right there next to multiplayer and Warzone. As a tripartite unity, well, some people might include Warzone into that, some people might exclude Warzone. It's a whole bit of controversy in terms of the community based on the game itself as a product that players play, consumers consume with their friends or individually, versus from a competitive dynamics standpoint, where people are actually competing at the highest level to the extent that they can because they've been offered the opportunity based on the gameplay mechanics from the devs. So we just spent about almost 3 minutes talking about random stuff about culture commentary in the Call of Duty League, talking about timing in terms of what it means for ex-pro players to find a place within the scene so that they're not just disappeared into oblivion.
Coaches, guys that are either veteran players such as Clayster or Accuracy, who are doing the job.
So to give some more a backstory, I used to play Call of Duty not competitively, but just enjoying playing Call of Duty until around 2019, with the whole EOMM, engagement optimized matchmaking drama and controversy kind of swept through the scene. Since then, it's been, I mean to be frank, since probably 2018, it's been a downhill cycle for me in terms of what Activision has done to the franchise, specifically multiplayer, online multiplayer, 6v6. But that long story short, in 2019 was when the Call of Duty League transitioned from classic tournament style competitions where we got an actual network and we got more structure to how these things were going to be displayed or organized as a content marketing operation for Activision. And that's where we got the Call of Duty League, and specifically Tactical Rab being around before then, but also finding Tactical Rab in Cold War, was able to keep track of the Call of Duty League almost as if this was a daily news broadcast, talking about the daily goings-on in relation to the league, culture commentary from Twitter, formerly known as X, or X formerly known as Twitter. And so they just talk about stuff going on in Call of Duty, specifically from a competitive perspective. So since Attach, one of these pro players that have recently retired, we're getting his thoughts on how this relates to what we would like to consume as a viewer, just trying to keep track of things in the Call of Duty space before the grand finals of this season, which is CDL Champs, which should be happening in about this week, I believe.
Or coaches who have lots of experience and tenure and championships under their belt in that position and lots of years of reputation from the players around them. So, I'm not saying that Attach doesn't have opportunities, he absolutely does, but I'm just saying it's interesting when you see players step away, what are they going to do, where are they going to go? Because Attach will have opportunities out there, but these are a few of the potential ideas. But as I say, maybe some sort of commissioner of the league or some of that, that would be a sensible thing, to be honest. Would the league be better off if Attach was calling some of the shots? I wouldn't be surprised if it would be, but of course those things are far easier said than done. There were multiple things in play. Interestingly, of course, for Attach, started his career pretty much as an SMG, ended it much more so as an AR. There was a bit of drama about Hydra and where he sits in the all-time SMG rankings. I mean, not even all-time, it's a bit of a question mark regardless. But as Brian Stats says, Hydra's been in both of the last two grand finals. Won it in 23, placed second last year, the last two Champs Grand Finals. Another appearance in 2025 would make him the sixth consecutive player, or the sixth player, to do it 3 consecutive times. Capped did it 2015 to 2017, won the first 2 of those, lost the second. Apathy did it 3 years in a row, won the first and the third of those. Simp did it 4 years in a row, as did Abizi and Celian for the final 3 of those. And in that period, Simp and Abizi won 2. They won the first year and the third year of that run, and Celian won the single one in 2021. So pretty interesting that Hydra, because, it's basically the phase trio, and then JCap and Apathy, legends in their own right, of course. And, of course, both of these guys on Envy in 2016, for example, and 2017 when they won the World Championship, was a bit of a crossover there. But Hydra to do so would put him, in very unique company, shall we say. And
okay, so this is Tactical Rab running down the stats. Sometimes people like to know who is actually number one or who is gaining in the sports standings in terms of the best of all time or the greatest of all time in different categories like Submachine versus AR. As a player,
Hydra has been, to me, for sure the best SMG of this season. He did start the year pretty slow. You guys probably remember that he didn't have the greatest stage 1, didn't have the greatest first couple of stages, but it was inevitable that he was going to turn up. This guy is one of the most talented players that I've ever seen in my life, and his POV is simply different, especially when he's on point. His play this year has been very difficult to stop from an SMG side. There's a perspective on, okay, is Scrap ahead of him? Probably yes, in my opinion. Is Celium ahead of him? That's a bit more debatable, but I think he's probably ahead of Simp. And Joe Deceives came in as 5th in Easy Max list. I think you could probably also throw Neptune in there in terms of MVP candidates. Abizi all time, yeah, but of course, this year, Abizi's not quite been there. But it did lead into a question on this. Breakenpoint put this out, the top 3 SMGs of all time. Now, of course, number 1 needs no discussion at all. The question is the other top SMGs of all time. If I'm going through the all-time list for players that just ran a sub, because, you can go through a Crim6, okay, sure, did he occasionally run a sub? Yeah. Was it all the time? No. But did he have lots of success with the sub? Yeah. Is he the greatest ever? Yeah. But that doesn't really work, right? I'm looking for a full-time SMG. So, let's say someone like Apathy, for example, 2-time world champion, right, as we said, 2016, 2018, and legend of the scene, absolutely, incredibly talented SMG player. Where does he sit all-time, Apathy? Top 15, top 20, kind of in that ballpark, maybe? I don't know. Intrigued to your thoughts in the comments. Maybe slightly higher, maybe slightly lower, depending on your perspective. But, Apathy could have been on this list. I think Apathy very much could have been on this list. In terms of all-time SMGs, I think John as well. I know that people are going to do a bit of recency bias here, and I think that's probably fair. But, I would say that Apathy and John could very much have been the arguments here for in the 3rd spot. I think that it's definitely Scump, obviously, and I think it's got to be Simp. I don't think that there's any other SMG that I've just mentioned, even if you consider, Aches, because he was for a long time an SMG. You might be able to consider him actually, but I think that would be a bit controversial. So if we're talking just pure SMGs, then it's Scump. It's probably got to be Simp because I think everyone has him now top 10 all-time bare minimum really, which would put him above Apathy. And then the question is, okay, who comes next? So in my list, I think I would put App here. I think I would go Scump, Simp, and Apathy. And, maybe that's a bit of a hot take, but I think it's justified if I'm looking at the all-time perspective and I'm excluding Aches. Then, though, it gets interesting because I think John's in the conversation too. But then, of course, we go to the modern day, right? We go to the players that are around today. Because if Simp is going to be, in this list in seconds, then maybe you have to put a Beezy right there as well. Now, you could argue this. Definitely an argument to say. People always argue that in Cold War a Beezy was better or whatever. I disagree, but I think it was very close. And in many games, they have been very, very competitive indeed. It's just, with a bit of recency bias, a Beezy hasn't been that great this year. There have been a couple of years like Vanguard where he wasn't as good as Simp. Maybe the same could be argued in W19. So I don't think anyone's got a Beezy ahead of Simp all time. The question is how close is a Beezy to Simp? Because they've played pretty much their whole careers together. Abeezy's an unbelievable player, but the 1 year he played without Simp before he came around, it wasn't so good, right? World War II, he had a couple of decent finishes on Enigma 6, and that was his kind of real breakout season. But still, right, that's the debate. How close is Abeezy to Simp? Does he, come above Apathy in my eyes? Or does he come above the two other real candidates, those probably being Shotzi, to be honest, and then Hydra? Now, I think that, probably both Shotzi and Hydra haven't been around long enough and haven't probably achieved enough to make it justified. I think in terms of talent, if you want to talk talent, then there's no doubt that Hydra can be here and probably should be here, to be honest. In terms of success, I think you could argue that Shotzi could be here because he's got 2 rings in the CDL era, 2020, MW19, and then of course last year with Optic. On Modern Warfare 3, maybe you could argue that as well. Hydra, maybe you can argue it, but, one-time world champion, maybe he loses out a little bit in that sense for now to maybe even a Shotzi or certainly maybe like someone like an Apathy or even an Aches potentially, depending on your perspective. So, I don't know, I actually thought this is a really interesting one. There's loads of different ways that you can cut this cake or whatever you want to say, as it were. But, there's only one for sure guaranteed answer, and that's Scump, and probably Simp is number 2 as well. But as I say, you could probably debate it just a little bit. There was a bit of drama, of course, happening. If you guys have been tuning in a little bit to the Counter-Strike Major, just showing how, it's pretty different gravy at the end of the day, these type of arenas, the way that Counter-Strike does it. I know that there's lots of pro players watching this at the moment and thinking, damn, that would be nice. Now, this is, of course, back at the Major in Miami. Look, I think it was busier there than it looked on the cameras, but it still wasn't ideal. And yeah, this is what it's, basically this is where we are with COD today compared to where we would potentially like to be. And that's why some of the drama was happening with this Toronto tournament. So they decided, they worked together with AMD, they're putting this tournament on for the weekends. It's going to conclude today, and it's great stuff, right, to see that all unfold. But some people didn't think the tournament was especially well done. I mean, at the end of the day, when you've got 8 matches happening at the same time, it was a challenge for Toronto to put on the tournament, put on the stream, make sure everything was working well, get the stats to work, all these other factors. Yeah, okay, there was some criticism of the way the tournament was run, some of the brackets they put out weren't perfect, but I think on some level, I get it. I know that there was some criticism to say, look, this isn't really hype, the Counter-Strike Major's going on, and all these other things, fair enough. But it did get pretty spicy in the chat. So, Toronto's social guy, and look, I don't want any repercussions or anything, I'm not trying to snitch or anything like this is said publicly. What I will say is that please, Toronto, keep this social guy because he's created some great stories around your event. And at the end of the day, to me, that's what it's about, right? Do people care about the tournament? People care when there's some sort of drama and controversy going on. This is certainly one example. So Toronto said, don't see anyone else putting anything on, because people in the chat were basically this tournament ain't really hitting, guys, or whatever. You know what people are like. They love to be negative, and they find ways to be so. And Toronto's, guy in the chat, or whoever, is like, look, no one else is running anything. Is your beloved Optic or FaZe doing anything for the community by putting a tournament on? So I think this was the bit that got people, right? This beloved Optic, right? Because, the idea of criticizing the Green Wall and saying, your team that you really love, what have they done, right? What tournaments have they run? Now, of course, last year, they ran an event. This year, they ran an event in Dallas as well, and as he says, don't record a tournament from them. And look, FaZe have not done anything, so you can criticize FaZe, fair enough. Criticizing Optic for the way that they've done things for the community, doesn't sit quite right with me. Okay, yeah, have they run a 10k tournament like this online because the league wouldn't do it? No, Toronto have done that, fair enough. But it's not like Optic haven't done events and stuff for the community, and so have Toronto, absolutely. I think the criticism of FaZe is justified, absolutely, right? I mean, is it even FaZe? Is it Atlanta Esports Ventures, whatever? But Toronto Social decided to go for the throat, as it were, and say, yeah, like, you say what you want about our tournament, but at least we're doing something. These other guys ain't doing anything at all. And like, I totally get it, right? Totally justified. But still, the way that this was happening, let's just say it struck a bit of a chord, and people were suggesting maybe this wasn't quite the right way to go about things. So, yes, well, intrigued to your thoughts on all of that stuff in the comment section below. But bit of drama here, really, as always. And, yes, Toronto obviously tweeted out about Omid Brooklyn doing pretty well, and people were like, yeah, you guys are weird AF because this screenshot was doing the round. So that's sometimes just how it goes. Very much intrigued to your thoughts, as always, on all of this stuff in the comment section below. Tomorrow we'll talk about how everything concluded and, well, who are the winners and losers of the tournament, really, especially going into the World Championship in just a few days' time, thankfully. So very much enjoyed your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you're new. Take care, and I'll see you next time.
Capture is in by Fears. They are finally able to grab themselves a big control win versus Team Notorious.
You don't even care if they capture B. You got the lives, you got the map control, and you got Abe just running amok in the spawn of Team Notorious, looking towards this best play as well, Exceed. He is there again, happy to pull the Jackal out whenever he can for this map. Almost 40 kills between Exceed and Abe. It is a total of 79, Austin, in this map. Hixie 34 and 31 as well. Lots of damage between those three players. 4.5k from Hixie alone. So big plays coming out on the defensive side from 5 Fears. The respawn still feeling good. That round one got a little bit shaky, but it's not the first time that we've seen them choke around that they should be winning in a control setting. Is the bounce back that you look towards this team, and that round 2 offense from them was fantastic. It's close, but you know, it's what you expect for control. Offense is difficult to do. It's just you get into the next defense, you make it look clinical, you get into the offense after that, you almost steal it away in 4. It goes all the way to around 5, but you really felt that 5 Fears, albeit how close it was, still felt like the better team.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there was definitely a difference maker again. I mean, just one thing I think you always got to credit this team for is just how good they are at getting in your face on the respawns and then just finessing and playing their life. I mean, Abe and Hixie, they do it so well. And you even see Exceed get involved, quite a bit with that as well. But it is just such a problem, chipping away at your lives. And when you get to a situation like this, into a round 5 where you're down, 16 playing up against 8 after you finally clutch up and capture a zone, you got to play so perfect, and the trades aren't clean. They simply are just not going to result in a second zone capture like we had seen. So they really do pay off as you get deeper and deeper into the round. But incredible stuff all around the board. You love to see this team winning, clutching up. It isn't just a 2-3-5 angle that you're seeing out of Team Notorious here now. You're seeing 5 Fears fight back at the controls now too, and that's going to play a big difference in this best of 7.
Even looking at the end of those replays too, I mean, if Afro stays alive at that B zone, you're getting captured clean with those kills towards top patio.
Yeah.
You get those subs into offense, then maybe we're talking about a round where you can steal it away. I think for 5 Fears, you can really dissect and say that it's good on the exits that they're focusing. They are not getting over aggressive with those challenges to stop that zone from going down. You just have one thing you need to do: outslay this team. You have the lives. If you give up that B zone, it's not the end of the world. So it's a great job to pick up those exit kills off of that control zone. Again, 5 Fears just looking pretty polished in the respawns, and that's what we expect from them. You bring up a good point. You shut down that map number 3.
Yeah.
No Neslo giving up. I know it's a best of 7, so technically
of course.
You can't Neslo.
Extended Neslo.
But it's the whole premise of the fact that you're not giving up those controls this time. And you're going back into a hard point again, where you've just been killing it, outslaying Team Notorious on all the respawns. So you are feeling good. It's the skyline as well. It is going to be mixy, but if you're outslaying like that again, it's going to be so difficult for Team Notorious to find their way back into the series. It has to be a respawn stolen now from Team Notorious, and that is the test that really has been talked about for this team when it comes down to the respawn. It's kind of working on that through the boot camp. Can this team compete against the North American teams when it comes to the hard points? Has been one big talking point from yesterday and today.
Yes.
and they haven't really answered it.
They haven't answered it, and yeah, I think if there was ever a time to, it certainly feels like it's now, because again, it feels like you can rely on the search. That's been there. That's at the end. You know, if you get to a Game 7, you're feeling at least pretty solid for the most part here. But I think you're absolutely right. You need to find a way to win this hard point, and we did see them win it yesterday, right? They were looking pretty solid on the skyline. It felt like they had really set the tone at times when they were able to throw this into the mix. So this is really a map that you want to come alive on. And again, I think it's really important that you see some of the ARs also come alive a little bit on this map to shut down players like Exceed, Fire, win those top battles, and do a better job of getting your subs forward, to be aggressive, to find, you know, some success in the chaos that you typically naturally fall into when you're playing a Skyline hardpoint.
I mean, Rafi played good in that control. He had so many moments where he went on that 6 spree. He gets the first blood for the Search and Destroy in that round 11. He had a great map. It's really just down to seeing if everything can come together for the timings, because when he shows up, it just feels like the rest of your team sometimes is dead off the respawn, and it just comes at all the wrong times. So it's putting it together.
Yeah, but F-Dot too, I would say, right?
He's the guy that we look towards, because for hardpoint in general, he's the glue. He's the fundamentals. You get those early rotations. It's always Rafi making that play. On the Vault hardpoint, how many times did we see Hixie out-rotate him, get into a position that he just didn't expect him to be in, and then bam, double kill from Hixie. You lose those spawns, you lose the rotations, and that's really where that snowball was coming from, Austin.
Yeah.
In that map number 1. So we gotta paint that picture onto Rafi, is that if he's gonna be the glue for this team, you gotta look to the fundamental rotations.
Sure.
For Skyline to make sure that he's winning those duels.
But again, if everyone's slaying here for 5 years, you know, it doesn't matter how many kills Rafi's dropping
at all.
It doesn't matter, right? You need both players, both your AR backlines, I think, consistently putting up the numbers, and it feels like one has, you know, slightly slacked while the other one maybe is trying to pick up the pace. And that's a difficult thing to do versus a team that's playing this fast, playing this up close in your face, and is finding good timings, and it's just reading the map right. And as you say, Hixie just always feels like he's right place, right time, something that we've been saying for years now whenever he's down here in Challengers. So there's just a lot of checks that you need to find here on your boxes going into this hard point. So we're framing it up as just go in there, you know, do what you need to do, but, you know, it's really going to take a lot, and focusing on the details is what's going to be critical.
If you out-rotate a team, out-slay a team, and you soak up all the hill time, you are a good hardpoint team.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do all of that. You're asking for the perfect scenarios for these guys. But for Skyline in general, I think you could find some comfort in the fact that one thing for Team Notorious that we've been really impressed with over the weekend has been their communication. And for a map like Skyline, communication is going to be the key on, you know, how you're going to be in a scenario where you need to push P2 but still pick up that time at P1, so that early bump to get into that situation, to have everybody in a position where you're dynamically flowing around the map. I think I just made that word up on the spot, but where you're flowing around the map and you're trying to get into a situation to flip things out fast, get that objective time. It's really going to come down to the communication of Team Notorious to see if they're picking up all their angles and playing their part.
Certainly. Well, we've laid out and framed out what we're going to need to see from Team Notorious. Now it's time to see if they're going to be able to get that done, because you're in a good spot here if you're, you know, coming in as 5 Fears, where you have a chance to pull ahead, go up drastically in the series, and you just need one more map to put it away. Not that that's ever easy. You know, I think we learned that in Miami with Team Notorious after falling down in that grand finals 3-1. You know, they can certainly mount comebacks. They can certainly streak and put maps together here. So by no means is it over, but you would love to grab this hard point, tie us up, and go into some maps and modes that you're going to feel pretty good about.
It's not the end of the world for this team. They're just down one map, Austin. So we're looking at this and we're saying that this is, you know, ready for 5 Fears to run away with it. Yes, they've won every Skyline, but at the end of the day, it's the grand finals.
Anything
can
happen,
baby. Champs up next week. You want to show case that you can win maps like this. So you expect Team Notorious to bounce back like they did on that Protocol Search and Destroy. And all right.
Steve was not happy with Hixie. He's like, get out of my way, man. How come he took my close spawn? What? 5 Fears still managed to get the time first, too. Whatever they do ends up working out. And that top battle that I talked about, this is going to be a huge point of this entire map, and Fire already shooting off to a pretty solid start. So looking at F-Dot, looking at Rafi to try to get involved, to give their subs a forward position. F-Dot now from the staircase trying to deal with Fire, but he's finding heads, he's picking kills off, and 5 Fears are getting a lot of time on P1.
So much time, and all that, it was Hixie waiting for a chance to try to flip those spawns. It doesn't work, but it's Fire at Stern now. 3 in a row off this top roof position, finally getting traded out. The Team Notorious, they are going to be set up at least for the second, but you still have some players to worry about. Abe, though, he's going to be found out. 3 kills for Team Notorious. A little bit of scrap time in the setup that you want for P2, but hopefully it's not like those setups that we saw in Vault, and you can actually get some time off of this. You're going to get a route from Hixie all the way underneath, and the rest of the team's going to follow up very fast.
Yeah, a couple players now starting to get pretty close to the point. Abe up the elevator, drops down low, and, well, finally a decent moment coming through for FDOT. After the slow start, he's going to put 3 together. Big chance for 4, and now he's heating up. That is our Miami MVP, starting to get locked and loaded. 4 in a row and a chance maybe to work for streaks.
Going forward to 4 and 4. Can he hold down this kitchen rotation? Yes, the answer. He goes down. Now look at this. This is the rest of them challing out with the pistol. Everybody winning their fights. Team Notorious, they bounce back off of 41 seconds given up off of P1. So you get to P2 with the better spawns. You do not break whatsoever. And this is what you like to see from Afro.
This is what I talked about. Your ARs find kills. You get players like Afro forward. All of a sudden, the setups no longer look as solid as they once did. So 5 Fears now on the back foot. No longer having those back spawns for the next hill as well. As Rafi's got the cross. He's on 4 in a row. Everybody from Team Notorious starting to step up.
Good shots from Rafi, 5 in a row. You haven't even been able to sniff this hill if you're 5 Fears, and it's just been 75 plus unanswered points from Team Notorious after going to this P2 rotation. So 5 Fears now on the back foot, trying to put together any kills to break this hill, but they just have not. Finally, Abe's gonna get in and Exceed there to back him up.
This has been a crazy streak of points. I mean, they've just had to send everything on Rafi before they could even
I'll
make
be
their
back
way
after
past
I
the
get
50
my
yard
food.
line. So feeling a
Hit me
lot
up
of the
with
pressure
in
early
chat.
on here is certainly 5 Fears after having a great P1. Looking solid for what is a rotation here to the next hill as well. And you're still keeping them past the 50-yard line here around P2 spawn. So this is a great position and a great bounce back.
And the slang has just skewed way towards Team Notorious. You look 9 and 5, 10 and 5 from Rafi. 9 and 5 from Eric Bull, 9 and 7 for F-Dot. Everybody in and around that 10 kill marker. Afro's making plays on the rotation, and it has just been so clinical in that slaying column from this team. Everybody doing their work. Finally, for 5 Fears, you are going to get this break over towards P4, but with the close spawns up, it doesn't matter. Eric just gets in from closet, and you're right back on the back foot.
11 and 6 for Eric, soaking up hill time, allowing his teammates to do what they need to. Set up around the hill, 20 seconds up for grabs. A few players going to give it a go for 5 Fears, but they are just losing every single battle. I mean, this has been a ridiculous turnaround as we look through the first set of hills. They've been able to win every single rotation, almost get every single second since P1, and they have now taken full control of this map number 4.
That's a 18 to 135 swing in 3 hills. 5 Fears. I mean, hopefully you can get the same thing done at P1 the second go around because you need it. And Abe's going to get the kills. You have some time off of it. The worry is, can you keep this up?
Oh, F-Dot. Now with the sub in hand, he's being a nuisance up top. And it just feels like 5 Fears have not been able to stabilize whatsoever. The game is just playing a little bit too fast. They are not matching the pacing. The tempo is just not in their favor. Pixie, though, does manage to get to P1. Finally, a good moment to talk about here after multiple hills. And 5 Fears are at least on the favorite side of the map, as they start to look towards P2.
Not done just yet. I mean, still about 60 seconds separating these two. You get into towards this setup just like Team Notorious, and you can have a chance to get a good chunk of time off this second hill setup. Unfortunately, Abe, timing's not going to work out against F-Dot, and that is going to keep Team Notorious on this early setup. It's a hit through piano from 3 members of 5 Fears.
Pixie down low. Might be one of the first entries. Going to lose a couple of his teammates there out front. So it really just comes down to what Hixie can do. Good read in the back, but can't get the best of Afro in the 1 versus 1. Spawn's still going to remain close here for Team Notorious, as you'll see 5 Fears try to set up for their second hit.
It's a good hold from Team Notorious. Hixie has been getting away with that all day long in the double kills for the P2 breaks. So you stop that. And you continue to limit the success from 5 Fears on this map. Lots of work to do as Hixie's getting hot on the map 4 in a row. He's going to hop the hill time. Still 20 seconds. This is good time for 5 Fears. So trying to chip away at this lead now against Team Notorious.
Yeah, chipping away at it. And you take a look at just some of the players that are trying to keep him in it. Hixie, certainly one of them. Hixie's been soaking up a lot of time, but he's not been finding a whole lot of kills, having a rough one, and 21 deaths as well. Is playing very quick. He's going to drop and be the first one trying to entry into the P3 hill. Set up here, of course, for Team Notorious. Shots coming all over the place, but it will be Abe that's able to get himself in with a double, looking for a follow-up, and Fire gets involved in the play as well. He follows up with the second. Another good moment here, another big break for Five Fears.
As long as Exceed can start to pick up the pace in this game, his teammates are giving a lot of time for him to find his way back and regain off this poor start. So you look at him to see if he can get involved for the team a little bit more, and his 30-point lead, it's going to feel like nothing. And a few hard points, a couple fights on the inside, though, from Team Notorious, back and forth against Five Fears. Hixie ends up going down. You're fighting for the better side right now, and Team Notorious fighting for the scrap time as well to keep this lead.
Yeah, all time is great time, and Eric even wins the 1v1 for Old, so another 8 seconds will be locked in for Team Notorious as they almost close in on that 200-point mark. Hixie looking to make something happen in the back. Has his teammates also close by, but a little bit too much to deal with all the way by the patio. So we'll try to reposition, wait for the regen. Afro now the last one up himself, needs to play his life and knows the challenge is likely coming his way. Exceed does find the pickup.
Only down by 40. Lots of time to tie this one up heading into the third rotation. Eric's looking to get fast into this hill, wait for the swing, set up towards the back hit from Afro, see if he can time it right.
Eric slides in, no good. Hixie gonna hold strong. 30 seconds to grab, and Five Fears, they are slowly working themselves back into the map. Afro, a little shaky, but gets the finisher. Now has to move into the hill. Not going to find Hixie. Exceed gets involved in the play, and that will be another big moment to try to slow down the game just a tad bit, and the kills now starting to turn the other direction.
Talk about Exceed. Just a few hills ago, 9 and 22, and now 17 and 25. So he's positive in the past couple hills, getting involved in these big gunfights. We're tied up heading into the third rotation. It's like it never even happened. So Five Fears starting to pick things up, and Team Notorious have slowed down in the past couple of hard points. So tied up going into the third set. It is anyone's game.
Clean shots from Fire, 4 in a row. Rafi thinking about giving him a challenge, but won't be able to. Has to wait for the regen. Secondary chow. Fire locked on him. Absolutely shooting at the moment. Wants to try to push up, take away space. Goes to the pistol. No problem for Fire. 5 in a row. More time going the way of Five Fears at P1.
Yeah, suddenly this looks like the momentum is completely shifted over to Five Fears. Notorious are asleep in the back couple of hills. So after this P2 rotation, you're hoping you could get this break going fast, because you look at that line of scrimmage is directly down the middle. You lose the fights down low. You're looking towards somebody to break in, and it's Eric Boom trying to knock on this door.
Eric through the back. Has a lot of work to do. And, well, his teammates from the front are doing a great job. They're going to be able to find 2. Eric weakening up a couple of the players. Gets the job done. The break is clean. Team Notorious are in.
Yeah, you flip things out as well, so this is a good setup for Notorious if they can get there in time to help out. Piano for Rafi. Good text on the other side. Rafi's in trouble, but Afro goes big. A triple kill on the point to win things out. That is going to secure it for Rafi. He feels safe and sound. 30 seconds, and Team Notorious can't turn this lead with.
Yep, and it's just about too much time that give away for free with 30 left. So you have to give it one more hit, but this might also give up the rotation, make it slightly vulnerable here. So key decisions to be made for Five Fears as it's 221 to 226. Team Notorious going to regain the lead. Great read from Rafi as well, who's on 6 in a row. Finding that fire yet again, starting to look at new.
You chalk this one up completely for 5 Fears. You have the P3 setup, but Rafi on 7 in a row. He's got the angle first up. Abe around the fireplace. Can he finesse? Yes.
There
Abe for 3. 4 in a row now on the P3 hill. See if he can be the savior for 5 Fears.
Oh, it could end on the kitchen hill. Abe up to 5. Almost gets number 6. But now you need Hixie to try to come up with some kills. He's denied the opportunity. Team Notorious looking for the final moments on the kitchen point. Rafi ready and waiting. Challenge maybe coming through the outskirts. We'll see if Fire can try to get anything done over the top of the table. He's going to find the entry. It's a team kill, but it's still enough. Now you'll see 5 Fears get in for a moment.
15 seconds, you have to challenge this one through, and you can see the players going around the outside. Eric Boom shut down on cobblestone, down low to F dot, drops down into the middle of the map. 7 seconds, you gotta go.
Have to go. Both teams 7 seconds away. You could still end it on the kitchen point. The contest was in for a second, but Team Notorious, they have the numbers. Do they have enough to secure it? Aim, has he done enough? The final couple seconds, the tick is in. Team Notorious, grab the Skyline hardpoint.
What just happened? 5 Fears, they battle all the way back from a 40 to 135 deficit in the first rotation. They look unstoppable going into the third. And then it is the P2, P3 that you love to see from this Notorious team, where they just lock in and grind it out. So many kills coming out from Rafi on those rotations, and you leave it up to the double team duo of Eric Boom and Afro to get into that mix and secure that game when it matters most. They turn up. Some big moments there for Team Notorious, and for the first time it feels against this 5 Fears team, they steal away a hardpoint.
Finally able to get it done, man. We said they needed to, right? It's a huge part of winning this best of 7. We set up what they needed to do. You saw the ARs firing, finally getting something going. It's like they were almost listening to what they needed to try to get done. And it really set them up with that lead. But yeah, we saw 5 Fears battle back. It comes down to the wire, and those final few seconds that were not contested is just enough to put them over the edge. Man, what a crazy Skyline hardpoint we just got going.
I gotta see this one back. I mean, 6 spree for Rafi over towards P1. That comeback that they had from P2, P3, P4 at the start of the game, that is just a run of hills that you don't normally see from this team. But you know, that's the communication, the fundamentals from Team Notorious just looking so sound and so well put together. But you gotta give 5 Fears their credit on hard points. They can surely slay out when they get going, and in those P2 hills all day long, Hixie has been that guy for the breaks. But you get towards the third set of rotations, a tie game, so many back and forth hills, and it just felt like this whole mix fest of a P3 really came down to the smallest of margins. Abe starts it off with a triple kill. You have to pick up from P2, from the rest of Team Notorious. They battle their way through with those trades. Afro gets a double kill, F-Dot to finish it. And that is the Afro difference right there. I mean, this guy, he gets the double kill at the moment to turn this, and he is always the one that separates every team that Team Notorious faces.
Yeah, Afro can just be electric in those game-deciding moments, especially when you get to those close quarter hills. That's where he's going to thrive. And, well, he most certainly does. Man, crazy game flow, though. A lot of back and forth. Again, there was a point in time where it felt like this one was getting almost a little bit out of reach based off of what we had kind of seen. Yeah, you point to the 137 to 59. Like, it was a drastic lead that they were running away with. And you see 5 Fears slowly creep back in and manage to make it competitive near the end.
I don't think I've ever seen 4 hills where it is that steep on the game flow from P1 all the way into that P4 for Team Notorious. But I mean, the answer back from 5 Fears, you look at, you know, the second rotation, you continue to get another 40 seconds off of those P1 hills, which is not really expected from any team. And then you look at the P4 break that you get from the team as well through Closet, and as soon as they get into there, that's what shifts things back into their favor for that game. So those 2 hills alone for 5 Fears, you look at them to steal away some P1 time, get into those P4s, and it's really hard to break. And you know, that second rotation P4, that's also that moment we were talking about Exceed. He starts the game off 9 and 22. You go into that P4, he's 17 and 25, and a moment like that for Exceed, it is just the regain that you're looking for from a player like him.
Well, it is certainly entertaining. That is for sure. This grand finals is all tied up. Still 3 more potential maps to go. So we could be in for a game 7. We'll have to see. But for now, we will throw it to a short break. When we come back, map 5 coming up. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to jump into game number 5. We are all tied up. It's been a great day so far. Been a great grand final so far, Colin. I've been enjoying myself. I'm sure you have too. But we are now getting into yet another swing map and yet another search and destroy.
You couldn't ask for anything better out of the grand finals than 2-2 going into the back half of this game. We're guaranteed a couple more. Neither team wants to make it easy. So we ask for Team Notorious to do something that they haven't yet been able to do. Show us something exciting, and they steal away the Skyline hardpoint in a very dramatic way. Afro F dot, they go big in this last couple of hills, and that sets things up in a tight game going into this Hacienda search and destroy. Both teams, I think, just in general, we could be very impressed with in the way that they're moving into the modes that they have been less preferred on over the course of this weekend and starting to show improvements. That protocol search and destroy, it was 3 rounds off the bat for 5 Fears to take a lead on this one. Yes, Team Notorious, they come back, they steal it away, but you're starting to see those building blocks from both teams and the search and destroy for the 5 Fears and the hard point for Team Notorious, and that is making you really excited for these last 3 maps for sure. So this Hacienda search and destroy, I'm sure for for 5 Fears, they're looking to get their get back after that winner's final loss in Game 5.
Yeah, they are, and Team Notorious, being able to watch over that, who knows what they've been able to take away from what they were doing, quite a bit. And was this not the map that they played yesterday, or earlier today?
No, brother, they played it earlier today.
Earlier today, right?
It feels like it was last night.
Yeah, it feels like it is. We're getting pretty late into the night. I'm here for it.
But we get 2 Game 5s, a Game 4 from LHE and
all going the distance.
And then this one's now going to Game 5 again, potentially 6 and 7 as well. Whoa, man!
A lot of Call of Duty.
This
a lot
is
of Call
what
of Duty.
Challengers is all about.
Yeah, I mean facts, but this one feels like it could very well go the distance here too. So that red card, eyeing it up, might end up seeing it. But we are getting ready to jump into game, brother. We'll see what ends up happening. It should be a pretty interesting one for as far as what we're going to get. Again, this is a situation where you want to win this if you're 5 Fears. The S&Ds have been shaky at times. Team Notorious still showing us they have the upper hand. Let's see what happens going into yet another swing map, baby. Let's get into it.
A Fierce Lion on the cinematic drawback to open up into a fierce grand final. First blood coming out by way of F dot. It is going to be a trade festo back and forth, and Notorious out on top. It's Fire alone outside fences.
Feels like this is a situation we see a lot where Fire's the last one out, forced to try to clutch, and clean shots there on Rafi. Gives himself a go at what would be a 1v3, now 1v2 here against F dot and Eric Boom. But 50 seconds to play with. Has to also wrap back around and grab that bomb at some point.
You get some good timing here. I mean, both of these players, they are here, but you got the flank. Eric's going to be watching it slide out, not ready for it to be that close. So Fire, valiant effort in the 1 versus 3, but a difficult spot to find yourself in for that opening round. Team Notorious not going to let these rounds sneak away from them like they did on the protocol.
Yeah, clean shots. You can see Fire kind of was recentering there for the mid box down the hallway in case someone was lingering around there. So Eric catches him off guard. And no 1v3 going to happen here in round 1. Team Notorious looking good in the opening round.
So for 5 Fears, do you take the B route? Do you go to A? B was so kind to them in that losers final versus Omid Brooklyn, and it looks like it is going to be a hit to B. Double stack through mid, though, see if they can get a first blood.
First blood will come through. Eric thinking about just laying the bomb. See if we can drop it quick. And you are going to get another kill onto F dot. Try to even us up. Shot's going to come through. Hixie, though, can't finish it off. Going to cook the nade. You also have a flank play coming through. We'll see if they're going to be able to potentially pull this off. And this is going to be a late play from Afro.
How do you read this at all? Nobody's going to be ready for it, but he gives himself up. Not able to get the kill. He should be ready for it, but he's not able to get his gun up in time. And Notorious, the guy closed out on those finishing kills to win out another round back-to-back off the first bloods. Afro does it again to kick off these rounds, and you look at himself and Eric Boom there alongside him. 3 kills, 2 of them right there in the best play.
All right, 5 Fears now on the back foot very early on. Not something that you want to deal with against a team Notorious that now has the ability to maybe be a little bit riskier here with some rounds to throw. 3-0 start for Eric Boom. He's been looking pretty saucy here to kick off this Hacienda Search and Destroy. But back on 5 years, what is going to be your answer to what feels like one of those critical rounds where you do not want to go down 0-3 like we've seen here in the past?
Fast flank from Eric, already in secret. Hixie reads it for a first blood. That's going to kickstart things into a post plant on A. 4 players up for 5 years. This is looking like a solid round start. Can Team Notorious dismantle it?
Good nade connection. Forces 8 back. Hixie also playing down low here too. Surprise, surprise, there's one. You're going to get a read on Afro, who's going to have a technical 1v4. And no dice. Not going to find anything. 5 years. Good answer.
Yeah, good answer back. Stopping things from going up 3-0. First blood from Hixie, rates the flank from Eric Boom, and not only that, through Secret, getting a second one, takes up Afro as well with that pre-fire. He is electric when he is on one, so reading the map so well, reading the timings perfectly for 5 fears, setting your team up for success now. In the follow-up for your defense, do you read Team Notorious off the get-go? It was B for round 1 offense from this Team Notorious squad, so see if the round 2 defense can go anywhere else. It is going to be a B attack again, this time 2 players here to beat it.
Stun's going to connect though, so information is here, and Exceed's also playing in the water, so Afro
fight.
is too. It's going to be a little water battle, getting some BO4 flashbacks.
You can't even see through that
It's
water, so
muddy
neither
water,
player
brother.
knows. Afro doesn't even see him.
Yeah, it's some murky water. All the way around to the cavity goes. And we'll see what Afro's going to be able to do from this position here, as he will have to take his time and slowly but surely work from the flank after losing Rafi.
That's that Lake Erie water, for those who know. When Afro's going to have a flank, he's going to get spotted. Good read from 5 fears on the hunt now to see if they can get that kill. Afro's, he's escaped and repositioned all the way up top to the office, but it's a 4v2 for Team Notorious.
Yeah, it is. And need one there. There it is.
Wow.
That's exactly what I asked for. F-Dot just needs to try to get himself one. That's also the bomb carrier. So it's a wide spread here across the map now offensively, and that does really leave Abe out to drive for a second. So you start to see Hixie close in. F-Dot now actually connects onto a second. So all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. Bomb was picked up, and F-Dot has some options, but this would be for the ace.
Oh, he's going into wine. Slow peeking the door. Abe's ready for it. Perfect reads for the possibilities from F-Dot. He's not going to let him pull a fast one on you. So Abe goes big for the last 2 kills. That's going to tie us up in the Search and Destroy. And a read onto the flank as well from Afro. That could have been so different if nobody was watching it. The water battle not to be. You think back to BO4, and that water was not as clear on BO4, or not as murky on.
Oh, no, it was pretty clear. Yeah, I mean, that was a thing, right? That was just a thing, to chow out water.
Crimsix loved it.
Oh, yeah, the ICR battles, good times. Good times in Hacienda. But, yeah, that water, it's clearly dirtied over the years. Team Notorious.
Pollution.
Now lost 2, and 5 years starting to look a little bit cleaner. Abe gets a free route through dark, and he'll actually put himself on 4 in a row, as 5 years grabs himself the man advantage and also able to slip away by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, Afro's still going to even things up for the 2v2 in the retake. So off of a Rafi's first blood, 5 years half set them up for a potential swing 3 rounds in a row. Just can you lock things down with you?
Don't hit your teammate. Well, he hit his teammate, Colin. You can see that unfolding. You're like, okay, I can see what he's going here for. He's going for the bank into you, make him weak. He drops down, he kills him. It's just the timing didn't work out.
I wish you guys could see the disappointment on Visions after he said that. You spoke that into existence.
I mean, come on.
3 rounds in a row for 5 fears. First blood for Rafi. Perfect answer back from 5 fears to get that bomb down at A. And now you're looking towards Team Notorious to see what they can do on the offense now to stop this bleeding. It's going to be an A attack. Two players looking to get up towards dark, but it's a 3-player meet for 5 years.
Dixie's pretty far forward. We've seen this a couple times. On the defense, and he's going to connect, and oh, could be a lineup. Oh, what a win, though. Eric gets one back. F-Dot also gets involved in the play. 2v3 we go, but the bomb still kind of lurking by back well.
I like this patient play. You still have a player to worry about as Abe is trying to get through this map. See if you can get in behind it. He might set up a fast flank if he deems so, but at the same time, you do not know where these Notorious players are, so he's going to group back up his fire to see if you can retake in the 2v3.
Fire looking for an exit. Not going to get a whole lot of info. Abe down low. Huge win. That's also 5 in a row now for Abe, so that gives you a very solid chance of being able to clutch this round up. Try to take a 2-round advantage, but still need to cut through 2 more defenders here on the site.
I think Afro's going to be the one to split this one. Yeah, he saw it. Good cleanup. Fire had the turn on, but Abe in the 1v2. Can he do it again in 16 seconds?
And not feeling likely. Not even good for the first one. Was working for a streak. Could have played for it. Decided not to. But Team Notorious will be able to tie us up here 3 apiece.
Yeah, that's a big play, too, to shut down Hixie off that initial. You almost had to line up for the first blood from Hixie into 2, but Eric Boom trades it, plays his life. F-Dot follows up for that site control, and that is good pacing from Team Notorious to slow down that round and to try to draw out the rest of the players. Afro makes a play towards office, and there's no way that Fire was going to be ready for it at all. Good reaction, but tough fight to take. So 5 years now on the offense. We're tied up. 3 rounds for 5 years is answered with 1 from Notorious, and look to see who can take the lead with the B site wide open.
It sure is. Abe looks like he was going to fly right through, but going to make sure they're protected on the site. Meanwhile, Fire's going to be playing and watching for that late flank that could follow through at Lamborghini. F-Dot not going to find a connection with the nade.
RCXD, nothing. From the front, it's Rafi. He's getting involved fast, and this one's going to be a shutdown right away. Trades out. This is going to be a mix fest.
25 seconds. Gotta go. It's getting mixy here, but it's looking like it's all one-sided. 5 years. They're ready. Have the response, and they'll make sure they maintain the lead.
And another team kill in that round. So 5 years happy to take their lead back after the 3-round stint that they did have earlier on. So no issues on whether or not they're going to be able to compete towards the back end of the search and destroy. The answer, they are going nowhere. And even for Rafi to play so close on that bomb for the first one in, you don't normally see Rafi feeling like that, but I guess when you're 2-7, you're looking for a confidence play there, and that is his checkout play to see if he can work something for his team.
Bomb leaning over to B. It's completely open. It's this middle battle that's taking place here.
Flank at the bottom.
And yeah, flank at the bottom. Exceed, though, is able to deal with F-Dot. So first blood secured for 5 years. Chance to open up onto B, but they don't want to commit to it. They want to keep on going.
Yeah, they're going to go all the way through, hunting for a trade. See if you can bring this into a 3v3 before you go to the bomb site.
Wow.
And Afro, working with Rafi, plays the patience perfectly. And that is going to swing this light fleet advantage to Notorious by 1. Pretty sure they spot out both these players. Fire's going to overchal it, and it's all on the Hixie.
On to Hixie. Lot in front of him. And Hixie did actually manage to get 2, but the pistol good enough to get the trade. So still back and forth, just on a nice edge here between these 2 squads on the Hacienda search.
Afro goes big in that round. You post up in the corners. You know that what you really need to do there is find a trade fast before you dedicate to your bomb sites. And you know, with the Hacienda, I mean, there's so many routes, so many timings that you want to hit when you do have that advantage that you're trying to work those fast flanks. And it's a good read from Notorious to just sit, wait, feel it out, and it pays off. Tie game. Back onto the offense for 5 years. It's going to be a good old 4-hit over to A.
Another big map from Afro right now, 10-5. And 5 years. Trophies down, nades and stuns are out, and that might actually give them the coverage just to drop this bomb immediately.
Let's go. I'm right now rooting for Team Notorious.
Player out to the fence chances, though.
Let's go.
He's looking to, again, be the first one on these plays.
Good first
Oh, it's
blood.
best
Gonna
of
come
7.
through. Trophy system also going to now follow here for the retake.
Probably going to leave this on.
Good shots, but doesn't want to commit and throw his life away. Ixie now gets one back. Eric from up top in dark. Evens us up. 2v2. Secondary Chow comes through for fire. And now it's all about reading where the last player is, but they might not read Exceed as in you. Has a sub in hand. 10 seconds on the clock. Goes for the Chow, and that should be good. Afro knows he needs the Chow, but what a 1v2 that is out of Exceed.
He plays the timing perfectly. No overchows at all. Nothing fancy. Just good old search and destroy in the 1v2 from our vet. He slides out. He spots nobody on that defuse. You play the timing right. You read that it's a rewrap through that shed, and he finesses. Even in that last one, he didn't even want to chow that last player because you know there's still a second left. You overchow that aims 4 bullets to you. You keep kicking yourself in it. So you just
All right, let's see what Team Notorious can do. They'll be one up for match point if they win this.
0.45 fears. See if now they can steal away one of Notorious's best game modes.
Could make all the difference for as far as how the rest of the series plays out. Afro quickly moving through, but no, can't find anything. 2 kills early here. 4-5 fears. And Eric feels like, I just got to plant the bomb. I got to get it down today.
I got to do something at this point is what you're thinking. Rafi is so far disconnected. Eric Boom on an island. All 4 players re-clearing from 10.
Oh, you want one from Eric, but his position going to be known. Rafi, though, has the cut covered. Will they hop for the defuse? Rafi's going to be the one that has to check here. Corners checked in. It's good. Checks the bomb. It's also good. Rafi making moves. And now it's a 2 versus 2. Somewhat of a breakdown right now for 5 fears. We'll see if they can try to hold on for the win. Big gunfight up top, but you're going to have to play for the defuse here. Abe gets one. Rafi for the ace. Yes! Finds it. Round 11 we
That's
go.
what I'm talking about. Round 11. Round 11.
Ace in round 10 delivered from Rafi. We talked that this is the guy who's got to step up, the glue for the team, the X factor when it matters, and the fact that he's got the AR posted all the way towards open. I don't think I've ever seen a player like Eric, bait out the Chow like he did for Rafi to get that kill to bring it into a 3 versus 2. That was flawless from Eric Boom and taking all the attention on him while Rafi just blossomed into that round, and that snap onto the second was crazy. Rafi is feeling it.
All right, all comes down to yet another round 11. Who would have guessed? 5 fears here, playing defense, trying to get a read on where the attack is coming from. Rafi, he's gonna almost light up another, but Afro on the flank. Will they expect this 2 times in a row? No, they will not. First kill is going to be good. Second kill, though, not ready for it. Trade is there from Fire.
3v3 for round 11. Bomb leaning to A originally, but it seems like they want to pivot over towards B. And Abe, he hasn't gotten a single clue that this is happening.
Exceed. Does he know how much he's dealing with? No. Goes for the reach out. Doesn't expect a second, but Abe's going to get a good read on this now.
Watching.
And it's being read. Eric buys another one. Is it another comeback? In the cards. Fire. Last alive. Has to clutch up. Bomb going down. Quick check from F-Dot. They know exactly where Fire's coming from. This is going to be a difficult retake. Too many players to deal with here. He's going to decide to reposition, but my goodness. 35 seconds left to try to make your way over to the site. Feels like it might be just a little too much. Nobody scamming. Everybody playing tight on the site. And Eric Boom going to throw some slides in. Information gathered. Good night, Fire. Good night. It's Team Notorious.
Shout out to Team Notorious.
Just clutching up, icing up.
Match point now.
This EU team that just tends to do it over and over again.
I wonder who will win. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. I'll be on mic though, so if you need me, hit me up.
He just can't close an S&D. Even the Game 5 versus Omid Brooklyn, where Yuli gets
If you, I'll be in chat, so send me a message in chat.
You wonder if this team has the ice for this game mode.
But let me know who you're voting for. Are you voting for Team Notorious? Are you voting for the other team?
Get all the way in towards the first
Stay tuned.
Yes, fire trades it out, but you saw Hicksy was in trouble. Abe so far away from all that play. As soon as Hicksy goes for that second child, tries to be the hero for that game, is when it really fell apart. And Team Notorious, I don't want to take anything away from them whatsoever, because the magic that they bring to S&D in terms of fundamental strategies, it's second to none right now. Aside from that teammate from Afro, that is your fault, Austin. But even like thinking back to round number 10, when you got a 2 versus 4, Eric goes for the instant plant on A, knowing that Rafi's playing towards open. If he can pull the attention from those players, which luckily for him, they were all coming from the same angle, they chow Eric Boom right into Rafi. And when we're going to see it in a couple moments, he popped off in that round to just surge his team to victory, really. That second kill was disgusting from him.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a complete and utter breakdown when you go back to that round 10. Like, that is a 2v4. You just need to play trades. But the way that they played it, where Rafi's playing on the other side of the hall and Eric's running out of view, like, it just worked out so perfectly. They're chasing, they're looking to find elimination, they know he's weak, and it just really sets up the entire play. That is a tough pill to swallow, to be sure. And like you said, they just can't close. They can't close an S&D, and it might very well cost them the best of 7 here, because they're now down in the deficit, having to bring themselves back with 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that is back-to-back maps for this 5 Fierce team. That you look back at the Skyline, you look back at the Hacienda. How do those fall away from you? I mean, it could be over right now in the grand final, but instead it's now Team Notorious with 2 icy maps to take the lead in the grand finals, 3-2. One of the best grand finals I've watched, I think, it's since MW3 Miami Open for the best of 7 reverse sweep. This is so many different clutch plays, so many players just icing up the right times, great strategies from Team Notorious in the Search and Destroy, and you know, finally winning that hard point, getting over the hurdle that they've been looking for all weekend long. That's like the story for this team on the respawns, is how much are you learning from these boot camps? They're learning fast, they're getting better, and they look too damn good.
Icy, they're clean. There's so many good things you can say about Team Notorious when it comes down to crunch time right now. So we'll take a look at the maps here that are lined up. 3-2 is our current score line in this grand final. Protocol Control will be coming up here, as that is labeled wrong. And then if need be, Team Notorious do not close it on the Protocol, then we will go to the red card Search and Destroy that will be waiting for us. And I still got a slight feeling we could be seeing a red card Search to end the night. Almost hoping for it at this point with the way this series has been going.
Yeah. And I hate to be the one to point out a player who's been doing so good all weekend long, but it seems like over the past couple of maps, Abe is slowing down. He was the one to open up this series for the team, put it away versus Omid Brooklyn. He had so many good moments, triple kills, double kills, just clutch plays across our first 3 maps, especially when you look at the Hacienda Control and you put up 40 kills for the team. But he slowed down in the Skyline a little bit. Afro started taking over in that head-to-head, and you go into the Hacienda Search and Destroy, where Afro has back-to-back really good S&Ds for his team. And you know, you're just not getting those opening first bloods from Abe. You're not getting those clutch plays from him like you would expect from a player of his caliber. And going into this Protocol Control now, I think that you look at Abe to start to catch some heat again, because he's going to be that X factor for this team, the takeover player for 5 Fears. He is all 5 Fears.
Well, we'll see if he can get the job done. A situation where you are called upon to go big and shut down what is going to be a lot of these individuals that are just always icing up what they need to. But you go back to even when they played this the first time around, right, in the winners final, that feels like a lifetime ago at this point. But, you know, 3-1, for Team Notorious. They played it extremely well. They looked really solid when you were watching over them. And I think they did a really good job. One of the keys was making sure Hixie and Abe weren't going rogue in your spawn continuously, right? That's something I think that I've certainly praised them for throughout this entire weekend when you're seeing them play the Protocols or playing the Haciendas. And to be fair, that's actually something that they were getting away with in the first Hacienda control that we saw here in this set. So I think limiting that is going to be critical if you're going to be able to replicate what we had seen in the Protocol a little bit earlier on in the day.
And there's a lot of teams that have had issues with protocol control over this weekend. I think you look at it in general, where you can take notes from Team Notorious in that winners final, and what was so good for those attacks over towards the A zone is they weren't getting over aggressive towards those last couple of rounds. It's the fact that you want to go for the stack, make sure that there is nobody that's going to flank you through sidewalk and top triple, and if you can win those paddles behind you, get the exit kills or deny any exit kills after that A zone is captured. You slow the game down right in that moment. Use that extra 60 seconds rather than throwing your lives away. And that's something where attack on protocol, we need to see a little bit more patience come out from these teams when they get into a situation where you can stack those zones, because oftentimes we do see players try to get aggressive through that sidewalk, try to get towards grandmas to get a couple more kills onto these players from the defensive side. And more often than not, I think it blows up in your face. It's those patient plays on even the Haciendas that we've been seeing for those zone takes that has made some crucial differences on offensive takes.
Yeah, I think it definitely plays a massive part. But also, guys, just a reminder, Toronto Ultra hosting a graphics card giveaway from AMD. Head over there, like, retweet. Make sure that you link below on who you think is going to be able to win this entire tournament, man. It's been very fun. Again, it's been very close, so I don't know who you're going to pick. It could very well be Team Notorious right here, or we might be going to a map 7 and see if there will finally be a close, or Team Notorious do what Team Notorious do. So big thank you to AMD. Big thank you to AMD Gaming. Go over them, follow them on Twitter.
I don't know if you guys have gone check the retail prices of graphics cards these days, or the resale prices of them. I don't even want to look at them or think about it, but that's a big opportunity, and that could be you walking away with it to start the new build on your brand new PC. But that is enough rambling before we get into map number 6, Austin. Team Notorious, a chance to put it away in the control. They won this one last time. This is as good as it gets to put the series away.
Yep, Afro already challenging down low, and he's going to win that battle. Solid start for Team Notorious. They're going to find 3 of the 4 and actually make it all 4. So now that you're fighting out of your spawn, right off your first life here if you're 5 fierce.
Afro tucked away, no read from Abe. Good trades coming out from 5 fierce. You're working out of your spawn for the most part, but it just seems like a losing battle. F-Dot, he's going to disengage from that. Good on fire to work with Abe to get back in towards your lockers, but there's already another player looking to flank, and it's Rafi's turn.
Rafi, good for 3. Backs up, plays the heli, and we'll try to watch over the A zone. F-Dot, though, working the other side of the map, won't be able to get the best of Abe, or rather Fire. He's going to be able to get some decent progress forward, zip line up.
That's awkward.
Yeah, it's very awkward, and maybe Afro doesn't even see him. He just runs right by him. He's not worried. He's going to press forward, but Abe again, ready and waiting.
I don't think he cared. He's just like, all right, guys, watch Spiral. I'm going to keep going into Grandma's. So good kills coming out from 5 fierce. 27 seconds. You're onto the A zone. Second segment getting worked on too. And Fire is going to push up that sidewalk, but immediately backs up to see if he can help the team.
Rafi looking for angles, looking for feet, realizes he's got to hit the go button, but is he going to be able to try to get something else done here on the point? It's Abe for the double. 5 spree that actually came through for Abe, but they do manage to stop the final tick from coming in, so still a moment here to try to deplete that.
Hixie looking for anything to reignite this attack, and it is going to be handled well by Team Notorious. So 3rd segment stopped. Another chance for Leeds to try towards it from Abe, but he goes down 6 seconds. Last chance in for Hixie to touch it. Afro's here. They line up, but Exceed's still alive.
See, just barely alive. Finally going to be taken out, and now you got to get a touch here. Fire can't get there. Abe has a chance. Abe keeps it alive. 7 lives up against 7 lives, and you're going to chalk that up here. And now the extra minute is in fact secured.
This is where you got to pump the brakes a little bit. A good round chance for offense on Protocol. It's all going to be down to the next couple of kills. Eric Boom's going to be caught on the flank, and now it's your go time with 2 kills to see if he can get going. Afro, he's playing Secret right now.
Good kill's going to come through. Afro, does he get the read down low? He's still weak, and he still comes up with a kill. Just about all you could ask for out of Afro in that situation. Abe, though, up to 15 and 5. Half of the kills in the entire control round have been brought to him. And you got Eric on the flank, though. He could really disrupt this entire play. It was red by fire, but crisp shots come through, and now 3 lives up against 3 lives.
He's going to trade it 3 versus 2. You got a player in Useless and a player in Lighthouse, and Exceed. It is all down to him. And he's giving himself away.
Oh, ring around the rosy. Exceed's going to be able to find him, Rafi, for a 1 versus 3. But it's going to be a touch of the zone. He's got some time to play with here. Exceed not going to see him, and oh my, it's now a 1 versus 1. Rafi looking to go big again. Gets the reload, but the chow comes to him. Abe takes him down and secures the offensive round.
Ask and I shall receive. Abe slowed down the past couple maps, but 16 kills in round 1. That is absurd stats from this guy. So, what is that? That's triple positive. That is over triple positive in round 1 of the control. He's doing everything right now for his team when it matters. And it's those moments that Abe is able to bring for this team that is the difference between this notorious team. Abe clutches up so often. And when you have Fire, Hixie, and Exceed doing just enough to get him there. Exceed plays that back flank so well to make it a 1v3.
Well, a big response out of 5 years after losing the round 11 the way that they did. We'll switch sides and see what they have to offer on the defense. Team Notorious trying to slip through the bottom of the helipad. Rafi not going to be allowed to do that. One more player inside the mid building. Epdot, he's been waiting patiently, and he's going to give away his position here for a moment, but the respawners now struggling to get out of spawn.
Exceed on the triple sub, so he's going to try to up the ante for the pressure. Hixie for the backup. As he has alley-ooped some kills from Exceed off the start. 26 playing 26. A chance over towards A. It's not a stack just yet, but it is going to be a touch. Hixie timing doesn't work out, and now it might lead into a stack. It's going to be a quick from Exceed to try to get up towards the drop triple.
Rafi going to make sure 1 backs down. Second tick of progress being worked on. F-Dot starting to heat up. 5 in a row. Eyes on 6. He takes him down. Good moment from F-Dot. Almost gets a turn, but quick trade follows from Eric, who's going to take his place. Rafi was taken off the zone, so that time was still ticking away. And as soon as Afro hops on, he's also taken off, and a big moment comes through. 4 down here for Team Notorious.
Not even getting the second segment. That's the thing with not stacking those zones, is it takes so long to capture the progress in 32 seconds or 23 seconds. And Team Notorious have nearly nothing done in this round. You're going to have to fight from the spawn again in the trap. Fire down in boat. He's going to back up. Still Afro. Good shots over the top, but now you got to go to A and stack it with 7 seconds. You're going to have a touch at B, but how long can you live right now?
Pretty clean coming out of the spawn, all things considered, after going 4 down. But can't stay alive on B any longer. Rafi, he's going to have to die for the zone and touch, or try to stay alive on A. One of the 2 plays needs to work out, and B does not. So back over to A. It's cleared off, and 5 Fierce do a decent enough job here, contain everything they need to, and they grab a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that defense is perfect. It got a little shaky at one point. I mean, you had the chance to go stack that zone. And when Hixie goes down from F-Dot, that's got to be the call to go jump onto that A zone alongside your teammates. It just takes a little bit too long to get there. And, you know, with that, Exceed gets towards top triple. He wins a big gunfight. And as soon as you're just able to collapse together, it's impossible when you're not collecting off of those mistakes. Team Notorious now going to have to reverse sweep this control. 5 Fears, they are eyeing up this distance game 7.
Afro trying to play his life. Stun gonna drop down low, but Abe, I mean, he's still cooking. Nobody's surprised. 22 and 11 into this round number 3. Back on the attack and thinking about what he could do around the B point. He's gonna drop Eric. Boom. gets caught on the timing, and now you got a couple players here stacking the points slowly but surely, looking for the first segment.
Yep, Abe on 3 in a row. Still putting up generational numbers across a 2-0 lead. He is carrying his team in the backpack for the majority. Good read up top as well. Hipfire and Afton not going to read the corner. He thought this guy for a second is literally seeing through walls, but in fact he is not. That is raw gun skill from Abe.
Fire set up in the middle. Finds the exit coming off the B onto Eric Boom. Looking for some more follow-ups. Takes the gun shell. Rafi forced to back down, and A slowly but surely being captured. First tick now captured on that zone here too. Giving yourself some options with some time to play with. Afro's forced to back down on the flank. He can't find any value, but Eric's been able to inch himself up to contest the point. And now you need to find kills on the point. Team Notorious able to do just about exactly that. They clear out mid, and now they're looking solid once again.
And Afro hasn't really been able to activate just yet, but he is doing a good job at playing his life, going 1-for-1. That is disrupting these attacks from 5 years. It's the rest of the team that's playing really well for Notorious to pick it up. Everybody pretty consistent on that side. Nobody really slacking. It's just you haven't seen that Afro pop-off moment just yet. What we used to see from him is just a moment where he goes nuclear, but he's going to have a chance again.
Read beautifully. Abe there to clean it up. 3 players, though, drop through mid, so it's all down to Abe. But it is going to be a captured zone nonetheless. So you're going to be sitting pretty with 1:20. It was a life lead, and it still is by about 2 here for 5 years. So Team Notorious having to play some key defense here around the B point now. You're already losing the second segment, but Afro ready to pounce. Challenges for the second. It's fire very low, but can't finish off the kill. And now you have about 1:05 to play defense here against 5 years to stay alive.
I don't know, I feel like this trade fest is just going to feed into 5 years clutch again and again. You need to start seeing some separation from Team Notorious to get a comfort in this defensive setup. Because we've seen 5 years get tested. Oftentimes it pays off. Okay. So he's going to get a free 4th kill in a row. Eric on his 3 streak. This is Team Notorious starting to fall into place in the defense. Finally.
Slows down, and it only favors Team Notorious. And as soon as the move is made to start working up, inching through the map, they are going to be cut down. Hixie, though, important. He's going to be alive. He has a chance maybe to come behind the play, but you still got Eric. Oh, what a snapper that is for 6 in a row as he starts to go absolutely rampant in the back. Need to find another? No problem. Eric, little finesse, not going to chow. Knows he can play the clock. Rechow now comes his way, and Team Notorious swiftly cleaning up all the remaining members here from 5 years.
We are not done yet for the control. Team Notorious, a little bit of gas left in the tank for the protocol. So getting things ready into an offensive take, that is the difficult part now for this team. And you think back to all the time that you've had, the opportunities that you've had, at least in that last round, to get that A zone going, a little bit disconnected, a little bit, 1-to-1, everybody trying to individually make those plays, or a little bit late to assist the player trying to make that individual play. And that's got to be fixed here and now for Team Notorious if they want to get to that round 5 on the protocol. So it is all down to this one now. Can Team Notorious win an offense on protocol, or is this one going game 7?
Oh, brother. We'll have to see here. Team Notorious might still have a little bit more in the tank. 5 years definitely want to see that red card. Fire going to get some info with the tactical sense out, and in the back it's Exceed this time around. He's able to find a nice pickup, but Exceed there to shut down Afro. Exceed also finds another, and Eric really the last one up on the map, but Eric still comes up with 2 here. He's on 10 in a row, by the way, so he's got a streak in his back pocket. He's up to double digits for this killing spree. He is still on a tear.
That's casual, I guess. 16-20 to 26-20, but that's where it stops. Only 1 segment off of that over towards this A zone, so you're still trying to ping-pong your way in to stop this clock. F thought he was really reeling to get that contest in, but he pays in blood. Nade out from Fire for the reach out. It's Abe there now on 3. He's going to back up, play his life, but right into Afro, who's waiting in the wings and the shadows for his moment. 2 kills for Notorious. Hicksey's got to be careful. You go down. That could be the A zone gone as well.
Yeah, not ready for another player to be on the flank. Was certainly Rafi, and now big gunfight in the back. Again, Hicksey there to deliver. 20 seconds, becoming a problem here for Team Notorious as they're still trying to battle out of their spawn. All 4 members caught in the back, looking to try to get through the helipad. Streak will come through from Eric, looking for some value, but he's losing all of his teammates here. So what value are you going to get out of the Streak? It's just fire, but you still need to get to the zone, and there is no time to do so. Nobody in a position to get a touch, so 5 Fears clean up the control. Advance to that next game, and Colin, we are going the distance.
We are earning that prize money tonight. All 7 games, lock in, get your popcorn, get your drinks, whatever snacks you want for this grand final, because it is all the way to the end. And you look at this guy right here, I mean, all the way from the start of round number 1, he had 16 kills in the first round of this map. Abe is that guy. 4-5 Fears, big reason why this team has found so much success this weekend, but not to take away from the rest of the team. Hicksey again stepping up for those big moments. You saw Exceed not afraid to take out that Jackal on a protocol either, to get Mixie for those back spawns. What a game from 5 Fears. What a series that we've been given. And all the way to a game 7. This is where we see the best of the best and challengers really come to the limelight.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. I gotta say, it felt like we were just gonna go the distance between these two with what we saw in the winners final, what we've been seeing so far in the grand final, how close it's been, especially the S&Ds. It would almost feel like we needed to see at least one more, and that will be the case. So we are going to get map number 7 set up. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go far. We come back, we're crowning the champion. Welcome back to the AMD Overclock Tournament, where we have lots of prize money on the line. $5,000 up for grabs. $5,000 for this Search and Destroy map, Colin. And so far, all of our Search and Destroys have all went to round 11.
Dude, I mean, this year of challengers in general has cooked in the talent that we've been seeing. So many players picked up to the CDL, so many game 7s, so many round 11 game 5s, so many chances for upsets as well, and the storylines that just continue to build. And everything that's going on this weekend is a culmination of what is to expect next week when we go to Kitchener for champs. And the fact that we're seeing a game 7 between both Team Notorious and 5 Fears This is something that is kind of cooking up those storylines going into what is the finale of their seasons, potentially, if they don't make it to EWC for July. But going into this weekend, we said there's a lot to improve on for these teams. We've seen the improvements. We've seen them hit highs that we never thought was possible. And we saw players really put themselves in that limelight to expect greatness for them come champs next weekend. And I think for this match alone, we have expectations now for both of the teams.
Yeah, we definitely do. And again, a confidence builder, a little bit of extra money in your pocket leading up to champs, but this is definitely the pre-champs setup for what we're going to get next weekend in Kitchener. As you said, Colin, it's going to be an incredible time, man. I cannot wait. But still got to see who's going to take this one, because it very well could be NA, very well could be EU ending on the dub before we do see that final countdown when we get to that tournament. And if we take a look at our map set that we do have coming up, it's going to be a red card search and destroy. And
oh,
again,
red card.
Out there here,
okay.
Every single round
we're back
here for the search destroys in this series has come through, but every single time, Team Notorious has.
And we're gonna watch this until it closes out.
Every single time we've had an international grand final for challengers, it's been North America versus Europe. North America 2-1. In that
we're watching challengers.
Dallas, Miami.
AMD overclocked
So
day
going
2.
to this one, albeit it is not an open, it is not a technical challengers tournament.
Oh, it's not?
It is a third-party organized, still
Oh,
an
wow.
international challengers event.
International challengers event.
This is going to have a lot of weight for them, not just going into champs, but for the region alone to have success in the year where they have showed up when so many people would doubt them. And you go into this red card search and destroy, which has been the bread and butter for this Notorious team. And even thinking about it, Austin, protocol search and destroy. It is 5 Fears that just blows open the gates of this map. 3 rounds in a row. They looked untouchable for the moment. Still, Notorious steal it away. Hacienda search and destroy all the way into a round 10 4v2. Still, Notorious steal it away. So you're going into this red card, you're trying to find confidence for 5 Fears, you're trying to find a way to spin things up that North America can take an S&D against Europe. But you don't know if that's possible anymore.
Doubt's got to be creeping in the back of your mind. I mean, you can only lose so many search and destroys. 2 earlier on versus them as well in the winners final. Can't forget about that either. So it has been just constantly looking to get over that hump, and they have not been able to do it.
So, if you're watching this, who do you think will win? Will it be Team Notorious for NA? Or, excuse me, will it be Team Notorious?
We can absolutely do it. We know we gotten close, man.
Or the other team? I'm rooting for Afro.
Round 10s, round 11s, icing up, waiting for each other, but you certainly got to talk about the fact that just everybody has this chance to clutch up on Team Notorious when it comes down to the wire, and you can only ask yourself, it's like, can they do it again?
Yeah, can they do it again? And, you know, for Search and Destroy alone, I think you can look for Team Notorious and who's been that constant, just difference maker for the team. It's Afro and the consistency that he brings for those mid-round transitions to try to bring back from losing those first bloods. He did it on the Hacienda numerous times, and all the way back on the protocol too. It was 13-6 out of Afro to really carry his team to some of those round retakes. The difference though is in those moments that you get from Rafi, where it seems like he ignites into this unkillable monster, and it's all the way back to the round 10 for that Search and Destroy 4 versus 2, where Eric baits out into the beginning of that ace that Rafi found to send it to the round 11. But then even in the protocol round 11 that we did see between both of these two teams, Rafi starts that with a double kill. So in those moments for Team Notorious, Rafi really is the one to light the way. So you go into this one now for 5 Fears, you were thinking to yourself, well,
here we go.
Team Notorious stole it.
Round 11, game number 7.
But can we?
Well, let's find out, brother. I'm ready, locked and loaded. And the players are ready too. Attacking first will be 5 Fears. And I'm sure a lot of feelers thrown out early here in round number 1, especially before the trophies. And the nades play a massive part throughout this weekend when it comes down to red card. but Exceed able to get
Look at
through
the mini
it
map.
fairly
Look at the mini map.
FDOT now just picking up at the time.
Who
Getting
has
work set up
coverage?
for him.
Still a 4v4 on this approach, and the bomb is sending it towards the ticket. Exceed's gonna burst out the door. Shots. FDOT has him low. Tough one, but Exceed wins it. First blood, 5 fears.
Very patient there from Exceed, not going for the immediate reach out. And now another chow from Abe. This guy is just so good. Last one up, Afro, no problem. Abe finishes off with 3.
Come
5
on,
fears from
guys.
the middle of the map makes some successful plays.
And we have to think about it too. Who's gonna shut down Afro? It is Abe. I mean, throughout the entirety of this series, Abe is rocking a 1.28 KD. He is plus 35 for his team. And he is putting up just insurmountable numbers for the squad across these 6 maps that we've seen. Afro hasn't really touched that weight of kills, but he has had impact beyond doubt. So you go into this one flawless round for 5 fears, and it looks like we got a little bit of interruption.
Oh no. Oh no.
Still going on, but I see nothing. Okay, we're back,
baby.
I think we just lost our POV feed, so we get the free cam for a second. We're locked in.
Locked in, still with it. And we'll see how this one plays out here for us. 3 versus 3 as a couple players did end up dropping earlier on. And that bomb is going to get pointed at A.
They're
So
setting
Eric
it at
should have a
A.
chance to drop this freely. All 3 players defending, nowhere near.
It's a big fight going on the flank.
Ooh, Rafi got Exceed.
That's going to put Rafi in a position now for the post plant to be all the way up to top glass. He's not going to be there right away. He's taking his sweet time to get into that position, but he has all the time he needs.
Rafi able to get one back, and well, we'll get a trade. 1 versus 2. Fire again in this situation quite a few times, but this time a little bit more hard pressed, as he's also got to get there for the defuse, and has he no idea really where the last 2 members could be positioned at here. So we'll get a response round out of Team Notorious, playing the map well, getting a good bomb plant down, and should be able to finish that one off, and they do.
Okay, good shit. Got some on the cards. Or
Get a trade from Team Notorious.
got one on the board. This is my NBA final. As you can tell, or if you would know, today is June the 22nd, 2025. Game number 7 of the NBA Finals.
In the spawn of 5 fears there. So I want to see where we're going for the attack this time. 4 or 5 fears is. At the start of the last one, it was fast from Exceed and Abe to get through the middle of the map. Looks like it's going to be a try to Abe yet again, this time with trophies, and it is going to be met by 3 players on Team Notorious for the second one, but this time it is no doubt in mind. We're getting a reset come through. Game 7.
Yeah. Get to the very end, and we do get a reset, so just still trying to wait and see how this one's going to
reset cheese.
Together, but yeah, man, 1-1. So now this is an interesting spot for the players, right? Because this is always a spot where you
This
go
is
back
nice.
in,
It's
no
always nice
trophies,
when we have,
right? You're starting off as if it's around number 1. And you got to hit the hard reset mentally
Some
to kind of get
interesting
yourself back into the game
culture commentary
right away.
going on.
So we should get that figured out here for you guys. I think maybe we lost an observer at one point in time. But
we even hear conversations from players too about just the whole idea of a reset in a moment like this when you're so locked in. 6 maps in a row. You get to a game 7, you think you're just yanked right out of that game. You just gotta be like, whoa. It's a little jarring to go right back in and just to play at that same intensity that you have. So many people talk about that disruption kind of putting you off your yin and yang. So getting back into this game for both teams, you got to think that this first round is going to be very important for just getting back into the groove of it. Even though we might jump right back into it right away, it is still that little jump that changes your perspective.
Yeah, it takes you out of focus, takes you back in. Luckily, there isn't a break. Fully.
Okay, here we go.
Taking each other out, so that's good news.
They were up 1-1.
Now we're jumping right back in. Again, going from a 1-1 tally here. So basically the first one to 5 is going to take it. Abe already through the middle. And like I had touched on, not going to have those trophies here. So going to find a lot of value potentially here with the stuns and nades.
A lot of shots right now. Abe able able to trade that first blood that Afro did give, but no moves made towards this 8 bomb site, still lingering through the middle of hedges, and seems like this could be a quick pivot over towards B, which they will get, and there are some players sitting close to it, but it is an outside-in perspective from Team Notorious, going to play retake unless Afro sets up in this one, which it doesn't look like he is going to try. Or no, he is giving it a look.
All right, trying to break through, but it succeed. Able to find F dot. 3v2 we go for 5 Fears as they start to push into the site. Abe able to find that cleanly. All comes down to one. Rafi for a 1 versus 3. Not even going to have a chance at the first one. 5 Fears right back into the driver's seat.
That's good patience from 5 Fears. After losing that first blood battle, Abe trades it out right away. The call to go to B.
It's a good one, and not only that, but the patience that it takes to
Really hit that B site without bursting through those doors, without giving up any audio cues that you're going there. It allows a big fight over towards that A site as well, catching F dot off guard. It's out for Team Notorious on their defensive setups. It's been offense all the way through. 2-1 for 5 Fears off of the reset. Keep that as a mental note, everybody, as we get through this Game 7.
Dixie looking for some info. Stun. Gonna likely push him back, but also gives him the go-ahead to double nade that out. And won't find any connections there. Everyone's still very much alive and active on the map. Fire picking up mid to make sure there's no mid play, as we saw back in that round number 1. Meanwhile, there's no commitment to either site just yet, but Exceed, he's in a very interesting position here.
I think they want to clear this, but even still, you gotta be careful, F dot. Exceed's in a great spot. We saw Standy do this so much, and F dot's gonna go over him.
Exceed in a good spot to disrupt this entire play, but the bomb might go down before he makes his move. As soon as the bomb's planted, you'll expect him to start to take a little peek here around the corner.
He doesn't see him.
First kill good, 3 in a row for Exceed. Still down low, and they're going to have to worry about that here as the rest of the team starts to collapse.
Looking at this flank from Abe. I mean, all the way through, he's going to be the difference for this team. He has to activate, and he does.
Rafi waits patiently there, was hoping to line up a second. 18 seconds on the clock. Exceed playing over the bomb, and wow. 5 Fears again. Able to use that patience, working just almost
5 Fears are showing up.
Clock, but it does pay off.
Who's going to win it? Team Notorious or 5 Fears?
Here for 5 Fears.
Back to back, finally a defensive round goes way of one of these two teams, and 5 Fears able to crack the code first. Patience and quiet from Exceed. Not only that, this flank from Abe, he is hunting these players that are in the spawn of Team Notorious for the post-plant setup at A. And you know, for Afdot, it's really hard to track this player when Abe has been so elusive in these plays. Both Abe and Exceed off of this reset are on 4 kills in a row, Austin. Both of them having a heyday in this grand final. They have been the Shaq and Kobe for this team, setting each other up so many times.
Shots to the middle, traded back and forth. And both teams going to lose one early on, but he did have at least a spree going for Exceed, and I think stopping that was big. But you also got to stop Abe's. He's on 4 in a row here. So he's looking a little saucy, looking to try to earn some potential streaks if he can.
Onto a few, and again, 5 Fears just letting this develop a little bit, letting this breathe. On where to go for these sites. Double stack at A. You have a deep play from Eric Boom over at this B site, and I remember this position from Eric. That was the killer yesterday, and nobody could have read. But for 5 Fears, it's not going to be a B hit.
Afro still in a good spot to disrupt what will eventually be a bomb plan here. They're committed for it, and they're going to go for it. Afro wants to try to make his move. Shots over the top from Abe will keep him safe. Allows a safe exit onto Hixie. Now it's a 3v3 retake.
It's a tight post plant, but again, it's going to be a flank play that really develops everything. Eric Boom looking for fire, and he gets it.
Hixie has the chow. Needs to create some space through the front.
Whoa, finesse.
Afro's able to win it. F dot now on the collapse. Eric gets there before him. and that is a
Okay.
very clean retake here.
Let's
from
get
Team
2 on the
Notorious in a
board.
crucial round.
3v2.
That is almost 5 fears. They are asking you to do it. They're saying, we are coming into this game 7 with everything on the line for this AMD overclock and are really running some tests against your red card. So you go offense for the first couple of rounds, but at 3-1 you did have was where you needed to see Team Notorious pull things back. Now 3-2 lead, 4-5 fears. Team Notorious's attack, it looks like it's going to be over towards A again for these opening duels. He's going to watch it for any flanks, but there's going to be none.
First blood here for Abe, and the second blood is good. The third blood is good. It all collapses here for Team Notorious. They are hard countered on the staircase, and a very fast round right in their face here. 5 fears ready to match all of their
Match
plays
point.
over to the site.
Yeah, not
Oh, almost.
Never giving up, never
But that was a
surrendering.
quick round. I wasn't even paying attention.
The initial
Dang.
rounds that we've been seeing from the side of 5 fears have always been solid in these search and destroys, and it's not going to stop at all with the pressure that they're getting. So they push it to H2, they move over towards H1, meet that aggression towards
Okay,
A
come
with
on,
some
guys. You got to get cooking, Notorious. Come on.
The double kill from Fire, Hixie, he's getting involved finally to this game number 7, and look at Team Notorious, slow start from F-Dot.
And reminder, guys, 4-2 is the actual count in favor of 5 fears. So 2 more rounds to finally get an S&D win, claim a championship. But shots going to come through back and forth in the ticket booth. Nate's not going to find any value. Everyone's still very much alive. A little peek comes through on the other side, still just checking for info. But no immediate challenges, no aggression going to follow up.
No first bloods either just yet, so really trying to find some space on this attack and defense. Airco's gonna spot it, pre-fires Afro, he's gonna note this one, so he is ready for anybody to burst through these doors.
Has to be wary. Afro, such a pivotal role to play. Door's gonna bang open, challenge gonna come through, but Afro can't find anything. They know there's a few on the site now, without question, but there's the first kill from Eric. Afro able to find the second. No trades and not a lot of time left for 5 fears to really make their move. Bomb also down at the back of the site. Feels like Team Notorious, they've done exactly what they needed to. Fire last one left alive. We've seen it a lot, but no clutch.
Okay.
Team Notorious, big round yet again.
2 from Afro, 2 from Eric.
4v4.
They lock it down at B.
Oh, 4v3.
4-3 now. As Notorious, they have shown us in maps 5, in maps 2, it is never done till that 6th round is secured. So for 5 fears, they are going to have that in the back of their head this whole time, that Notorious are slowly creeping up on them in these search and destroys. Nothing's ever going to feel comfortable, and you got Abe to a hot start to this game. Same thing with Exceed. Past couple of rounds, they've been slowed down.
Come on, Eric Boom. Come on, F-Dot.
Me too.
From Exceed, he is going to try to use it for
Got an
information
RCXD
over
out.
towards Hedges. He sees nobody off the start, but Notorious, they completely cut noise.
And everyone waiting patiently to see where that RC might pop up from. Dixie extremely close to Afro. Afro gets the best of him with the slide shell. So first blood secured here for Team Notorious. Lots of time to play with, but they are certainly eyeing up the B site and looking to come through with some aggression here potentially.
Afro the door gets a little weird, still backs up, good damage. Any follow-up? Yeah, Eric helps him out. You get into the site without losing a player.
Eric Boom over the top. Looking to try to get that finishing touch.
But on the flank.
What can F-Dot do here? He can put it away. Boom, there's the first one. There's the second one. F-Dot closes the round.
Tie game in the grand finals, game 7. Notorious never
4-4.
out of these S&Ds.
Good shit.
Afro, Eric Boom, they're willing you to this round 11. They're willing you back into this game. And F-Dot plays his card so right on that flank. The double kill right there could bring him right back into this game 7 when he needed it off that slow start. So 3 kills in that round. The first 3 that he got for this game off the reset. And There are no questions right now on this Notorious team on who is going to be involved, but 5 Fears, how do they answer back?
So 4-4 is what we have after the reset. Now Rafi playing up top, trying to get some info. We'll get some great info onto Exceed. The nade, though, just falls a little bit short. Get some tags in. So it's just going to be information for now.
Gotta watch the flank from Eric Boehm. He's again going to get all the way behind Fire, though. He hasn't been tested by a deep flank like this.
What can you get if you're Eric? And will he even really be able to get eyes on Fire? He's going to come behind the play. Exceed might be lined up for a kill. And he is, in fact, lined up for a kill. Gets underneath the stage, trying to bomb and weave around the wall banks. And does so successfully enough. Afro might be able to get involved in the play, too. It's going to be Abe that gets one. Backs down, and yeah, he gets away. Doesn't go for the immediate reach now. Afro, though, able to slam two through the middle. Huge round out of him.
How does he do it? 4 in a row for Afro, just reading this map so well. Disappears yet again. 1 versus 3 for Fire. He's got the bomb, but he's got to get to F dot first. He's throwing shoulders, dancing around. 12 seconds. He is not giving them anything at all. Team Notorious with 3 rounds in a row. Now up to match point.
Let's go, Notorious. Team Notorious, let's go.
Just have to start calling them the Icers, man. It's just all comes together when it needs to. You need to clutch up? No problem. These guys are going to do it. 5-4 now after the reset with that 1-1 tally. So 5 Fears backs up against the wall. Tournament on the line. Need to find success and shut down everything on this offensive round coming up here for Team Notorious.
Afro on 4, Eric on 2, F dot on 4. 5 Fears have to dig deep here twice. In round 10s, they were denied search and destroy wins by Omid and Notorious. Now it's their turn, tested at the finish line. It's a B hit for the bomb. 2 players here.
Look how passive this defensive setup is, knowing just, listen, we can't throw away lives. You can't take too much risk here. And Abe's gonna go down. The nade connects. Afro finds the first blood. No immediate trade's gonna come into the site. And now you're starting to gain control. RC makes its way in, but it won't find anything.
Patience though for Afro not to get tagged up. Still though, 5 Fears, they don't want to let this play go down.
Hixie got 2. Hixie got 3.
Fire comes in for 4. We'd have it no other way. We are going to a round 11. It is all tied up 5-5, not 4-4. Next round decides it all.
We asked, they delivered. And now a $2,000 round of search and destroy. US, not Canadian. It makes a difference. But we got Notorious in a situation where they could do the funniest thing ever. And 5 Fears, for all the confidence, all the marbles, to finally take down an EU team in S&D.
No way they keep getting away with it again, right? 2 round 11 wins throughout this series for Team Notorious.
Yeah, I should be voting for Team NA, but I gotta hand it to Afro.
5 Fears looking to use the numbers.
Fast plant? Oh, going for the fast plant.
For Afro, he knows, but all 3 members are still on on B, and through mid. Post plant not going to be disrupted. Afro's going to invest the RC. He's just looking for anything.
Sure info here for his teammates that start inching up closer and closer on the retake. It's a wide spread here, post plant. 4, 5 Fears. Afro going to be able to get some info down low. Abe not going to get tagged up, and Afro just barely lives with a sliver of HP, but it's Eric who strikes first, gets the second. Eric, boom, able to find the double up, and now it's a 2v4. Time is extremely low. Have to watch the diffuser. Are you going to be able to protect him? F-Dot gets Hixie, all down to 1. F-Dot gets the last one. They answer the call. They have conquered it all. They are your A&D overclock champions.
And no doubt in your mind that when it comes down to a retake at A for a round 11, Notorious can get it done. Hixie, what a chance to win it out. with that top class position, a couple shots away from stopping that defuse with 10 seconds left. F-Dot is there, he helps out, and he wins it all at the end for Team Notorious. They are champions going in to our champs next week. A little extra payday, a little extra confidence to topple the international play one more time. This is all rounding out to be a great weekend.
Is it ever, man? And I mean, it's just really the Breaking Bad meme, isn't it? Just 3 times. Like, how do they keep doing it? Round 11 ice. It's too much, man. It's got to give you a ridiculous amount of confidence knowing that we just have so much trust in one another when it comes down to those final moments, those round 11s, when we need to win it, when we need to ice up. They can do it time and time again. Something you love to see from this squad, man. EU getting the best of NA here in this grand final, coming out with some extra cash, but most importantly, looking in tip-top form going into champs next weekend.
Team has had the most amount of boot camp time over anybody, so it's no surprise that they look polished as a whole. Hats off to Five Fears for taking them distance in this one, but looking back at this Game 7, all the way to the
That's what it's all about. Wow.
Out the gates early,
So what are we gonna do now? We just cracked the 6-hour mark on this stream.
Afro hit that next form, but you look at round 7, 8, and 9. And that's where everything was falling apart for Five Fears. You were losing out on your, offensive takes. You were losing those first bloods. You had numbers advantage start to fall away. And we started to see those mistakes from previous Search and Destroys show again. And that's something to bother you going into next week for sure. Is your Search and Destroy? At least how do you just Google it? Can we close out an S&D? How do you win around 11 at this point? Because that's 3 times you get a chance and 3 times you fail. So you go back, chat, viewers, let's lock in for some replays over 7 maps of a grand final.
Yeah, 7 maps. It's a lot of maps. And every single map on broadcast today went the absolute distance. We had all map 5s going to a map 7 here in the grand final. Could not ask for a better teaser leading up to champs. It has been a treat without question. Wow. But so many moments, man, and you got to feel a little bit here for 5 years, knowing that they were that close, that many times to winning some of these maps. Close. Even go back to the Hardpoint. 200K. Hardpoint was a huge deal for Team Notorious to steal away on the skyline that just wasn't looking too promising up to that point, based off what we've seen from 5 years, being clutch, being really strong in that game mode specifically. So, man, incredible stuff the whole way through, and you see some of that skyline happening right now, but there's just so much to break down
right here. I mean, even just looking at respawn from F-Dot, he goes all the way through top bridge, drops on down. A couple kills there for F-Dot. Afro helps him out. And, yeah, that's the turning point for this, where you take that hard point and, for Team Notorious, you accomplish something that you've been trying to do, is just match that high-octane pacing that you get from that North American region and steal away some icy rounds and icy maps in the same time. Rafi in the round 10 there, 2v4 ace. That he gets teed up by Eric Boom. A little alley-oop there, but even for the game number 6, you got to give Notorious some love, or sorry, Five Fears some love for the initial hardpoint on Vault. Both controls that we saw as well were pretty clinical from Five Fears through and through. But when it came down to everything else, and you see Notorious in this last round, or last game for that game 7, it's just a step above the S&Ds when it comes down to those big moments that they talked about. You watch them in Miami too when it comes to that grand final, when they iced up every single map to win it, to be open champions. It's starting to feel like that again.
Listen, having ice like that going into one of your biggest tournaments of the year, arguably the biggest for as far as what you're expected to try to do, win it all, have that stock as high as possible going into EWC and next year, you want to come through with the dub. We take a look at the bracket over the course of these last 2 days. It has been an absolute journey. Day number 1, we saw a lot of those 3-0s.
Okay, I'm getting ready to sign off.
When they had that hot 3-0, really
it's been great.
To the groove, and from there,
It's been a great second day. Day number 2. I don't know how much more of this I'm going to commit to, but at least it's fun to get some on the board. Clock in some hours.
People are surprised at, what happens for LAG mates and Rocker at the end.
So I'm signing off.
Questions were being asked
Peace.
yesterday, after Rocker lost to this 5 Fierce team.